Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, entirely online, flexible, and suited to your schedule. And with the ability to switch therapists with no additional charge, the only thing that's stopping you from seeking the help you need is you. So put your shoulder into your problems and do something about them. Find more balance with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/symbols today. That's BetterHelp.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of therapy sessions. That's betterhelp.com/symbols for online therapy over video, audio, or chat that can help you right now, but only if you're willing to take that first step. Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is brought to you by, well, you. If you want to learn how to support our show, go to patreon.com/laststandmedia. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. This is episode number 258. My name is Colin Moriarty. I'm joined this time, not by Chris Raygun, who's gone apparently. I didn't get this text message. We're going to go into this in a minute, but Dustin Furman, executive producer, my only son today. How are you today, my friend?
I'm excited for the rumors. Is Chris leaving? Is he not going to be here? What's going on? Him and I got in a major fight last night.
We're replacing him with Jaffe.
I punched him in the mouth, and then he nearly killed me. And so it's shaky ground right now.
I see.
But no, I'm doing all right. Just, there's some exciting games going on, but in the world of Dustin Furman and my home life, there's just the most exciting thing is that I got a new dehumidifier. And I'm very intrigued by this device just from my old one, which stopped working. So obviously thought, hey, I got to get a new one. And so I've been going in the basement, checking in on it, just shocked by the amount of gallons this thing can produce. Like probably it has to be over 2 gallons in 24 hours of water from the air. So I'm telling you, this is what the state of things are right now in the months of June here.
That's too complicated for me.
Yeah. Well, hey, you don't have a basement, so be thankful you don't have to think about it.
Yeah, I wish I did have a basement, but yeah, we don't. As I've said, I think in the past, Virginia, the central Virginia is all clay. So a lot of people don't have basements here because that's a major flooding risk.
Oh, yeah.
Clay, because there's nowhere for the water to go. That's what happens at Dagan's house, actually. But I would love to have a basement, like a finished basement. That's just so much more space.
Oh. I wish I had a finished basement.
This house is 2,500 square feet, and we're already talking about like maybe we just need more space at some point.
Yeah. Dude, the finished basement is the dream. Our house is very old, built in the late 1800s, and so it is very much utility only. The furnace, the washer and dryer are down there, and some tools. But you don't want to be down there for very long. Spiders.
Yeah, there were some tools down there, I bet, when you were down there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but I got to know more. What happened with Chris? Because I came in today and you're like, all right, I'm ready to go. And I'm like, where's Chris? Now, I have to admit that there was a period yesterday where I don't know what I did, but I stopped getting text messages. And I think it had something to do with my watch. Like I sent something to Ramon and it sent as a green text. Then I looked at my watch and I had a text message back from him, but then I looked at my phone and it wasn't there. Then later, Micah sent me a message and it just wasn't anywhere. And then I restarted my phone and I started getting texts again. But I totally missed this. This is like a total, complete mystery to me.
Okay, so here's Chris's personal information that he can text us. It's not really, I think he mentioned he was going home. So he messaged us last night at 9. And so his plan was to leave and do an overnight last night. But because of all the wildfires going on, they delayed his flight to today. I think he said, around noon. So he is probably in the air right now as we speak, unless it's noon. I don't know. Either way, he's cutting it close to flying time. So he was expecting to be in his home in New York at this point, but he is now flying because of all these Canadians just completely fucking our country right now.
Bunch of clowns and a bunch of chumps. Brian wrote in about this and said, hey, Smoky Sacred Crew, as if you're reading this, I hope Dustin and Colin are getting the worst of the Canadian wildfire smoke. Nothing personal. I just want it out of my area. Now you're in Western Pennsylvania. Dagan, I was talking to, we recorded Knockback for Final Fantasy II. That's going to go live soon. And we were recording it yesterday and Dagan was lamenting. He's like, man, in my area, and he lives in the Philadelphia suburbs. So on the other side of Pennsylvania, for those that are geographically illiterate, and I know many of you are, he was saying it was complete apocalyptic yellow sky by him. Then I was seeing pictures of New York City, which is a little bit more north, but to the east of Philadelphia, it looked pretty bad there. Here for the last few days, so we're talking 100 miles, a couple hundred miles south, it's pretty ominous, but not as bad. And I was looking at the map on Google Weather. I wonder if it's still, they're showing it today, you know, I wonder if it's still bad. Yeah, like you could just see it. I'm sure if you guys use Google, it never looks like this. It's always in the green. And so this is my area right here where it says the pollution AQI. Let's look that up. Let's see. AQ. Oh my God. AQI definition. Air quality index. So my air quality index is 138.
Oh, you got me beat. I'm at 117. So
let me see. Like if you, dude, like it's, I don't know if people can see this. Green and yellow would be like the okay areas. This is Washington, D.C., north of me. Look how bad that looks.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck Washington, D.C. I hate that place. Not Eugene Park. We love you. But everyone else.
Dude, honestly, I can't even imagine how bad it is just from, I don't know. Everyone, when these things happen, any kind of allergies or headaches, it's immediately, you can put a blame on that. But when this started happening yesterday morning, I noticed that my allergies were way worse out of nowhere because nothing's really changed as far as pollen or anything like that outside. But if you have asthma or something, I imagine this is just absolutely terrible. And so, yeah, our side of the state isn't as bad as over where Dagan is. But yeah, some of those photos, my mom sent me a thing. It's not as bad as New York City where it was yellowish in the air, but it was weirdly overcast in an unnatural way. So
yeah, like you could tell it was, how do I explain this? It was clear skies, so the sun was shining, but then it's just overcast over where the cloud should be, so there's just no sun anyway. It was like another layer of this. So I wanted to ask about this though, because which wildfires are because of global warming and which aren't? Dagan and I were talking about this. Everyone likes to blame, every time there's a wildfire, everyone's like, it's climate change or whatever. But wildfires have always happened. So I'm having a hard time differentiating which ones we should be mad about and which ones we should accept. Which are the normal wildfires?
That's how I feel, Colin, in that I don't know. I really do not feel equipped enough to speak on any authority of this. This is just my feelings, my uninformed feelings, is that the weather has always been screwy and there's always been wildfires. So I'm not saying I'm not a climate change denier but I just am not immediately ready to be like, well, this never happened before. There's always been crazy fires.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that, in my opinion, there's nothing to deny. Demonstrably, the climate is changing, obviously. I feel like I'm old enough to even notice it in my own life, that it's changing a little bit. But why it's happening, what's happening, how much man has to do with it. And then that's the whole thing. Right. So this is the thing. I know it has nothing to do with the show, but I'm always interested in this. A hurricane happens, right? Hurricane, what was that? I can't even remember the hurricane that hit New Jersey and Long Island. What was it? 10 years ago or so. And it fucked up my family's beach house and everything. I don't know why I don't remember the name of it, but everyone was like, that's climate change. And I'm like, but how do you know? Because hurricanes have always happened. Bad hurricanes have always happened. Which hurricanes are from climate change and which aren't? And I think people would argue, well, they're just getting more furious because of that. But I'm like, that's not good enough for me. In other words, I know obviously that man is changing the climate of the planet. I mean, that's obviously happening. But what are the true effects of it? I'll give you an example. When I lived in California, people might remember in 2019, there were really, really bad wildfires in California. There are always bad wildfires. But there were wildfires in LA where it was apocalyptic in Santa Monica. I was like wiping ash off my balcony and stuff, like inches of it. And that fire was started by a homeless man in Bel Air. So is that climate change?
I think the argument would be that the fire was so bad because of the drought that caused everything to be so dry.
Yeah. It's just, can't you see?
I don't know. That's true. That's just what I would imagine.
I know, but it's just, I think that's not good enough. Yeah. We need better science and data than this to understand what's happening. This has kept Chris away from our show today. Let me ask you this.
Okay.
When Chris isn't here, should we put David Jaffe on the show?
I don't think so. I think we should have Jaffe on our extra content as much as possible. I just don't know if with the amount of content written out in the show, I don't know if it's feasibly possible with his chaotic energy.
God, he is crazy, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't know if you listened to any of the show we just did. We did an awesome Sacred Symbols Plus episode. I'm calling them Moriarty, the series Moriarty Cross Jaffe. We'll probably try to do those every few weeks or every month or so. We gave him a whole new audio setup and everything so that he sounds more like us because we want to engage with him a lot more. But if you listen to that show, he's an insane person. Did you hear any of it with him playing with the soundboard and stuff like that and pretending it was a show, like a talk show? And the thing that Jaffe likes to do to me, and I think he's always liked doing this to me, and I think he does it because he knows, well, it's funny and it's also just, it's kind of our calling card now, is he just takes the show over.
Yeah.
I introduced him before you know it. It's David Jaffe show. And he's introducing me and he's interviewing me. Remember when we got into that deep thing about Kind of Funny last year? It ended up being like a huge episode of the show because people like loved listening to it, where Jaffe just took the reins from me and then it became like a 90-minute fucking psychological examination of my past. He has some sort of special gift.
And that's what I'm saying is that I think on supplemental content, he's fantastic. I'd love to have him more, whether it's Constellation or Sacred Symbols Plus. And it's not just for necessarily crossover with YouTube, but for other stuff that we do. I think that's great. I just don't know if, how long would it take to get to the pre-news with Jaffe's level of insanity?
Yeah,
it would totally change the show. It would be a different show with him on it.
Yeah,
completely top to bottom.
It would be. I wonder though. You know, it's interesting. It would be an interesting experiment. Chris is the one that is missing most, right? I've never missed an episode of the show. I like doing 2-person shows with you. I think it's actually fun. It's a little different. But yeah, I was thinking about this, like, there's just something about David Jaffe that I find so appealing. The more I've known David Jaffe for a long ass time, the more I know him, the more I become friend. Like, we're very close. We're getting close, becoming close personal friends behind the scenes, which is awesome. But the more that happens, the more I'm like, I like this David Jaffe. He's fucking crazy. He's an agent of chaos. Yeah.
Well, to be clear, if you're talking about just to fill in with an episode where Chris isn't here, just for a extremely chaotic episode of Sacred Symbols, I'm 100% down for that.
I wonder if we got him on the show full time in the future, would he be able to rein it in? Like in other words, if we were like, come do the show with us, you know, in 2027 or whenever, you know, Chris decides to die and we need a replacement for him. And we're like, all right, David Jaffe, it's time to tap you, but we really need you to rein it in a little bit. Because the one thing about Jaffe is, and I take more notes talking to Jaffe than I do anyone, because I have to, the back and forth and the interruptions and all of that, which is all part of the flow and part of the fun of talking to him. It is a different energy. And for us to be able to do Sacred Symbols with Jaffe, he would need to tone it down 25% probably, at least. And I don't know if he's capable of that. I also don't want that toned down Jaffe at any other time. So it almost feels like, because he's always like, I'm sorry, I'm bringing it this way, and we're going on that. I'm like, dude, that's the show. Who cares? The beauty of doing a podcast and not being on a 23-minute fucking NBC News nightly news broadcast is that I can do whatever I want and say whatever I want. There isn't a finite amount of internet. The internet doesn't really even exist. It's a conduit.
I've never seen it in real life with my own eyes. I've only seen it through a screen. So,
you ever really think about the fact that these things are just being served to people in these massive farms that are miles long in the middle of California and other places with huge air conditioning racks? And because I worked for a website in the 90s that was actually hosted at the person's house on a series of small towers using, I don't know if you guys remember this thing called Apache. And I was like, that was the first time in my life I was like, wow, these actually live somewhere. The internet isn't a thing.
Right.
It's connections to places. How are we getting on this topic? What is going on?
I do think about that though, Colin, just in that, well, right now I have a different setup, but right now my internet is connected through this cable plugged into my computer, and you might be able to see it for the video people. There's a plug right there that the Ethernet, and so the Ethernet goes in the wall and then down into my router. Sometimes I think about that everything's being fed through this little cable, and then it's being fed out to tens of thousands of people, and it all goes right through there, right through that little cable. And like you said, you know, there's also the idea of stuff existing on an individual server and stuff. We don't do anything like that, but I think I first had that realization when I was making my own Minecraft server at one point, where you was like, oh, you got to host it and leave it on, and that people are connecting to your computer. It can be dangerous, but
yeah, old IGN had, I'm trying to remember, like we had a server farm of some sort. I don't know what was on it because it couldn't have been everyone connecting to IGN, but we had these massive mainframes mainframe-like computers in our office. They must have done something. It could have possibly been where we served some of the site. But I think ultimately we went to Amazon, just like we had a proprietary CMS, and then we went to whatever, Google or whatever the fuck we went to take care of that. It is interesting to think about all those things. I have no idea how we got on this conversation, but this is the way it goes on Sacred Symbols, especially without Chris here, because Chris is that agent of chaos, usually. And we were talking about David Jaffe, the agent of chaos. Without that agent of chaos, all we have is insanity of a different kind. Of a different kind. My friends, welcome to Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast. We go up live each and every week. You can get it 3 days early, ad-free over on Patreon, like 13,000 plus of you do right now, which is awesome. People are like, why does it say 15,000 on Patreon? And as I said, we're in an alpha with Patreon where it's counting free subscribers. I think it's just ingenuous to pretend that those 2,000 people are paying. They're not. They're just part of like a mailing list or whatever. But 13,000 plus of you are paying a monthly fee to hear this show early, and we really appreciate that. You can do that at patreon.com/laststandmedia. We could not do this without you. That comes with a bunch of perks, including that ad-free early access, the ability to submit your questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas that will be littered throughout the show. I think we already used one of them, if I remember correctly. But I don't remember much of anything anymore at this age. And Sacred Symbols Plus, another major perk. That's twice a week. That's an extra episode twice a week. Sacred Symbols Plus. Deep dives, interviews, game reviews, and more that we save for that. So speaking of Jaffe and I went on for 2 hours. We actually went on for 2 hours and 15 minutes, but I did have Dustin cut out a 15-minute completely political conversation that Jaffe brought us down that had nothing to do with anything. And I didn't want to, well, it had a lot to do with Russia and Ukraine and stuff, but I didn't want to distract people. That's not a Colin move usually. But I'm like, let's focus on the good content here, because Jaffe and I are talking about all sorts of things, about showcases, and we talk about fanboys, and we get into Zelda, and it's really, really fun. He's a little intimidating in some way to me still, because it's like I say about people like Jeremy Parrish and other guys that I've met in the industry, where I'm like, you definitely know more about video games than me. And I frankly, I'm trying to be an asshole, but don't feel that way about very many people, at least in my sphere of PlayStation, and Jaffe, it's hard to feel that way when you're talking to the guy who was the creative director of Twisted Metal and God of War and was like there at the beginning and knows everything about it. So I think people really like when he and I sit down and talk, and I'm glad about that. Gene Park from the Washington Post and I, Gene Park's in our orbit now. We captured him like a rogue asteroid that's now in orbit around the planet, like a Deimos or Phobos if you're a Mars fan. Do you get that reference?
No, absolutely not.
Mars has 2 moons, but they're both captured asteroids. One of them is getting so close to the planet as its orbit degrades that it will eventually disintegrate into the atmosphere. Yeah.
I thought maybe it would hit it and then fuck everything up for the Mars plans if big crater in it.
I think by the point they can basically do the math on when they think it will be torn apart by the planet, and I think we'll have been established there long enough to probably just fucking blow it up or pull it away with a gravity tether or something like that. Let me tell you this.
Okay.
It's interesting that we have this moon, right? So big. It was a piece of our planet, though. And we've never captured anything else coming by. We don't have isn't it cool that some places have no moons, but some places have 2, 3, 6. I think the gas giants have like 100 moons each. I mean, they're obviously big, but we only have this one boring moon that was part of our planet. And I feel like that's not that exciting. Mars has Phobos and Deimos, whatever, that are just captured rogue asteroids. It's like, that's a little bit more exciting, isn't it?
It is. And you think about some of these moons can have the rings too, right? Like the cool looking rings.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we have any moons in our system that have rings, but I could be wrong about that. But I don't know that there's anything stopping that from happening.
There's a lot of beautiful moons out there, but our moon's been with us this whole time. She ain't pretty. She ain't anything special, but she's reliable. And I think that says a lot, though not enough to go see her very often. Just kind of leave her by herself up there.
I have a piece of information for you.
Yes.
2015, it was reported the answer, can moons have rings? Yes, in theory they can, but there are none known yet. Fast forward to 2019, the Cassini spacecraft that was at Saturn taking a bunch of really awesome pictures finds 5 tiny moons nestled in and near around Saturn's rings. And when they were exploring that area, one of the known moons, Rhea, was found to have a ring system.
Dude.
So there you go. The first known ring system. What are we talking about, though? Why are we talking about this?
Why are we talking about it? Oh, you're talking about Gene Park being in orbit.
Oh, right. Gene Park being in orbit. Jesus Christ. Look at you. Woo! Someone's sharp and on the ball today. So we have him in orbit. We're doing the Punching Up podcast, which you guys are doing a great job with. Our new Nintendo show bi-weekly. Will we ever make it weekly?
I think we're at capacity. I think I'm going to die.
I'm not at capacity. I mean, I am at capacity rather, but I'm not a part of it. So
yeah. That's the thing, is that it just all depends on. I don't think so. I don't think there's enough to talk about for.
I agree.
We could. It's a great podcast at every other week. I think weekly.
I think it can change. I think it can change when it needs to, but never in a permanent way. So, for instance, when the new console is announced, if you're 12 days away from your record date, you're obviously just going to skip and do an episode, right? So, you can adjust when the time comes. I don't think they have to get too crazy with it. But let me ask you this. You feeling a little overworked?
Overworked? No, not overworked. Sometimes I feel like I have a lot of plates spinning at once and I'm worried one's going to tip just because it's a lot of concentration, but not overworked as far as an hour standpoint.
Yeah, I'm the same way, where it's not. Yesterday, the last 2 days, I worked probably pretty solid 6 to 8 hour days just at my desk doing shit, which is pretty rare because usually I'm walking, doing things, playing a lot of games and preparing, reading and doing all of that. But a lot of work lately, but it's not so much hours worked as much as it is just the spread of work. It's impossible due to the nature of our work to get everything done. And say like, well, I just want to get these 3 shows done in 2 days. In these 2 days, it's like, you can't. You have to wait until this slot to record. So there's no getting around that. And that's the biggest frustration. But that's also the biggest advantage we have because we're so on point with getting things out on time that it gives you like kind of a schedule. And I always know what's expected of me. Oh, it's Wednesday. I got to write the ads. I got to write the show. Oh, it's Friday. I got to record Constellation and so on and so forth. Can't wait for Constellation this week, by the way. My topic, UFOs.
Oh, nice. That's pretty exciting right now, too.
It is. It's so, Dagan and I love the theory that it's obviously fake because the government is now letting people talk about it. So they're trying to hide something else. Dagan and I have this deep love of government conspiracy, going back to like the Philadelphia experiment and all the shit that we always used to nerd out about as kids. And I'm excited to hear his take on this because I've been listening and watching a lot lately about these new revelations. And I want to believe so bad. Do you have any idea how big of a deal that would be? That could arguably be the biggest event in human history, is finding out that we're not alone. I want to save it for that Constellation, but I don't think people really think about that. That could be one of the things that precipitates the end of humanity, in terms of not because of the alien threat, but because we kill each other or get into massive wars and conflicts because religion might be brought into question and other things. It's interesting to think that we could be ants. And we like, oh, the spacecraft is just hovering over the Pacific Ocean. We can't do anything about it. Great.
Yeah. It's I don't know. I find it equally interesting and scary. But
I'm scared about it, not in a literal sense, because I think if they had hostile, totally malign intentions, they would just do something. I mean, what are we going to do?
I'm not scared of the aliens.
Oh,
I'm afraid of the reaction and what people do, like you said.
Well, I will say that I'm afraid. I mean, that's scary, but I would be afraid in a more general way of being like, wow, these guys have a mastery of technology that we can't even fathom. And what's so interesting about the UFO thing that they're talking about is that we've apparently had these craft, if this guy is telling the truth, for decades, and we've been reverse engineering it that whole time, and it's so complicated that like we weren't able to glean everything off of it. It's not like a Russian plane crashing and we fucking look at it for 6 months.
Yeah.
So that's what's so cool, man. I don't know, man. I don't know what I would do if that was true. That would be so exciting, but scary too.
Oh yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? Chris isn't here, so this is useless for us. Thanks, Chris. Merch. Oh, wait. Let me back up. I'm all fucking out of control. Without
Colin,
Chris,
you had 2 tangents during describing Sacred Symbols Plus episodes now.
Yeah, what are we going to do? I don't know. You just keep rolling with it, I guess.
I say keep rolling with it at this point. I mean, you pretty much got through it, though. I mean,
not really, because Sacred Symbols Plus, I was saying that we did one with Jaffe, and then I started talking about Gene Park, and then I got totally off the reservation here.
Aliens will do that, dude.
Gene Park and I sat down for a 2-hour or so Forspoken review discussion and spoiler cast, which we think might be one of the only spoiler casts for the game in existence. And I have a lot to say about Forspoken, not because I think it's very good, because I don't, but because I think it was misjudged and maybe treated unfairly, and there's some interesting components of it. So I was glad to kind of go back. I didn't intend on making content out of it. That was very serendipitous. So shout out to him. Sacred Sail Saga is back. Our Backlogs episode is up. I have Jaffe in here twice. I guess we talked to him recently again. Wow, he's appearing more. He's going to really love this episode because he's coming up constantly. Ken Levine, call-in episodes. You just did a call-in with Gene, right? So that's going to go up
That's
soon.
Correct. Saturday.
Cool. Merch can be found at laststandmedia.store. Shirts, t-shirts, hats, stickers, free shipping on all stickers domestically here in these great United States. Brian Mata wrote into us and said, hello, CDC. I got to shout out our fellow LSM member I met at Arizona Wilderness in Tempe, Arizona. I was hanging out with some friends after work celebrating one of their birthdays when one of the gentlemen in line said they loved my shirt. I was wearing a Sacred Symbol shirt. I should have said something like stand down or Colin was right, but my dumb monkey brain could only think of, oh man, do you listen to the podcast? Of course they listen to it. They recognize the shirt. I hope you hear this, and next time we run into each other out there, I'll buy you a drink. Thanks for everything you guys do, and remember to hydrate each round after taking that chicken to the bone zone. And by the way, he used bone zone as a proper noun.
It's an official place. Damn.
I always love to hear your stories of camaraderie out there. It's great to hear. I love that it's like a call. It's like a bat signal if only a few people could see it.
I gotta warn Brian though.
Yeah.
He said he said he loved his shirt and that he wished he would have responded with a inside joke from the show. When wearing my own Sacred merch, whether it's the hoodie or whatever, I've had 1 or 2 instances where someone said they liked it. And then I said, oh, you're a listener. And they say, no, I just like PlayStation. So be careful because, our logo with the sacred symbols, someone might just think it's a PlayStation shirt. And then if you say something like, keep fucking that chicken in response, that person's going to think you're insane.
Right.
Completely.
Right.
Which also would be an awesome interaction. I'd love to witness that. But just be careful, Brian.
It's like, what was do you remember when someone wrote in saying that their wife or their husband or something was saying a term that we use, thinking that it meant something else?
Buy the cow, get the milk for free.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Why buy the cow when you get the milk for free?
They used it in a business meeting, I think.
Right.
That's awesome.
I love
That's really good.
Sacred Symbols is sponsored by BetterHelp, online therapy that can help you right now at betterhelp.com/symbols. My friends, I'm an open and honest advocate for mental health care because without it, who knows where I'd be right now? As someone who suffers from depression and the anxiety that can spawn from it, I've used therapy to help manage my issues on and off for years. And indeed, I'm in one of those on moments where I'm seeing someone every month in my personal life and better off for it. Indeed, I think I've come to a place in my life where I find checking in with someone about what's ailing me and what's on my mind should be permanent. But it all starts with a single step, which is why I find BetterHelp so intriguing. See, BetterHelp knows that the barriers to getting the mental health care you need are potentially legion, and they've done a lot of hard work to eliminate barriers. So for instance, BetterHelp sessions are conducted entirely online, whether over video, audio, or even just text. This doesn't only eradicate a major barrier to access, in this case, having to go somewhere in person, but there are downstream benefits beyond that too. That's because BetterHelp is cheaper than in-person therapy, a side effect of not having to rent out an office space while courting you to come to it. So that's another barrier down, this time pricing, which is far from prohibitive on BetterHelp. As humans, our realities happen to share a lot of the same themes. Heartache, family troubles, relationship issues, depression and anxiety like what I suffer from, and so much more. But we also have the blessed human trait of free will, and we can either use it to affect change or just remain static, sad, and maybe even miserable with no plan to change it. But why would you live like that? You don't have to. BetterHelp is waiting to be of assistance. Entirely online, flexible, and suited to your schedule. And with the ability to switch therapists with no additional charge, the only thing that's stopping you from seeking the help you need is you. So put your shoulder into your problems and do something about them. Find more balance with BetterHelp. Visit betterhelp.com/symbols today. That's betterhelp.com/SYMBOLS to get 10% off your first month of therapy sessions. That's betterhelp.com/symbols for online therapy over video, audio, or chat that can help you right now, but only if you're willing to take that first step. Sacred Symbols is sponsored by Athletic Greens and their dominant AG1 formula, which you can discover for yourself at athleticgreens.com/sacred. So, a lot of you already know the deal. I love to work out, but I also tend to eat like shit, and thus a dilemma is born. Here's the reality. You cannot outrun your diet, and I sometimes need to remind myself that no amount of cardio or weightlifting is going to undo all the damage I do to myself with food. But this, my friends, is why I love Athletic Greens and their AG1 formula, because when I drink a glass, I'm doing something amazing for my health, and putting something truly valuable into my system that will provide dividends on the health front. For the uninitiated, AG1 is a supplement powder that you mix into a glass of water and drink. Believe it or not, it actually tastes pretty damn good and is packed with a stunning 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food source ingredients of the highest quality. A stark comparison to the 75 cheeseburgers I've probably eaten so far this calendar year. And really, this is the entire idea behind Athletic Greens and AG1, to make nutrition a no-brainer so that you don't have to think twice about it. Instead of managing a bunch of vitamins, supplements, and pills, AG1 makes it as easy as downing a glass of water, and you can do so whenever, when you wake up in the morning, before you head to work, or whenever else. Or you can do it like I do it. Save it for before your workout so you can get a nice boost of energy. Another benefit of drinking Athletic Greens. However, I have to call out another sweet perk of AG1, and that's its potential to boost your gut health, something that speaks to me on a personal level, as I've had colon and stomach problems my entire life. Drinking AG1 makes me feel like I'm doing something positive to help the issue, as opposed to, another large fry from McDonald's. It's this simple. I like AG1. Millions of people around the world drink it, and I think you like it too, as part of your routine, or as simply a way to get the occasional boost to your nutrition. If you're looking for an easier way to take supplements, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs of AG1 with your first purchase. Go to athleticgreens.com/sacred. That's athleticgreens.com/sacred. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/sacred for the high quality, healthy, full of benefits AG1 formula. Check it out.
All right. Anything else? Oh, here, what's this? Too many games.
Yeah.
Talk to me.
We got the details officially. I know a lot of people were wondering what days Dagan and I would be there. Here's the official details. So if you didn't know already, it's June 23rd through 25th. It's at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center. This is primarily a retro gaming convention. It's a huge marketplace for retro games. They've got a huge arcade and, of course, panels and meet and greets. And that's exactly what we're doing. So on Friday from 6 to 7, Dagan and I will be doing an official meet and greet at the event itself. And then on Saturday, we're going to do our panel, which is a Sacred Symbols, not Defining Duke, Sacred Symbols knockback, where we're talking about the early history of PlayStation and some of our favorite PlayStation 1 games to keep in the theme of the retro convention itself. And so that's at 8 p.m. on Saturday at the Neko stage. So you can come to one, you can come to both. I'm thinking about doing a thing where last year we met up at a brewery after the event. That was really fun. So I'm working out, trying to figure out what the details will be for that. But those are the official events at Too Many Games we're going to be doing. We would love to see you there. It'll be a fun time to hang out. So yeah, let me know on Twitter or whatever. Let me know if you're coming. Should be cool.
You've been, you love to mingle, I've noticed.
You got to go out. You got to kiss hands and shake babies every once in a while for the people. And it's fun.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. I find those situations, I find unfettered get-togethers too overwhelming because too many people expect things of you, and wait to talk to you and all that. And I don't mind that, but I like the more organized nature of like a meet and greet, say your piece and shake your hands and do all that kind of stuff. It's easier for me to focus that way than to go into a free-for-all type situation because it's just very overwhelming. Yeah.
Well, the meet and greet on Friday will very much be like that, to my understanding, where there will be an official line at the event in that special meet and greet area or whatever. But I don't know, maybe we've outgrown the brewery thing. There was probably a good 10 or 15 people that went last time for just that when we were there kind of unofficially. So I don't know. We'll have to see. But I understand that meet and greets can be tough because there's some people that kind of come through so fast that you almost feel like you didn't have enough of an interaction with a person. And then there's other people where you feel bad because you're trying to, okay, we got to keep this going. There's 30 people or more in line as well. And so you feel bad for pushing them along. It can be a little stressful.
Well, good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right. Let's get into some show things. Oh, yeah. Leave us nice reviews on podcast services. Please do think about doing that for us if you could. We'd appreciate that. Helps us find new audiences, and you can follow us on YouTube, etc. if you like our videos. Okay. Let's see here. Magro Crag wrote in and said, "Hey, CDC, I need to declare vengeance on all three of you. There I was, a man named Mark, sitting at my kitchen table, high off my ass and getting ready to devour a massive buffalo chicken sandwich while watching episode 257 on my phone. You three started talking about how we killed the Vita, and then you called me out. The world stood still and I froze mid-bite. It took me a bit to crawl out of the existential nightmare as I contemplated the fact that I, a hardcore member of the PlayStation community who has bought every single system since the PS1, including the PS TV at launch, didn't buy a Vita until well after its grave had been dug. I did indeed kill the Vita. Fuck y'all, please go use your black magic elsewhere, and thanks for the great content, I guess." I always love that something simpatico happens like that when a name comes up. Of course, it's unfortunate that Chris isn't here. He dodged our show today. He's blaming the Canadian wildfires. He was the one that did the joke. Mark, I'm sorry that you were caught in the crossfire. But people really do need to take responsibility for the Vita a little more. I do want to say that's something that I do feel. Where's my handheld? Why isn't Sony competing with Nintendo on the Switch? Why is the Q Lite only a cloud device? You're a clown device because you didn't buy the fucking Vita.
Damn, dude. What is the acceptable range on which you are considered a supporter or not? Because I didn't get my Vita at launch, but I did get it before the PS4 came out. Probably I got it within a year before the PS4, which was still supported then.
Yeah, I'm still in the range. So that's 2013, maybe even 2012. I had it in 2011, but that's when it came out in Japan. It came out in the West in 2012. I think if you bought one before 2014, you're probably in the good range. I think if you bought one after that, you weren't being counted anymore the way you needed to be counted. And as far as adopters are concerned, the die was already cast at that point. A lot of regret about the Vita. I get that. But I'm not going to let people revise history and pretend that there was so much Vita shit talk. We could have had a different future. If you just listened to me. If you just listened to Colin when you had the chance. There was no greater advocate for the Vita in the industry than me. None. I failed. I also failed.
That's true. You got to look in the mirror right now.
Right, holding up a mirror to myself. Right.
Yeah.
Dustin, I thought this one was interesting.
Yeah.
I wanted to see what you thought of it. Connor Rafter wrote in, said, "Hey, CDC, this one is for Colin and Dustin. I recently found a tweet from Dustin to Colin in 2014 where Big D asked Colin to take part in a podcast. Colin replied to the tweet with contact information. Here's a link. I'm wondering if this podcast ever happened. Is it available anywhere? I'd love to hear it. If so, thanks for all you do and keep up the great work." I have no recollection of this at all, but it does indeed exist. You can put it on the screen if you want, but it's from December 1st, 2014.
Mm-hmm.
So 8.5 years ago. And you tweeted right at me and you said, "We'd love to have you as a guest on the Polymath Group podcast. What's the best way to contact you?" And I responded back with my C. Moriarty at IGN. And you said, "Thanks. Did anything ever come of this?" This is an interesting time period because this is when we knew we were leaving.
Right.
But couldn't say anything yet from IGN that found kind of funny. So that's a very mysterious time in my life. I'm wondering where that went.
Yeah, no, that did indeed happen. You were on our show all those years ago. This show is no longer available to listen to.
Oh, bummer.
And the reason is, first of all, I didn't want to pay the hosting anymore. You have, when you're
that's what I did with Fireside Chats.
Yeah, you don't want to pay for it anymore. So the show's no longer available, and I don't have any interest in making it available. And not to be weird, but some of the people. I'm not close with some of the people that were on that show anymore, but it was my earliest days of podcasting and figuring out how to do this. And so you were on the show. I will tell you something a little funny, and I mean this very lighthearted. You agreed and you were on the show. You're on time. A few weeks after this, maybe a few months, I also asked Greg and he forgot and told me he owed me one. And then it never happened.
I mean, you're still waiting for that one?
I'm still waiting for that. Yeah. Greg, come on. I mean, I don't know if it applies over here. Maybe we can make something work. But no, the thing that was cool back when you did that show is just...
Go on.
No, I was just saying the thing that was cool is just that you didn't... Just as you do now, which I know even closer now since we work together, is that it wasn't about our numbers or our presence at all, that you just said yes. And other people definitely didn't do that. So a lot of people said no because they didn't think they were going to get anything out of it.
I never care about that. It's
Right.
fun. I really don't care about that. I've never done a podcast appearance to promote myself. Honest to God, I've never done that.
Yeah.
Even up to doing, I did Rogan twice. I've done Dave Rubin's show a bunch of times and some big podcasts, Glenn Beck. I really just did it because I wanted to do it. I thought it was fun and exciting. I had no interest in driving anyone to anything. In fact, at the end of half of those appearances, you'll probably hear me say it. They're like, so, where can people find you? Be like, I don't know. Doesn't matter. Like, I just wanted to sit here and do this. Who cares? And I do little podcasts from time to time if I can make time for them. I'm not interested. I think people need to be a little cooler about that. I'm not saying that Brad Pitt should be out here doing, rando film podcasts, but I'm not Brad Pitt. I'm just a dude that got pretty lucky and like to make myself available for those kinds of things. So I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad that I was on time. I'm glad those things are all important to me. But in Greg's defense, if you asked him to do it a few weeks later, that would have been, we were up shit's creek at that point. In mid to late December 2014, it was like the most nerve-wracking moments of my entire life. I couldn't even imagine. I actually was looking at pictures a few months ago on Facebook there's a picture of me sitting at my kitchen table. It was like a night or two before we launched, and I'm drinking. I have a slime glass I got in Japan, like a slime cocktail glass, and I was just drinking bourbon out of it. And I remember that moment because I was like, oh my God, what are we doing? What have I done? But it all worked out in the end. As far as you saying, do you think Greg would come on the show if you talked to him? I don't think he wants to talk to me.
No,
I emailed him.
I emailed him again.
So. I emailed him again recently just to let him know I was thinking about him because I saw that Podcast Beyond was doing something like, I don't know if this is accurate, but something like its 800th episode, something like that. And I emailed him. I'm like, hey, I saw this and was just thinking about you. He never emailed me back, which is totally fine. But maybe he would. It's clear that he doesn't really want to have anything to do with me. But maybe he would do the show with you. Would that be fun for the audience, or would that be more frustrating for the audience?
I don't know what I would talk to. What would we talk about? Him and I have no history.
I don't know.
And I think that it would be one of those things where it would be beyond an elephant in a room. It would be the room itself would be the elephant as far as what the conversation was. So, maybe, but
I wonder if he and I would even be able to do a show anymore together because it's been so long. It wouldn't be natural anymore. I don't know. I don't know if it would be possible. Like semantically, it would be possible, but would it be a good show? I don't know. What are you looking at? Tell me.
I was trying to see if I still had those emails.
Oh.
From either between you and I or with me and Greg. But because your email was colin@ign.com, right?
No, C Moriarty at IGN.com.
Oh, C Moriarty.
They wouldn't give me. Oh, no. Colin@ign.com was already taken by like an old employee.
Hey, I found the email. We still have it.
Oh, cool.
Let's see. I'd be happy to join you on your podcast, but my time is really tight for the next few weeks, unfortunately. Traveling for work in the coming days and have a ton of kind of funny stuff keeping me and us on the busy side. So, yeah, we had
funny to hear old me.
Yeah.
It was a different time, my friend. It was a different time, a different Colin. A more carefree Colin, but as depressed Colin. And somewhat anxious Colin, but an eager Colin, but also a frightened Colin, and inevitably a drunk Colin at that era. Okay.
Oh.
Again. All right, my friends. Let's see. What else is there to talk about here? Well, it's fun. I would love to hear. I'd like to hear that show at some point.
I'll see if I can find it in the archives, but
or as Ramon would say, the archives.
The archives.
Yeah.
No, what's up with that?
He just didn't know how to say it, and so I always made fun of him ever since.
Oh, so he's
I don't remember
himself.
exactly how it. I think 311 released an album called Archives or something, which was like a B-sides collection, and I think he was like, "Oh, you getting that Archives?" And I'm like, "What did you just say?" And then it's just one of those things that we never let go.
Sure.
It's like we used to call Ramon in college. We used to call him the scientist because he would make observations that were clear as day. We would walk outside and he's like, "Oh man, I noticed it was pretty cold out." Things like that. So my friend Chris we started calling him the scientist. So these things just stick around for no real reason. Archives. All right, let's see. Anything else here? Oh, no, we already read Brian's comment. I read that earlier.
Yeah.
There's not, I didn't find a lot this week in the thread that I really wanted to talk about from a silly point of view.
Yeah.
Some poop stories, I get it. A few odds and ends, I get it. I appreciate it. But nothing really pulling me in right now. Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like we've had quite a few tangents already. I don't know if we needed it.
Yeah, that's true. That's
hard
true.
to say.
All right, let's get into this. Brian Hunter wrote in, and we'll start talking about some of the news items here that we have to get through now. It says, greetings, sacred lads. Last week, you mentioned that due to Fair Games and Concord being at the PlayStation Showcase, they might have successfully passed the rigorous Bungie stress test that Factions didn't. However, it's important to consider that we only witnessed CG trailers for these two games, indicating that they are likely in their very early stages of development. In contrast, Factions has been in our knowledge for quite some time. It's plausible that the stress test for these games could be conducted at a later stage. While these games present promising concepts, there remains a possibility that Bungie might reassess them and decide to discontinue their development in a year or two. Yes, you did mention that Bungie took a look at all the upcoming live service projects, but maybe they approve the concepts, but the execution will be examined at a later date. Could the Bungie hammer keep coming down on these projects? No, Brian, I just wanted to say at the top, because I wanted to acknowledge your quote unquote correction or your indication to be included in our weekly collection segment of the show, but I don't agree with your assessment here. Here's why. Because it seems like, well, first of all, Herman Holst had noted that they were dispatched to all the live service games in the first and second party. So we know that. So as you said, and you acknowledge, that is a fact. But it's beyond that. It's that you don't announce games to cancel them. That would be insane. And that there's probably a more deep monetization scheme here than there ever existed at Factions. Factions began as a spinoff of a mode that was already in development for a $70 game. So it was not conceived in the beginning to be something like this. It's morphed into something else. And so I think things happen out of order. But there's no way that Sony would greenlight the games and then allow them to be shown like that and announced from their new studios, their newest first-party acquisitions, and for them to have not been greenlit for execution to come out. Those games are coming out. And I think that it's really as simple as modeling from the very beginning how you intend on making money from these products. Sony didn't have that advantage with Naughty Dog and Factions because it wasn't conceived as a live service game. So I think that makes a lot of sense to me. You couldn't. What's the last time Sony announced a first party game that didn't come out? The last second party game of consequence was probably that game Wild from Michel Ancel that was announced at Gamescom probably 10 years ago. And that game never did come out. And of course, nothing he ever did ever came out because he was also doing Beyond Good and Evil 2 at that time.
And that's not coming out, it seems.
No.
Ever.
But that would be insanity. So I just don't think that analysis is on point. I appreciate what you're trying to say, but for people, I'd like to disabuse people of that notion. It seems like some games got greenlit, some games didn't. Remember, Deviation. So Sony reveals Fair Games and Concord at the same time. It clearly cancels Deviation's game, and that game will never be announced. And so that all came from the same round. Bungie has some scalps as well. If what you're saying is true, then why wouldn't they have just announced the Deviation game too?
Yeah, and it's funny because the Deviation games, it, at least from an outside perspective, sounded like it maybe had the most promise with the Call of Duty devs behind it.
But then after that one guy left, the writing was on the wall. But the same thing happened. Haven lost one of their co-founders before they were acquired too, and that seemed like a bad sign. So who the hell knows, man? It was the Zombies guy. I can't remember his name, but the guy that did Zombies was the guy that was with Deviation and then left. All right. So Brian, thank you for writing in. I don't know if you saw this, but Jonathan Rumor wrote into us and said, "Hey, Sacred Gamists. Recently, Games Industry Biz ran an article interviewing Brian Ward, the new CEO of Saudi Arabia's Savvy Games Group, in which he spouts milquetoast corporate platitudes downplaying the country's flagrant human rights abuses and suggests that this criticism is based in ignorance. My question is this. Between Bobby Kotick seemingly dismissing criticism of him and his leadership as anti-Semitic and this, I didn't see that. Do these bigwigs actually think people believe these alternate reality narratives? Is this meant for us investors or regulators? Anyway, stay haram stay haram or stand down or stay down. Can't speak today. So did you read this article by chance? This comes from James Batchelor, the EIC of Games Industry Up-Is, and he got to sit down with Brian Ward. Now, I've spoken about Brian Ward in the past on the show, and as I have to look at my notes, but I'm pretty sure I reached out to them through their PR channels some months ago to try to talk to them. They're never going to talk to me, but I would like to try. I called this guy in some way, and it's a very personal thing to say, but it's not meant personally about like the man himself, but it is what it is. It's like he's a sellout. He worked at EA and Activision and Microsoft on their brands, and he literally moved to Saudi Arabia to help normalize and help this company function, get capital, try to court developers and investment all over the world. And so it's a conflict because of what was said in the letter from Jonathan here, where Saudi Arabia is just a guilty of massive human rights abuses, the likes of which would never be seen in the United States, in the modern United States, and even in the not so modern United States, frankly. And I think it matters. I don't know if you saw recently, I know you're not a sports guy, but Live Golf and PGA merged.
Yeah.
That blew my mind. That level of absolute craven, money hungry insanity. Just absolutely fucked. I don't know if you thought about this. I felt so bad for the PGA golfers, and I don't know if you thought about it from this perspective, but you probably did, and I'm sure a lot of people out there did. These guys held the line for PGA and said, we're not going to take this exorbitant amount of money that's being offered. One of the guys gave an interview. I don't know modern golfers very well at all, but one of the guys gave an interview at the PGA that's a golfer, and he was like, I'm already rich. Well, I really appreciated it. He's like, I'm already rich. I already have tens of millions of dollars. Like, what do I care to sell my soul, basically? And a lot of guys did do that. But here's the fucked up part. By taking the Live Golf money, those guys were basically excommunicated from the PGA. But now that they're merging, they're back in the PGA. So not only did they get their cake, they ate it too. And the guys who held the line for the PGA got nothing. So the dudes that sold their souls got rewarded, while the guys that did the right thing got fucked. And I really, really hope that someone steps into it, whether it's the government of the United States or someone else stops this from happening. It's so conspicuous, especially because as far as I understood, Live Golf was losing. And this is where Mike and I had a really deep conversation, and how it gets into what we're talking about here with Savvy Game Group is it doesn't really matter what the market economic realities are if you're throwing around this much money. We're talking about the private investment, fund of Saudi Arabia. Dude, they're looking, and I don't know if you read in this story, by 2030, they want to create domestically 39,000 game development jobs. That's 2 Ubisofts in size. And it's all part of this Vision 2030 thing of kind of diversifying away from the petrodollar in Saudi Arabia. But I encourage people to go read this piece if they want from gamesindustry.biz. It's called What is Savvy Games Group and How is it Trying to Change Saudi Arabia's Image? I think people look at this problem, Dustin, and I'll throw it to you obviously, as I think they look at it a little bit in reverse. It's not that I think that Savvy Games Group is not going to employ women or not going to employ gay people at their various developers. They're going to, they have to. Those are the mores of the industry. And it's not to say that they're going to release these video games where women are cloaked like ninjas and you can't see them and they can't, they have to be accompanied by a male adult and you can't be gay and all those things. I don't think that it's going to play into the content at all. But you have to understand that's why it's fucked up in some way. That's a different kind of fucked up if they did that, and that's an easier to identify fucked up. But what they're really doing is saying, we give a flying fuck. We could give 2 shits less about what you think about Saudi Arabia, what you think about our society. We're going to create products for you that have nothing to do with our domestic market. For instance, The Last of Us Part 2 is banned in Saudi Arabia because the main character is a lesbian. That's 100% true. But they're not going to do anything like that. They're going to sell things overseas, and then they're going to take your money. And they're going to use it to fund their backwards culture and their backwards society. And that's kind of fucked up. Because they don't even believe it. That's I guess what I'm saying. Like, they don't even believe what they practice. They just want to have it all. They're going to keep their boot on gay people. They're going to keep their boot on women. They're going to keep their boot on Yemen. They're going to do all of these different things. But they're going to take all your money and you're going to give it to them. And I'm put off by it. I'm put off by people. I'm put off by our own people in the West helping them normalize themselves. It's exactly what I said about Sean Layden working with Tencent. They are helping them. It's not simply working for them at that level, at that monetary level. When you're working in Riyadh, when you're taking millions of dollars for consulting, like some of these guys do, you are helping them. And you have to understand what that comes, why that... It frustrates me that people don't understand why it matters. Whether or not you make any adjustments to your life, whether or not we are all hypocrites, which we are all hypocrites in this regard, but it's also because companies like this and people like this and societies like ours allow it for there to be no solution except for to just buy in. You're either in or you're out. You want a manufactured good, it's coming from China. You want a Capcom game, okay, 10% of that money is going to Saudi Arabia. And there's just nothing you can do about it. And it becomes, and the Live Golf PGA thing was just a sign, a really disenchanting, really deflating sign that it doesn't matter how popular it doesn't matter how much people hate you, you dangle enough money and everyone's going to say yes. And I wonder how much is enough. If you have millions of dollars or tens of millions of dollars, what does tens of millions of dollars or hundreds of millions of dollars materially do for you apart from if it means you have to sell your soul to get it? I can understand rags to riches, maybe. I don't know. I'm going on and on. I'm frustrated by this. I wonder what you think.
Yeah, looking through this interview is really funny. I understand that he's doing his job. So, but doing your job sometimes like this will come at the cost of your integrity, as you were saying, Colin. And some of the questions in here are really funny, where they ask him about discrimination in the country and the treatment of women. He says, first of all, I think we need to challenge the premise of your question. I think people would be surprised to learn how much transformation has occurred in the country in the last 5 years. I probably work with more women than men, to be honest. It's like, okay, so the house is on fire, but not the room you're in, so it's fine, And there's other parts too where they talk about sports washing, and he says it implies that we've got an ambition or an underlying strategy to do something different than build a great games company. It's like, oh yeah, you're in it to build the great games company and to make art. It's like, no, I don't think so. I get it that the people that make the games themselves, that's their ambition, but this is a money thing, 100%. And the unfortunate part is that for a lot of people, and we talk about the idea of the moralistic spending and not spending and stuff like that. And it's impossible to completely give money to only stuff you agree with. But at the same time, too, it's important to be conscious of where the money is going. And I think sometimes you should make decisions based on that. And so, yeah, the money, there may be just people making games and living their lives from that, but the money is also going somewhere, and you should be aware of that.
That's the whole point, is that it's easy to point at the little person like us or the consumer, right? And say, well, you're not making any different choices. You're eating the factory pork or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but there's no reasonable way for me to not eat this because there's no market solution, because money rules everything. Nothing else matters. And it becomes so frustrating to live in a situation where money dictates so obvious, the dictates of money rather, is so obvious that we will overlook connections, corporate, social, political, whatever, with despotic, backwards regimes that treat people the way we would never treat them for reasons so obvious, because of money, because of oil, because of whatever. I mean, we do business with a communist dictatorship in China. We're each other's biggest customers. And I just want to remind people, when you're giving money and when you're doing business in Saudi Arabia, this is what you're dealing with. This is from the government of the United Kingdom. Men and women are required to refrain from public displays of affection. Swearing and making rude gestures are considered offensive acts, and violators can be subjected to local laws. Local laws require men and women to dress modestly, covering shoulders and knees in public, avoid tight-fitting clothing or clothes with profane language or images. And then both men and women are advised not to wear shorts or sleeveless tops when going to government buildings, blah, 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 blah. And then they go in, homosexual or extramarital sexual relations, including adultery, are illegal and can be subject to severe penalties. It's also illegal to be transgender. Transgender people traveling to Saudi Arabia are likely to face significant difficulties and risk if this is discovered by authorities. The industry speaks a pretty big game about this stuff. We'll see when these games start getting published and funded entirely by the private or the public investment fund of Saudi Arabia. We'll see if the rubber hits the road. It's what we used to make fun of that website. What was that website that Tencent owned? Not The Gamer. Why can't I think of it? It's I'm not even trying to be facetious. I can't remember the
I know
name
what you're talking. Hold on. Tencent owned gaming.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. It's not Waypoint.
Fanbyte,
right. Fanbyte. Well, we used to make fun of them because it's a choice to work for a company that's owned by, a company that has the Communist Party of China has golden shares in and dictates its policies and all of the rest and kind of works in conjunction with it. That's a choice. And that's a pretty significant choice. It's a choice to buy something from a company like that but that's a lesser choice. To really help function in a company like that, it's a choice. And so it's going to be a choice to work for the developers and the publishers that take money from these companies. And the reason that Level Infinite and Tencent are being so quiet about their games in development, and maybe that will change at the Summer Games Fest, I don't know, but the reason that this is because what are you going to talk about? Anyone who sees those games that Level Infinite are going to release, whether they're going to be good or not, whether I play them or not, I don't know, but you must ask about their connections and what they think. And I don't like being like, do you disavow? I don't think you need to do that kind of stuff. People do that shit to me, and I don't do that. I don't play that game. So I'm not saying like, do you disavow the communists? But just, but ask them like, do you understand that you're working in conjunction with a totalitarian dictatorship with a murderous human rights abuse record, and that it does matter? People talk about keep your politics out of games. I don't think every video game has to be political, but the creation of video games is political. So things to keep in mind. I would highly suggest to the motivated to read that article over at Games Industry Biz. I wanted to ask you quick before we're going to get into some Apple related news, but I actually wanted to start with Shad Vegas, who says, hey guys, I'll keep it simple. The Apple Vision Pro is prohibitively expensive, but will it be the arbiter for VR that finally brings widespread adoption? The MetaQuest has done a lot for VR, but that Apple logo is very enticing to many consumers. Looking forward to your thoughts, and thanks for the amazing content. I saw this device. It looks really cool. It's very expensive at $3,500. I would never spend $3,500 on something like that, and I don't really know what I would do with it anyway, but it's pretty neat. Do you think that this new device will matter and be? Apple is often the market leader ultimately of other people's ideas, whether it's smartphones and MP3 players and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The graphical user interface. I mean, these are just different things that they didn't start, they just popularized. And so is it possible that they're about to do it again?
Yeah. Well, to be clear, for sure, this is the most advanced looking VR headset ever created. I'm not saying that justifies the insane price point, but it makes sense. To me, this kind of feels like they're doing a soft launch in that this is for developers, their most hardcore and wealthy enthusiasts, and that's pretty much it. I don't think they expect this. There's no way. Apple is smart enough to know this is not a mass market consumer product at that price point. So I think that they're kind of putting this out there and letting developers figure out what it's supposed to do. That's the thing for me, that when I watched the conference and looked at the device afterwards, I thought, man, this looks really, really cool. Very immersive. The screens, the amount of tech in there is super cool. But at that price point, it needs to really do something valuable, right? Because, for example, I have a MacBook Pro that was thousands of dollars, very expensive, but it has a very specific use for my job. And that's why it was justifying that price, is the tool as a tool and how I use it. They, in that conference, didn't justify what it does better than any other computing device, other than the entertainment aspect, which, sure, if you've got $3,500 and you want to blow that so you can watch a plane and watch a movie on a plane and kind of look like an idiot, cool. Which eventually those norms, I think, will happen, where people will be wearing VR headsets all over the place. But for now, it's one of those things that I don't think it's really meant for us. But from the gaming perspective, that barely anything, which I thought was really interesting. They mentioned about you can hook up a standard controller to it and play Apple Arcade, but it's not like this thing is going to play Beat Saber, because there's just no motion controllers. It's all done through your hands. So I'm very curious on where this will go, but not in the immediate future. More like the next 5 years, when they eventually come out with a Apple Vision SE or some kind of lower cost product that is meant to be mass market, that the apps will be there and the design will be there. So it's definitely soft launch territory, if you ask me.
Well, I think Apple is kind of smart in the sense that, first of all, I'm a big fan of Apple. I was noting this on Discord to some of our readers. We were talking about companies, and I'm like, I actually have I'm a bit loyal to Apple. I feel like they're a really great company. I don't use their computers anymore because I find Windows just better and PCs just better for me. I'm not a very sophisticated user of computers, though, so you shouldn't take me very seriously on that. But I have had MacBooks in the past, and I've been a long time iPhone user for, I don't know, 13 years or something like that, or maybe even more than that. And I had several iPods, and I had an iPad, and now I have an Apple Watch, and I've always found them to be, in my opinion, I feel like they've kind of earned their reputation. Is it expensive? Yes. Is it too expensive? Probably. But I do think that comes from a place of, it works consistently, it works well, it doesn't break, it's kind of it's harmonious with other products that you release. Although I was talking about my text not coming through because of my phone, I had to restart it. But generally speaking, my experience before that with, like, for instance, smartphones, when I had a Palm Pre and stuff, it was cool, but they broke and they were just different. I think that loyalty Apple has, I don't think Apple would have this long tail loyalty, including having almost really gone away in the mid 90s and then coming back because of its most loyal fans before there was anything like the Apple we know today. It's kind of interesting that they're releasing a product like this, because you would imagine that it's going to sell tens of thousands of units regardless, if not more than that, just because it's an Apple product. And so they will be able to proliferate it to the people that kind of matter in that space, and they will be able to kind of wedge it and force it as the cost comes down and as the functionality increases, or the potential functionality increases. I always I'm very interested in Apple's long rumored Project Titan for the same reason, which is their car, which is that I feel like if they get involved in one of these markets, they do it with intent. Like, it's going to be something different than what the others do. That was what the iPhone was all about. People, do you remember how mad I remember how mad I was when I was like, where are the buttons?
Mm-hmm.
And I had my Palm Pre and I was like, why the fuck wouldn't I want buttons? And they were just, I guess what I'm saying is, they're the company that has shown me over and over again in my own experience. So this is just for me, but they've shown me over and over again in my own consumer experience, like, oh no, you do want this. Oh no, you do like this. No, trust us, this is good. They're pretty much always right. So there is something to that for me as a consumer that I'd be very interested in at a better price point.
Yeah, the price point is just so incredibly prohibitive. It's so funny. Did you see the video of the people they invited to Apple Park? They had them all sit in outside and watch the conference on a big screen, and someone recorded a video of the moment they announced the price.
Reactions. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
It sounded like at a sports arena or something, when someone misses a ball or something. It's just an like all at once. So it is, I feel hopeful and also scared of a VR future like this, because for me, VR has been so fun because it's just been a side product or part of my life. But I don't like the idea of a VR consuming future. I think about how the iPhone and smartphones has consumed all of us. And maybe this product or this platform really doesn't have that kind of stickiness, and so maybe it won't. But I don't know, man. Seeing the see-through, it's not really see-through, but the eyes on the front really freaked me out. It made my stomach turn a tiny bit when I saw that. I thought, oh no, what are we getting ourselves into?
It looks like something from Black Mirror for sure.
Yeah.
But how do you feel about my glowing review of Apple though as a company? Are you are you equally as engaged with them? I just find it funny, and I'm not trying to be a dickhead, but when Android people get upset about my Apple fandom or other people's Apple fandom, I'm like, be into what you want to be into. I have no problem with that. But it is preposterous to pretend that we are in some sort of massively inferior environment. It's actually perfect for what I want. There's nothing it could possibly be doing that I want. People are like, you can't sideload fucking whatever on it and hack your thing. It's like, I don't want to do that. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
In fact, I like kind of the safety that comes along with that, the general safety, the relative safety of being like, this thing is locked up as best as it's going to be. That comes at a cost, but for fucking Luddites like me, it all kind of works really well. I see the attractiveness at Apple at every level, and I'm wondering what you think.
As with a lot of things, I have mixed feelings in that I am a hardcore Apple user. I have an iPhone, I have a MacBook, I have an iPad Pro, and I will consistently have those things. And I feel like I am, at least when it comes to the computer, the tool aspect, I worked on a PC for 10 years, or maybe not quite 10 years, but all of my last job, I worked on a PC, and I had a MacBook at home for my own projects. And when it comes to my type of work, it's just night and day. The Mac was so much easier and so much more reliable. And I agree also when it comes to phones, just that I had an Android phone. This was years ago, and I think Android is way, way, way better than it used to be. But I still think the iPhone is the top of it, totally the best when it comes to smartphones. I think that it's difficult because there are Apple fans out there that are, it feels like they're drinking the Kool-Aid. There is a cult mentality where people will act like Apple invented things or did things and they're the first ones to do it when they're clearly not. A lot of the features they showed for the new iOS, yeah, they are things that have been done in Android years and years before. But Apple usually, not always, has a way of doing it that's just better. Usually, not always, but I can't also ignore that Apple can be a really, really shitty company when it comes to how they treat their customers, particularly when it comes to repairing your own products, when it comes to the way they nickel and dime you for ridiculous shit, whether it's a dongle or if you want to get this accessory or whatever, or you got to re-upgrade to this. They are very good at knowing their own value. Maybe that's to their benefit. And I mean, it is to their benefit when it comes
definitely to the benefit of the shareholder.
Benefit of the shareholders for sure. But they're a company that really, it's weird because they really, when they present themselves, they want you to feel like you're part of this community, that Apple is different than everyone else. And in some ways, I think that they are in how they view their products, right? The products themselves, I like. Apple as a company and how they treat customers when you're close to them and have to deal with them and buy their stupid shit or have to deal with upgrade or repairs or anything like that, that's when they get dicey. But what company isn't like that? Really, when it comes to, I've had so many shitty interactions, whether it's my old Samsung TV that just died within the first 2 years and then they barely wanted to do anything for me that I spent over $1,000 on, all kinds of garbage. So I don't know. You pick your poison wherever you go. It's just in what ways and at what price.
Yeah, Apple's people would argue that when a company scales to the size of Apple, that really boutique level customer service is not possible. But I disagree, especially because they have storefronts where they could really make that happen. And it is like, my experiences in Apple stores have been fine. Like, you make your appointments and do all that. It's totally fine. But I look at a company like Amazon that I think really, really does it right, where they seem to have an algorithmic sort of thing where they just trust you. If you say like, oh, I don't want this anymore because of this reason, like, fine, just keep it, or send it back for no problem, or exchange it. And then you could tell if I don't take advantage of it, but I know people have. I buy a shit ton of things from Amazon. Well, they'll start challenging you more, asking you what's wrong with products and all that kind of stuff. And so in other words, they give you the benefit of the doubt. And I think every company at size can learn something from that, because what are you really losing at the margins by just treating your customers 10% better or something? That keeps them around and keeps them loyal. Amazon keeps me around because of that really reliable service. Apple keeps me around because of the really reliable products. Although I will say too, as a kind of a late adopter of many technologies, including the iPhone back in the day, my first iPhone was the iPhone 4.
Mine too.
And my first watch is the new watch, the SE watch or whatever. But that's the whole point, is that I've waited long enough where I find that Apple has successfully explored the low end to the best of their, not ability, but to the most that they're going to do, to where I paid only $250 for this watch. I was like, that seems like totally fucking appropriate to me. That seems great. And then I don't know what they call this phone, but it's the one where it still has the button on it.
SE2, maybe?
SE2, yeah, something like that. I don't know. I love it. And I think I paid $500 or $600 or something like that for it. Something, maybe not even. And so I'm not even a high-end Apple user, but this will kind of play into what we are going to talk about next. But I do wonder, we always talk about buyers for PlayStation and buyers for Sony. And I noted, it came up in Discord. This was what I was talking about earlier about why this was coming up. I really cringe at the idea of bigger companies coming in and buying Sony or peeling PlayStation off for themselves. Which, I mean, all these different things are possible. I don't know that will happen. Sony is doing great, but people talk about these things nonetheless in an era of acquisitions and mergers. I have to be honest and say that Apple's the only company that would be in that conversation that wouldn't make me uncomfortable, that I actually think wouldn't do anything bad to PlayStation. And in fact, would probably make PlayStation even better. And I wonder what you think of this. I kind of consider those brands not equivalents, because they're different brands, but they're both kind of high-end electronics makers. Sony is a high-end electronics maker, and I think PlayStation is considered the high-end console or the high-end ecosystem. And that kind of seems equivalent to what Apple does on iOS. Like, do you feel that those two companies would actually more natively or naturally go together if they were forced to?
Well, I can see that Sony, and obviously any company, wants to be more Apple-like. And I've noted this in the past on the show, that I see them making moves that are more in line with that, where you see stuff like a premium controller that is definitely more expensive than it should be, but still right within the range where if it's just good enough, you'll buy it. And it's just worth the price, right? Their new premium line of headphones, giving people the options of these more expensive things. And so I can see them sort of adopting some of that stuff, where they're looking at their market and seeing themselves as a higher end brand, or at least in the same way with Apple. You were mentioning that you have two SE products, and those are their, I don't want to say low end, but their entry level, that are at entry level prices. And I think Sony looks at themselves and says, hey, we have these products. And I'm not saying the PS5 is an entry level product at $500, but I guess in the world of Apple, something for $500 is the baseline. So they're looking at ways that they can expand and give more options for high end, and it shows that people are interested in those types of things. As far as Apple buying Sony, this is tough for me, because I think about a company like Beats, and Beats to me was not a very good company. Even though they were very successful, they were really good at marketing mediocre headphones that did not sound very good. And since then, after Apple's purchase, which a lot of that had to do with Apple Music, the more recent Beats headphones, particularly their most recent earbuds, are actually pretty damn good. So you've seen that they've had a material effect on the products that Beats makes. So it's not really a direct comparison, but you could see that Apple takes good care of the companies they buy. But the thing that I think about with Sony is just how big they are outside of PlayStation. Obviously, PlayStation is one of their absolute biggest verticals, but you think about Sony Music and Sony Pictures and all the different electronics and stuff. I just wonder how that would all fit together unless there was some kind of sale of just the PlayStation brand. But I don't see Sony doing that either. It would be a pretty big industry-wide shakeup as far as technology products.
Yeah. Again, this is all hypothetical. It's just people talking about this. So I thought, from time and again, now it could happen. It could happen hostily as well. So it's not like they can even stop it from happening if someone wanted to go and try to buy the company outright. But I think that it would come at a great cost. And I think actually what would be interesting about that particular combination would be Sony's ability to help Apple on the content front. But I think Apple has a pretty good thing going on the content front too right now, from all signs, or a lot of murmurs out of Apple TV. And I don't know, those two companies do seem somewhat equivalent to me, but I don't have anywhere near the loyalty to Sony that I do to, as a company, as I do to Apple, where I don't own any Sony electronics, I don't think, except for whatever my PlayStations. I own different TVs. I haven't owned my first TV that I ever bought was a Sony Trinitron. I think it was like 30 inches. Yeah. It was, or something. It was a beast. But
that's what this is back here, is a Trinitron.
Yeah. Maybe it was even that size, but I haven't owned a Sony TV since then. And I don't own Sony electronics otherwise. I did own a Vio. I had my first computer was also a Sony, but I feel like they had like a stronger reputation for electronics in the 90s than they do now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe that's crazy, but I feel like that name really meant something. I feel like that was part of the reason why PlayStation worked, was because it was like, oh, Sony. Yeah. Now PlayStation is almost bigger than Sony, but that wasn't the case. And I think that was a big reason why. But I could be wrong. You know what I used to love reading was my dad still gets it every month, is Consumer Reports. I love that magazine, and they used to like rank everything and have all the different electronics makers and stuff. And so I used to keep an eye on things that way.
I was just thinking, I didn't know what Sony products that I bought outside of PlayStation, and I'm wearing Sony headphones right now that are awesome. These they're technically wireless. I just use them plugged in, but they're noise canceling over-the-ear headphones. They're freaking sick. They're the best headphones I've ever owned. So
sweet.
Yeah, and a lot of people love these. So they still have some space, but you're right in that I think that where I viewed them as most prominent was in the music space, whether it is a Sony Walkman, of course, huge. Right. And then with the iPod and then smartphones, that's kind of gone by the wayside. So yeah, kind of weird.
Mini disc. I had a mini disc player.
Mini disc.
I actually returned it because I was like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with this thing.
Yeah.
All right. We brought up Apple, and I wanted to talk about this. I didn't mean to get into such a long conversation, although that was fun. I'm sure the audience didn't mind. But the reason that it came up is because something interesting happened. Death Stranding Director's Cut is coming to Apple Mac. There's a write-up on Kojima's website about this, and it just says Kojima Productions and 505 Games announced Mac version of Death Stranding Director's Cut at WWDC 23 on Tuesday, June 6th. Pre-orders for the product set for release by the end of 2023 began today on Mac App Store, so you can go check that out. End of 2023 for this game. Hideo Kojima said, quote, I have been a diehard Apple fan since I bought my first Mac back in 1994, and it has been a dream of mine to see my team's best work come to life on the Mac. Death Stranding Director's Cut on the Mac takes advantage of the latest Apple technologies to provide the best experience to our fans. End quote. So this is interesting and relevant because though 505 Games is acting as a proxy and a publisher, just like they did with the PC version, this must have been in the language, because I don't think that, in other words, 505 Games must necessarily be attached to computer versions of the game, because neither Kojima nor Apple nor Sony need them. So they're obviously included because they have to be, I would imagine. But 505 bringing it over to Mac is an interesting sign, because that is a Sony IP. It's still lost in the weeds, and it's becoming a little more clear that Sony is willing to do a few different things with their IP. And I think the Tomorrow Children was a really great example of that, where they basically revived this dead IP and signed it over, although they still own a piece of it, I think, but signed it over to Q Games and allowed them to revive this dead PS4 game. I think that was a sign of a different company that's willing to bend things in different ways. So as I understand it, this would be the first PlayStation game, like PlayStation published, PlayStation funded game on Mac. Right? And if that's true, is this a sign of things to come?
That's always hard to say with Apple and gaming, because they have done weird initiatives to try to get more games on Mac, and it ebbs and flows, but it never actually takes off. I remember my first MacBook, the MacBook Pro with the Retina screen, when they debuted that, they brought out Blizzard to talk about Diablo 3 on Mac. And it was like, hey, you can game on this thing. And then eventually Valve even put out Mac support for Steam, which still exists, but it's been so dicey now with their new M1 chips. And so last year, the big game for Mac was Resident Evil Village was the game that they kind of were like, hey, look, it runs on Mac. And then nothing really else happened. This year does feel a little different in that they released a tool that allows people to have a translation layer where you can just take a DirectX 12 game and then use this translation layer and it'll play on your MacBook. It's a developer tool, but I saw people had Spider-Man running on their MacBook natively through this tool. Again, it simply is designed by Apple to let developers test to see if their game will run and how it will look if they decide to port it over. But that's a pretty strong initiative for Apple to say, we're going to try to make things as easy as possible for developers to push games over to Mac. But I don't know, it's a catch-22 in that I just don't think people are looking to game on their MacBook. I certainly am not. That's why I have a gaming PC. I would never expect my Mac to be a good gaming device. Don't get me wrong. I would love it if I could play Diablo 4 on it just as an easy, if I'm traveling or something like that, then I can hop in for a little bit. But I don't, we'll see how it ends up working out and how Death Stranding does. But it would have to take a really, really strong push from Apple to even move the needle. And even then, I just think that maybe that die is cast at this point with Valve and PCs.
Yeah, I wonder, I was just looking up statistics here to see what Mac OS's install base is, and they say there's probably 100 million or so active Mac users. I don't know. That's not a very small group of people. That's a big group of people if you wanted to make some sort of hardcore games client. And why wouldn't you want to do that? Right? Like and why? Because they've already made some of the most hardcore clients for other things. Like iTunes was a revolution. If you read, I think Microsoft and others, a lot of these things come out through lawsuits and everything, but iTunes was so revolutionary when it came out that the executives of other companies were being like, we were totally lapped and blindsided and embarrassed how off we were about this stuff when Apple created a marketplace. And I'm surprised that the canny operators at Apple haven't looked at something like Steam and been like, well, we can definitely learn something from that. And they've always learned something from someone else. They were never really first to anything. Whether it's the mouse and the graphical user interface and all that they really got from Xerox, or the lawsuits they got involved with Microsoft, when Microsoft was basically accusing them of taking Windows and putting it onto Mac as its native operating system and all the rest. They've always embraced that pirate-like mentality of taking something and they often make it way better. So take a Steam and what could you do to make that work? 100 million people is a pretty interesting place to start, but I think that would require them, and this is maybe what the tool set that you're describing is, it would probably require them to really invest a lot of their own money to make that happen, risk a lot of money and pay for people to come over, just like Epic is having to do. It doesn't really seem like it's working great for Epic. I don't know how what their metrics are. I would doubt that they're making a profit on the games that they're basically bringing over exclusively for timed exclusive windows on the Epic Game Store, but there is just an opening there. And then when you think about that opening, you think about PlayStation's ability to help them. What if PlayStation games came to Mac? And I'm not saying all of them, but the ones that are on PC would come to Mac. Would Sony pay for that? Would Apple pay for that? Would there be any interest in that? Would that matter? I don't know. But it just came to mind because it seems, in other words, this is a long-winded way of saying Sony is clearly okaying this, and it might be a sign of things to come. I maybe not. It could be as simple as Kojima likes Apple. So
yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Have you seen these weird tweets going on from Final Fantasy VII's account? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What is going on with these? Actually, shout out to Push Square, our friends over there at the website Push Square, because they keep writing these articles that are making fun of them, where it says like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will have music. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will have a story. Anyway, just to give people a little bit of an idea before I kick it over to you, Final Fantasy VII's official Twitter account, and I'm sure other social media feeds are pushing these developer comments made on these, very shareable image backdrops, and it's like question and then answer, and they're kind of silly. But the one I wanted to bring up wasn't so silly, which is, do I need to play Final Fantasy VII Remake to enjoy Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? And the answer is no. We have made preparations so that players who did not get a chance to play the first game can fully enjoy Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. That sucks. Want to hear that? That makes me, I hope the preparations are that you made a 5-minute video or something explaining the story. But I hope they're not trying to do some procedural Law and Order bullshit where the game's going to feel like a complete game on its own and it doesn't necessarily need that tether. Don't do that. I hope that's not what they mean. What do you think this is all about? And why would you want to play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth if you didn't play Final Fantasy VII Remake? Why?
Yeah.
Doesn't even make any sense.
No, it absolutely doesn't. When I read this, we have made preparations. That sounds like they've prepared a thing that you can watch or something like that. I can't imagine that they would bake the game from the beginning that way. Just seems like a huge misfire to do that. But as far as these weird tweets, Colin, a lot of people are speculating that maybe when people are listening to us, they've seen a new trailer from Keighley's Summer Game Fest.
Right.
And so we may be talking about it.
We're going to cut in that news, by the way, later in the show if anything happens. So yes.
Right. So we may talk about this game later in the show. We might not, but it seems like we would. Why would they just come out of nowhere to start answering questions that no one is asking? No one's asking these questions. Will Final Fantasy VII Rebirth have new original music? I would fucking hope so.
Yeah, one of them is so funny. It says, question, how will players journey through the world outside of Midgar in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? Answer, players will be able to journey across the wide and multifaceted world with a high degree of freedom, experiencing a myriad of different stories along the way. Thank you, Naoki Hamaguchi. And then what was the one? Let's see. No, that one's not funny enough. No, that one's not funny enough either. Here's the one you were talking about. Will Final Fantasy VII Rebirth have original music? Many new tracks have been created for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and we will be making some new arrangements of tracks from Final Fantasy VII Remake as well. Why
Wow. I'm blown away.
Why is Japanese game PR so awkward? It's not always, but it's getting less so, but it's often still the case. This is awkward, stilted, dumb stuff. Why we don't need to talk about this game like this. You're saying nothing. You don't need to say very much. We really just need one trailer and a little bit of gameplay. And I don't even really need to see anything more than that, personally. I'm going to be all over this thing.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to be up inside of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Deep inside of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And before I play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I'm going to go back to the PS5 version of Final Fantasy VII Remake that I saved for myself very wisely. I didn't pop the trophies automatically or ruin that for myself like so many other people did. I said, I'm going to wait. And I'm going to play it again when Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2 comes out. And so I'm going to enjoy that. I'm going to do the Yuffie DLC that I never did. Intergrade. I can't wait. I'm going to be playing Spider-Man before Spider-Man 2 comes out. I'm going to be playing Alan Wake before Alan Wake 2 comes out. And I'm going to be playing Final Fantasy VII Remake before Final Fantasy VII Rebirth comes out. And it's going to be a grand old time for everyone.
Hell yeah.
Really enjoy that. Maybe we'll be able to revisit all those games in a Sacred Symbols Plus episode each, which will be fun as well. All right. Dustin, I'm pleased to report to you that Yuji Naka is going to prison. The Sonic the Hedgehog co-creator, according to website Video Games Chronicle, Yuji Naka faces a prison sentence of 2.5 years and a fine of over $1.2 million for his part in an insider trading schemes at Square Enix. Does this remind you a little bit of Al Capone getting arrested for tax evasion? You kind of get your man in the end, don't you?
Yeah.
So the crimes that Yuji Naka has committed against humanity, and they are myriad, demonstrable, and everlasting at this point. We never were able to snag him for that, but we got him for this ancillary thing. He's still going to the same big house to serve 2.5 years. Did we get our man?
Yeah, I think we definitely did. And man, it just, I shout out to VGC and many other places as well, that they're always using this picture of Yuji Naka in the top hat.
Yeah.
From Balan Wonderworld. It's so good every time. Man, this man, insider trading, not a good thing to do. I like this part in the article. The prosecutor's office also ordered a fine of 2.5 million yen and a supplementary penalty of 170 million yen, claiming Naka, quote, showed no signs of remorse. So he's going to jail, and he does not care.
Do you think he's going to get they're going to give him a Sonic tattoo in the prison?
I'm telling you, we just missed the overlap where in some reality, maybe Yuji Naka could have been in jail with Christian, the god figure of Sonic.
That would have been amazing. Yeah. Oh my God, that would have been amazing. There's like
why they would have switched countries?
Yeah, no one knows. Unclear.
That's not the point.
How did Christian leave Central Virginia and end up in Tokyo? We have no idea. Him showing no remorse is the best part. I love that. That
shows no remorse.
Because he seems to show no remorse for his other crimes either.
No.
So this really is a Al Capone tax evasion style. We got you, motherfucker. We got you. But it's not to say that insider trading is not a serious crime. It's a very serious crime. It's a totally unfair, like, white collar, moneyed person crime too. It's not even a crime that a lot of people could commit. And it's extra fucked up to use that information to alter markets and take advantage of it, much like every member of the House of Representatives does, for instance, here in the United States, with reckless abandon. All right. Yuji Naka, be well, stay safe. Keep that butthole clenched. I don't know if
in Japanese prison?
I don't know how it goes.
Dude, he's in there with the Yakuza.
Yeah, that's
maybe
true.
He'll come out all tatted up with Sonic tats.
Here's the thing about this. Yakuza, the real Yakuza, they're in there, right? They're in prison with him. Mm-hmm. Sega, the publisher of the old Yakuza games. Sega, the old employer of Yuji Naka, the creator of Sonic the Hedgehog. Does this create some sort of sympathetic relationship between Yuji Naka and the Yakuza? And does he come out perhaps some sort of criminal overlord?
Yeah.
Engaged, refreshed, with the backing of a international criminal organization behind him? I feel like we could have a more powerful, maybe this is like True Detective season 4,
right?
Or would it be 5? I don't know what season they're on now.
Dude, if that happens, we might have a target on us. Anyone who's ever talked shit on Sonic maybe becomes a target.
It's like I've said before, dude. I don't say a goddamn word about Sonic. I never said anything about Sonic on Twitter. I couldn't deal with the retaliation and what that would do to my ego and my sense of self-worth. Yuji Naka, be well. Speaking of Sega and Yakuza, I don't know if you saw this. Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name. Description, screenshots, and release date appear on PlayStation Store price tracker. This is according to our friends over at Gamatsu, Sal Romano, doing great work over there as always. For people that might remember this Like a Dragon or Yakuza spinoff, because Yakuza is now known as Like a Dragon, the series, comes to PS4 and PS5 on November 9th. And the PlayStation Store description opens the entire thing up. It says, once a legendary Yakuza, Kazuma Kiryu faked his own death and abandoned his name for the sake of protecting his family. Now, he is thrust into conflict by a mysterious figure attempting to drive him out of hiding. Under the codename Joryu, Kiryu embarks on a gripping action narrative with bone-shattering combat and vibrant locations filled with exciting characters and activities. Dustin, what do you think?
Yeah, so November 9th. This is good. Since we hadn't heard anything for a while, this is one of my games on our fantasy roster or whatever, Metacritic draft. And so it's good. It's coming out this year. That'll lock that in for me. But this one is, it's compelling that Yakuza went away from this character. They moved on when they switched over to Like a Dragon. And they really made a big deal, I believe, in Yakuza 6 that was his kind of swan song for Kiryu. But now they're just bringing him right back. They can't resist. No one's ever really gone. And so I'm not huge on Yakuza. I'd like to be, just haven't really made that commitment yet. So I'm really curious how the hardcore fans feel that their guy for that, the guy who was with them for well over a decade is now just getting dusted off once again. I don't know. That would annoy me a little bit personally. If you made a big deal about his, I don't know if it's a happy or sad ending, but an ending nonetheless, then just being brought back, it cheapens it,
Well, get used to it. Everyone's going to beat everything to death. And why not?
No one's ever really gone.
That's true. Friday the 13th, the game is being delisted. I don't know if you saw this information. Mm-hmm. This came by way of the official social media feeds of the game. And of course, the Friday the 13th game came by way of Ilphonic back in the spring of 2017 and has been running ever since. And it says, the time has come. Our license for Friday the 13th will expire on December 31st, 2023. On that date, Friday the 13th, the game will no longer be available for sale, both digitally and physically. The game will, however, continue to function through at least December 31st, 2024 if you already own it. At this time, we've made the decision to reduce the price to $4.99 for the base game and 99 cents for each piece of DLC content. We will continue to offer the title and content at that price point right up until it's removed from digital physical storefronts on December 31st, 2023. And they go on to thank their partners in development, their fans, of course. This game, like I said, launched in 2017 and ended up coming to all of the platforms in that generation. And it was fairly well liked, but the game, I don't think this is the first time that this game has experienced licensing issues, if I recall. I feel like there was a problem with an expiring license some years ago. And so I don't really understand why you would make a game like this and not have perpetual license. Why would you put yourself in that position? Are there many more deals like this? I can't think of too many more deals like this. But I'm wondering, did you care about this game? Did you like this game? Did you play this game? This is not a Colin style game at all. But I'm wondering what you think.
I've never played this game, never had any interest. I've never seen a Friday the 13th movie, but I know that this game had its fans. To my understanding, too, that the court battles that have involved this series go well beyond this game as well. There's so many movies in this series, it's not surprised that it's probably changed hands. And so maybe that's part of it, is just that the rights are a mess and the licensing in general. I want to say that there was some kind of change up at some point where they had planned to do DLC and then they had to cancel it because of rights stuff. So I think that there has been some turmoil for a while with this game, if I remember correctly. So as always, it's unfortunate to see a game exist and then not exist completely. I would expect that at the very least, modders will take and make private servers of the PC version to keep it around, preserved in some kind of way. But yeah, it's unfortunate if you bought something and it doesn't live forever, but that's just kind of the nature of these new types of online games, that they are not permanent.
Yeah, it says here on, is this the right? Yeah, is this the, Friday the 13th, the game, the Wikipedia page. It says, blah, 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 blah. Due to licensing issues with the co-creator, the game's servers were shut down in November 2020. However, the game is still available to play online through peer-to-peer matchmaking. The developers will continue to support the game until further notice. So this was back. That's so interesting. So yeah, this was back in 2020. So it's kind of been in this half-dead state, I guess, for a while anyway. But a lot of people seem to care. It's got a lot of interactions from just 4 hours ago when it was posted.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck to Friday the 13th. Not my kind of game, but I do like the series. I'll stick with this one here and read this one in for you a little bit. And this has to do with NCAA's upcoming return, which is really exciting to a lot of people because the series has been dormant for some time, since the PS3 era. Remington Wilson wrote in and said, "Colin, my father, I am in shambles. It was reported earlier today that the College Football Player Association is recommending players boycott the new NCAA football games because the players are being vastly undervalued. EA has offered each athlete $500 to have their NIL used in the upcoming game." So that's name and imaging license, I think, right? Or likeness, something like that. I'm really torn by this. I know college athletes deserve to get paid, but there are around 9,000 D1 football players that can opt in. $500 a piece would mean EA is shelling out close to $5 million total. At what point does EA throw their hands up again and decide the game isn't worth it? I think $500 is generous for 99% of the players who will just be happy to see their name in a video game. Just wanting your thoughts. Pray for us college football fans. So yeah, this was first broken by a website called On3. I don't know what it is, but it's like I should know. I do know. I should say I do know what it is. It's a sports business website, but I've never read it before, and I don't know its veracity. But they seem to have good connections here, and they basically note that college football players are being encouraged by the Players Association of D1 College Football to boycott the 2024 return of EA's vaunted NCAA game, that football game that was finally going to get real player licenses, because for their likenesses, their names, their images, and all of that. Because as people might remember, the NCAA games were like generalized rosters that were full of numbers that were indicating who they were, but that was about as deep as they can get without having the license for their likenesses. And that was at that time illegal. And one of the reasons why NCAA's football went away is because there was nothing you can really do about that, because at the time college athletes couldn't make money on their college athletics, which is no longer the case. And that of course was always stupid and always made no sense. So this opened up the floodgates. So basically what's being said here by the College Football Players Association is that the $5 million or $500 million payout is royalty free. So that's a flat payment for everyone. And that it's basically, I think, going to be a yearly payment, which is nice, but I don't really think it's that big of a deal on one hand, but I also feel like, why not just double it? All right, we'll give you $1,000. It will cost us $10 million. Your Electronic Arts, this game is going to do very, very well. Getting over the hump and having a realistic game is going to be everything. This, for people especially outside the United States that don't know, or people that are just not into sports, I think you know this because of the area you live in, and I certainly know this in the area I live in, is college football is fucking huge in the United States. And I imagine that an NCAA football game will do really, really high numbers when it comes back. Not maybe Madden level, but maybe, around there, possible. There's so much money in play now. The schools all want the money. The players all want the money. I think you start at the ground floor, take a nice, good $1,000 a player payment for this first year, see what happens, and then go on from there. And I think that is fair. First of all, most of college football's rosters are anonymous people that you'll never know and will never play professional football, never wanted to play professional football, got their free rides or whatever. So that's just a little bit of cash in their pocket, but it makes for a more realistic game. And what more do you really want? What do you think that if you play for some low level D1 school in the middle of the country and you're like the third string center, are you really going to hold out for more? Or are you just going to be amped that you're going to get $500 or $1,000 to just have your name and you could show all your friends and you could be there time immemorial? I understand that the professional sports leagues have their strong players associations where they deal with all the individual games on a licensing front and there's more money exchanged. And I understand that completely, but this is not professional sports. And so I don't know if you have much to say about this, but I wanted to introduce this. What do you think about 9,000 college players getting their $500 payment?
Well, I think that it sounds like to me that should be the minimum, in that if you're a star player for one of the big schools, then 500 doesn't seem like enough if you're one of the big draws of people wanting to play the game. But at the same time, like you said, if you're in a much smaller school and a unknown player, then 500 seems fine. But then you're talking just about the sheer amount of players that individually figuring those out would be really tough. But other than that, I don't know. Should they? So you're saying that 500 is enough? They should do more? Like you said, 1,000, right?
Well, no, yeah. I said on one hand, I feel like that's totally appropriate, right?
Yeah.
Because for what the value of most of the players would be. On the other hand, I would say if I were EA, we'll double it.
Yeah.
Like, what does it matter? That's a marginal rounding error for EA, and they're going to make all that money back on the most authentic product that they can make, and it just cannot be understated how deep into the weeds people are going to get with a D1 licensed NCAA football game with actual names in it.
Right.
It's going to be crazy. And so there are important things to keep in mind here, though. Just so there are a few things that I think people be interested in, and I won't get too far into the weeds. You might find this interesting just because you're into games as a a medium, but people don't consider how much athletes make when their names are in games like NBA 2K or their names are in games like Madden. And those numbers are actually available if you look. And this website On3 kind of published some of them, but some of them have already been known in the past. So that like, I think last generation, the NBA games were paying something like $1,500 a player a year. And Madden was paying something like $15,000 a player a year. So like everyone just gets that money. And that goes through the Players Association and bubbles up through your paycheck or whatever. These guys are arguing that they should get their money and all of this, but I would argue that getting just a little bit of money is better than nothing, yes, but your window to be in the NCAA game is very short. If you redshirt, let's say you'll be there for 5 years, but you can be there for 2 or 3 years. If you're a player that goes to the draft, you might be out of there after 3 years. So take your money while you can, because eventually when NCAA 27 comes out or whatever, you're not even going to be in the mix anyway. So you're not going to have an option. They might argue we want our money now and we want to set a better precedent for future players. But I would argue that the player pool is really deep. So in the NFL, I imagine that they can pay $17,000 or $20,000 licenses to all the players, because each team there are 32 teams. Each team has 52 players, and I think 7 players each on their practice squad. And you assume that there's maybe a couple hundred free agents. That's not that much. There's not that many players. 9,000 players is a lot of fucking people. And so I think that EA is just like, we got to keep it down, because it's just going to get out of control in the future. If we're paying $10,000 per player at $9,000, our costs go up substantially. It becomes impossible for us to do business. So I just think that they need to straddle the line. But I think it's great that the players are fighting for themselves, for their own value. I think it's great that they can finally, as a sports fan, and this means nothing to you, but I was so overcome with joy for college athletes, because they were literally just not allowed to make money. I used to see in LA, there would be school buses of UCLA, or not school buses of the public buses with school ads on them for UCLA and USC and all these things with Sam Darnold or whoever the hell's on the side of the, throwing the ball. And it's like, he doesn't make any money from that. He's drawing them in. They're getting all these ticket sales or whatever, and he gets his education. Okay. So yeah, go make your money. I think it's great that you can do that. But I wouldn't go much crazier. If I were EA, though, I would simply hand over the olive leaf and say, let's make this $1,000 a person and ratify that bad boy. Okay. And I can't wait for that game to come back, because I just think it's going to be a cultural phenomenon here in the States. I think it's going to be such a big deal. It has been, I think by that point, it would have been, by the time it comes out, maybe it's either 10 or 12 years, something like that. I think 12 years, maybe, since the last NCAA football game. And my college roommates were fucking completely obsessed with it. All right. I wanted to give a shout out to Octopath Traveler 2. It was revealed, and this comes from Push Square, it was revealed that the game has surpassed 1 million copies sold. Pretty strong. Did you mess around with this game at all? Micah has been playing it. She must be 80 hours in or something like that. And she's trying to do everything. And I watch her play sometimes. She plays on her Switch. Sometimes she plays on the TV. Sometimes she plays handheld. And I know she's probably talked about it on Punching Up, our Nintendo podcast that she co-hosts with you. But I wanted to like this game. I do like the game a lot. But there was something off about it for me. The combat's like super cool, well written, deep, and all of that. But there was something about the way it read to me that it was just a little obtuse and a little strange. I'd like to get back to it at some point, but it's kind of fallen by the wayside for me. But I am thrilled that it sold 1 million copies. Good sign for them. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I want to be interested in this game, but the number one complaint that keeps coming up about it would be a deal breaker for me. And it's just that the lack of cohesion amongst the party, where it's if you're into these bite-sized stories, cool. And I know people always say, but there's these little missions you can do where they come together, and that's cool too. But for me, it's all about the story and the characters within and how they interact with one another. And the fact that that's the biggest sore spot of this game tells me I'm out. But seeing 1 million copies sold is good, just for the health of the more traditional JRPG. So I'm happy to see that. I have nothing against the game, but I just know it's probably not for me.
Yeah, it's certainly beautiful. I think the combat system is really, really great. I think that it in some way reimagines turn-based JRPG style combat in imaginative ways, and I think it deserves a lot of credit for that. But I agree, that was a turnoff for me too, because you basically, there are 8 characters. You kind of start with any of the 8 characters that you want, and then you find the rest, and you go about your business, and you learn about each of them, but they are disconnected. So it's very strange. You just run into a dude in a town who's going to join your party. He says, oh, I'm blah, blah, blah. And then it's just like, do you want to know his story? And then you say yes. And then you just have a 4-hour thing with him. And then you come back and they had just joined up. It's like, okay, right. I don't. So you assume that he told him that story or something, but it does feel very fractured. That's why I didn't like Saga Frontier back in the day in the PS1 era as well. You need a little bit more cohesion. That does work against it, in my opinion. But the gameplay is really, really good. The world is very beautifully realized. The art is beautiful. There's a lot to really, really like about that game. That 2D HD style is magnificent. Square Enix, keep doing you. This broke right before we began recording, and there's not too much to say about it, but GameStop apparently threw out their CEO, GameStop, of course, the retailer, Matthew Furlong, appointing board chairman Ryan Cohen in his place. This caused GameStop shares to drop precipitously, almost by a fifth. And this was apparently without cause. Cohen took over GameStop in 2020, and he comes from Chewy, apparently, which is a website I really like a lot, a retailer that I use. It's, for people that don't know, it's like a pet food and pet equipment retailer. What do you think about this? GameStop losing their CEO, losing a little bit of value. Do you shop at GameStop at all anymore? Do you interact with the store at all? I haven't been in one since, I can say that I haven't been in one since 2017 when I bought Mario Odyssey in person. And people, old school Sacred Symbols fans will remember, because the show, or actually maybe the show wasn't even going then. I don't know if I've ever said this. I may have, which is that I was mega annoyed because I walked to the GameStop in Santa Monica and I went to get it, and then they were like, oh, we don't have any. And then I walked home, and then I called in because they said to like call and, we'll pre-order one so we can get it for you tomorrow. And then they're like, oh, we actually do have one. So I had to walk back there and get it. And I was like, fuck this place. Just my own experience, but fuck this place. But what is your last experience with GameStop?
Last experience was I went in to get a copy of Metroid Prime Remastered because the copy I ordered online wasn't going to show up in time before I left for Houston for our event. And maybe once or twice a year at this point, will I even go into a GameStop? Obviously, growing up, GameStop was huge for me, many midnight launches and stuff like that. But now it's not even that I have any kind of major issues with them. I think they do have some business practice that I don't like. For example, opening games, putting them on the shelf, and then selling them later as a new game. It's moronic. I can't believe that they still try to pull that stuff. But as far as this guy leaving, it's weird that they didn't say why, just that he's gone. So I wonder if there was some kind of internal issue that they didn't want to talk about or something like that. But clearly GameStop needs to figure something out, because I think that they kind of got a lifeline through the new console launching, and so a few years ago, and now that's kind of over, and we see Sony doing a lot of that through PlayStation Direct and through online retailers. And GameStop, as far as an online retailer, is not bad, but not great either. So you see examples of stuff getting canceled or whatever, and that can happen to any online retailer. But I wonder how they'll try to pivot, because that's probably going to be the number one thing for their new CEO, is to figure out how do they survive when people are buying physical games less and less. Do they pivot and do retro games? Do they lean into even more video game memorabilia? There's a few different options, but it's definitely a big transition time for them if they want to survive.
Next up for me, and I wanted to just wrap up talking about a few smaller things here before we get into what we're playing and the news, including everything that we would want to talk about from this Summer Games, whatever it's called. What is it? Summer Games Fest?
Summer Game Fest. Yeah.
Jeff Keighley's thing. We'll have certainly things to talk about that. But I wanted to bring a couple of games to people's attention that I thought looked kind of cool and see if you agree. One of them is that there's new footage of RoboCop Rogue City. This game was announced back in 2021, and I I like RoboCop. It's the 1987 film, of course. It's a fucking very weird film. And I don't know, this looks fun to me. I don't know if you got a chance to scrub through this footage. I linked to some GameSpot footage, but I think maybe others have it as well. I don't know if this is some sort of rewind theater that they did or whatever, but it looks pretty cool. I like my more budget shooters if they're compelling enough. RoboCop's an interesting IP to explore. I know that it's pretty crowded out there. And that the guys that did this game did that game Terminator Resistance, which I heard was okay.
Yeah,
so,
I remember hearing that.
And I think I bought it. I think I'd like to play that at some point. It's certainly better than that. I don't know if you remember that Terminator PS3 game that came out. That was really, really questionable. I think it was a third-person shooter, though. But RoboCop Rogue City, was curious if you had any interest in this game.
I don't know anything about RoboCop. Never seen a RoboCop movie. Just not my time at all. But the fact that they're going in and making this when there's not that there's no reason to, but there's no new RoboCop reboot. They're doing this, you would imagine, at least out of some kind of passion instead of just, hey, let's make a quick movie license game and move on. And as you mentioned, if it's the developer of that recent Terminator game, I remember people thinking that wasn't too bad, that it was decent for what it was. So watching the trailer now, nothing is immediately compelling to me, but I think that's just because I don't know the IP really.
Yeah, I think this looks, I don't know. It's the same reason why I want to play that game Rocket City or whatever. I'm totally going to play that game when it comes out. Because I understand why people don't like it and why it's getting bad scores, but I somehow doubt it's as bad as people are saying it is from my perspective. And this will probably be another one of those middling games that a lot of people bust balls about, but we will see when it comes out. And finally, I wanted to bring up this other game, and someone actually wrote in about it, and I appreciate it. Although I was going to bring it up anyway, I wanted to put you in here because I appreciate you writing in about this. He says, William Meaner wrote in, and he said, "Hey, CDC, this is mostly for Colin. Did you have a chance to check out Lords of Exile? It's an 8-bit Castlevania clone. It looks amazing. Just wanted to share. Boy, did I ever. This game looks fucking awesome. It is so shameless in its approach to being Castlevania, very similar to what Any Creates did with the Bloodstained 8-bit kind of demakes that they did of Castlevania 3. And dude, this is so up my alley. And I'm going to talk about another game that I played recently that was similar to this in some way. This game looks awesome. Really, really excited about this. Lords of Exile, definitely check out this trailer when you can. It says coming soon for PS5 and PS4, so who knows about a release date, but this game looks exceptional, right up my alley. Such a Colin game. Any interest in this, Dustin?
I'm looking at the trailer now. You're right. It is very shameless, but I don't see that as a problem. Just in that people love these types of Castlevania games and there's a market for them. And so why not make another ode to one? And this certainly looks high quality. It looks authentic. And so cool to see another one of these come out, especially after the game that you're going to talk about recently. Not that it's a Castlevania, but these 8-bit retro throwbacks are always cool.
Yeah, I guess we can segue right into what we're playing because it comes up here and it matters. And what I wanted to go off of was the idea that if Konami's not going to make Castlevania games, then other people have to make Castlevania games. And that I have no problem with. And people are doing it faithfully and doing it well to the point where Konami is actually making it harder for themselves to come back because they have to overcome some of these amazing Castlevania 2D clones that have come out over the past few years. But there's another clone from another game that I really love that itself took odes when it came out long ago from games from the past. And someone wrote in about it. Rakaz says, "Hey CDC, Colin, I noticed you posted you had Platinum, the newly released Bat Boy in Discord. I was wondering how you felt about this throwback platformer. You can feel the Shovel Knight inspiration through and through, and while I overall think it's great, I firmly believe even 9 years later, Shovel Knight is the king of the throwback platformer. Do you agree?" Yeah, I think Shovel Knight is still probably the better game, a little more stylish, a little longer. But this game, Bat Boy, dude, this game is so good. I'm really dismayed by how few people seem to be playing it. I was looking on Steam, checking out PSN profiles. It seems like this game has kind of maybe missed its window. I understand that. And we see this at Lilimo too, is that there seems to be kind of a fatigue of 8-bit old school games, which is kind of unfortunate because that's not a type of game. It's like saying you're tired of 3D games. It's pixel art in 2D is just is an approach and an aesthetic, but it's not a type of game. And it sucks that they're all kind of put together so that people are just less interested in them overall. And I totally get that. So I think that Bat Boy suffers from that. But I was saying earlier that if Konami will not make Castlevania, then others will have to make Castlevania. And to be frank with you, if Yacht Club's not going to make Shovel Knight, then other people are going to have to make Shovel Knight. And that's what they did. And Bat Boy is a really, really true and interesting ode to Shovel Knight, right on down to its gameplay, its pogo-like action, and its world map and everything else. But it takes a lot of odes from other things too. And one of the things that I really, really love about it is, and this was a major Mega Man inspiration in Shovel Knight, was the bosses, how each boss was like kind of different and unique and had its own skill and all of this kind of thing. And you would take their skills and whatever and use them on your own. And they do a similar thing here in Bat Boy, but it's cool in that everyone is an athlete. Like everyone's sports related. So Bat Boy is a baseball athlete, and you fight like a gymnastics athlete and a football athlete and a hockey athlete and a snowboarder and all these different things. And it's super cool. So that's like the different approach. It's really, really fun. It's really, really well done. And I have to highly recommend it. And I'm bummed that I'm not seeing very many people play it, but that's just the way it goes. So yeah, I platinumed that. I said last week that I was going to get through Final Fantasy II and platinum that. I did that as well. So 2 platinums in 1 week, which is pretty rare for me, but I was able to do that. And we recorded our knockback all about Final Fantasy II. So 2 hours all about that classic 1988 JRPG will be coming soon to Patreon. And then kind of looking for something to play. I actually want to talk to you about this a little bit, is because I'm not sure exactly where to go from here. Is I saw that I had Castlevania Advance Anniversary still on my system. So when that came out in 2021, I played Circle of the Moon. And then the next year in 2022, I played Harmony of Dissonance. And so I was like, all right, maybe I'll just go and play Aria of Sorrow. So I'm almost through Aria of Sorrow. It's a really great game. You're reminded when you play these games, though, how quickly you can beat them, especially if you're good at them. You can 100% Aria of Sorrow in 100% completely in 5 hours, probably, if you really wanted to. And so I remember these games being a little meatier and a little longer, but they are handheld GBA clones of a much deeper game in Symphony of the Night. And it's very well done. Although I don't like Aria of Sorrow has this thing where every enemy drops a skill and you can use the enemy skill, which is cool. So there's like 120 different enemy skills, but they eschew kind of the exploration as far as finding health increases and magic increases and all these things. They just get rid of that through pure leveling, which is fine, but not ideal for me. So yeah, that's what I've been playing the last week. A lot of gaming going on for me, but this leaves it up to you. And I wanted to hear what you've been playing, Dustin.
Yeah. So I wrapped up Tears of the Kingdom late last weekend, and all I'll say, just because I know Chris and I have been really talking about it the last few weeks, and so I don't really have any new feelings other than the ending of this game is awesome. The ending, the last few hours, the ending sequence, whatever you want to say, was my favorite part of the entire game in terms of its flow and what happens. Really, really nailed the finish on this one. So I highly recommend that if you are playing it. I understand getting in the weeds trying to finish different stuff, but if you're worried that you're going to lose interest and move on to a different game, you really owe it to yourself to finish it because the ending is awesome. So I wrapped that up. And last week on the show, Colin, I became a hypocrite this past week in that I said I wasn't going to buy Diablo Early Access because I had Zelda to finish. And I also said that I would not buy it on launch day because they are notorious for broken servers. I kept that half accurate. I beat Zelda way earlier in the weekend than I expected. I think it was pretty early in the day on Saturday. And I saw that the launch issues for Diablo were cleared up very quickly, and they were, I think, exclusive to console. So I was thinking, comes with the battle pass, which if I'm playing, I guess I'll use, and I have time to play it this weekend. So I'm just going to do it. I'm going to do it. So I did buy it on Saturday. So I made sure that the game was working. Ironically, when I bought it, the first time I tried to log in, it said that there was a 95-minute wait because of the servers. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, I waited to make sure that this wouldn't happen, then immediately happened. So I thought, okay, whatever. I'm going to go outside for a little bit, touch grass. And then when I came back, probably an hour and a half later, totally fine. I've had no issues. But so far, Diablo 4, really good. So my experience with Diablo is just with Diablo 3. I've never played Diablo 1 or 2, and I know that Diablo 3, some people are mixed on just in how it relates to the games before it, but this one is much more... It's way less cartoony looking than Diablo 3. Diablo 3 has more of a Warcraft looking style to it, and Diablo 4 is more of a return to form, and I'm really enjoying it. I have nothing to really sing its praises completely on, in that for me, I know about all the different stuff, how the world is interconnected, the world events and stuff like that. But when it really comes down to it, it's playing more and new Diablo, and that makes me happy. Going around, getting loot, maximizing your character, figuring out what skills you want to use and what combinations and stuff like that. I'm playing as a rogue right now. In Diablo 3, I played as a barbarian, and I really wanted to try switching it up just to give myself a challenge. And it's starting to click. It feels a lot tougher than I remember as far as figuring out what my flow of combat is. But overall, this is a great game for me, and I'm excited to see once I get to the end game how that evolves and how long I'll be playing it. This is one I would imagine, like Diablo 3, that I will come and go, sort of like with Destiny, that I'll come and go, play a little bit here. It's kind of easy to pick up for a little bit once you kind of shake off the rust or whatever. And yeah, I recommend Diablo 4 if you like these types of games. I think it's important to, Colin, not that I'm recommending this to you, but I think there is a bit of a misconception that this game is a CRPG or CRPG-like because of its perspective being top-down. This is very much an action RPG with very, very deep mechanics that is top-down. So it's not like Divinity Original Sin 2, where everything's much slower paced and deliberate and deep conversations with different characters and skill checks and stuff like that. It's not like that at all. Highly, highly action focused, fast paced. And I think that it would appeal to a lot of people. I mean, clearly it was Blizzard's best selling Diablo game ever. Maybe, I don't know if it was their best selling game.
Yeah, it was their
game.
fastest selling Blizzard game ever. That I had in here somewhere. I don't know what the fuck I did with it.
Yeah, so
I don't know where it is, where that news is. I don't know how they put it in here though.
I'm excited to play more. And then I also decided to check out Humanity finally, since I felt that was a game that I could juggle with Diablo pretty easily. This game is very good. It's intimidating, though. This is through and through a puzzle game, and not like Zelda. There is usually one way, maybe a few ways to solve a puzzle, but it is really, I'm finding it to be really tough. But not in a bad way, but in a way that is humbling, in that I will complete the puzzle and then I'll try to do some of the extra stuff and feel like I'm totally out of my league. So I think Chris talked about it a little bit last week, but for people who don't know what this game is at all, a lot of people have compared it to Lemmings. And that is a fair comparison because it's about making a connection from point A to point B and using different tools to do that. But saying it's just a Lemmings game is totally not fair at all, because Lemmings is at least the original was a 2D plane and that's it. Whereas this is a full 3D game that it's kind of devised in cubes in how you control things. And so you have a stream of humans and you play as this little glowing dog, and your job is to direct the humans to the endpoint. And so you have different abilities where you can mark on the map, okay, go left here or go right, or here you need to jump. And so you have to get through different obstacles, and there will be different obstacles in the map as well, like a fan, or maybe there's a different height jump. And so you need to use a high jump instead of a low jump. Also in the map are these big golden guys called goldies. And those are the bonus parts that I was talking about, where you got to get the goldie, you got to pick them up and then take them to the end. And I'm finding that if I was to just complete the level, I wouldn't find this game very difficult. It would be fine. Maybe I would get stumped a little bit, but for me, I feel like I have to get these goldies, and some of them are so tough. And I've given up a few times where I think I just got to move on. I don't know how to do this. And I could look it up, but in a game like this, it kind of defeats the purpose to look it up. I think that what I will say, the kind of deeper thought that I was thinking about it with humanity, and I was thinking about how this game is on PlayStation Plus and being promoted by Sony, it's kind of falls in line with Stray as well, is we've on the show lamented the loss of the smaller Sony games, the experimental games. And I feel like it's games like Humanity and Stray that are filling that void. And I think that we have someone like Shuhei Yoshida to thank for that, where maybe Sony realized in the blockbuster era of Sony, where they're so focused on these huge AAA games, I at least am happy that they're going out and finding these smaller creative titles and shepherding them in to being part of their ecosystem. Obviously, a game like Stray is now, it's either on Xbox or coming to Xbox, and I wouldn't be surprised if this game comes as well to other platforms, but I love these smaller type experiences that are high quality, made by a smaller team, and do new and dangerous things. And the fact that Sony has a dedicated person and props these games up, it reminds me of a game that would have come out in the past. It's like a Vib Ribbon or something like that. That it's not really a main type of game that you're really gonna, not that to say that this has lack of content, but you know what I mean, it has a different feel to it. So Humanity is super cool. If you like puzzle games, I highly recommend checking it out. But do be warned, I was trying to play it first thing this morning when I woke up. Too stupid. Could not do nearly anything. So this is a game that requires a lot of your attention. And one last thing, PSVR 2 mode, very cool. It's not necessarily a huge transformation like Tetris Effect, but it is cool to have that different depth perspective in PSVR 2.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear about that. I think it's clear that Sony is trying to shepherd through Shuhei Yoshida and others a AAA indie scene in some sense. And what I mean by that is a more expensive, more sophisticated indie, not like a Lilimo level indie. Not that they should be supporting games that small either. I don't think that they should. I think that would be stupid too. But they're trying to kind of do both things, and without really committing XDev second party resources like they used to, certainly, or any first party resources towards these smaller games. And the exit of Pixel Opus, I think, is a real sign that they have no interest in making games that cost 10, 20, $30 million. That's just not a route for them. But unfortunately, They have to find the balance for them with their brand. I mean, I've been told over the last couple of weeks about how much more a game matters when it's a PlayStation game than it isn't. And I can understand that point of view from a PlayStation player's perspective. But that necessarily means that if that's the case, then if Stray was published by Sony as a second party game, or even internally developed as a first party game, it's just that more people would automatically care about it. And that's kind of what they're dealing with. And that makes sense. It's like what you'd be more attracted to a great band's new record or a movie from a great director like Christopher Nolan or whatever. Of course. I mean, that makes perfect sense, but that also means that you're kind of losing the smaller ground and you're seeding it, but you're not really able to do the same amount of work that you were doing the last time, because no matter how good or big these games are, they're just never going to be as well respected as if they came from first or second party. And that's neither fair or not fair. It just is what it is. And I think it's something that they have to keep in mind. I have a few inquiries here that I thought would be fun to kind of stay in this "What are we playing" segment for a little while. Jason Green wrote in and said, "Hey guys, hope all is well. Colin, a few weeks ago, you mentioned you got to play Deep Down in Japan before it was canceled. I'm just curious if you can go into detail on what it was like. Was it a hack and slash type of game or more Dark Souls-ish? Also, have you guys played any other games before they were canceled? Take care, and I love the content. LSM is by far the best Patreon I'm sub to, next to Summertime Saga." I looked up Summertime Saga. It's a popular adult game that is funded on Patreon. So that's cool. If you're into that, I'm happy for you. All right. So Deep Down, I did play Deep Down. I actually went and Googled when I put your inquiry in here to see if I wrote a preview of it. And I didn't. And I remember why I didn't, I think, which was at Tokyo Game Show, there are massive language barriers. There are often English-speaking PR people, maybe a few of them, shepherding you through different places. And you really need to have them with you in order to even understand anything. And anything else you're doing there, they don't speak English, really. And I experienced this just going around from kiosk to play games. There's really bad footage of me playing Castlevania Lords of Shadow 2 on the show floor at TGS because I couldn't invert the controls because I had no idea how to read the menus and there was no one there to help me. And there was literally like a screen thing, or a thing on the screen that said like, this is how you play or whatever, but it was all in Japanese and there was no one around me and I couldn't do anything about it. So Deep Down, I was really mining my memories for this. It's funny. I remember, so there were these Japanese PR girls, I guess, that worked for Capcom behind closed doors that were shepherding you through and putting you at the kiosks. And they were trying to tell me and show me how to play, but none of them spoke English. And I was really, really bad at the game and I couldn't control it because it wasn't inverted and I couldn't explain what inversion was. It was unclear to me if they were kind of like hired help or actual people that could help you with the game. So I don't even know if they were understanding what I was saying about inversion. And I remember it being not embarrassing, but just kind of being a waste where it's like, I can't talk to you. I can't play this. But people might remember that there's really only a little bit of footage of the game. And it comes from like a guy dressed in armor walking through like a castle. And that's what I played. And it was just, I remember just being very stiff and linear. I didn't know what I was doing. And I think that's why I didn't write a preview of it, because I probably would have written something scathing and that wouldn't have really been fair or made much sense. So that's my memory of Deep Down. And why it didn't come out, ultimately, I don't know. The story of that game hasn't really been told, but it just disappeared. Cypress Davis wrote in and said, "Greetings, CDC. When it comes to platinuming and completing games, do any of you consider utilizing walkthroughs and guides cheating? I can't possibly fathom going through collectathons without them, and I've never considered it a cop-out myself. Just wanted to get your thoughts on this. Thank you for all that you gentlemen do." People ask this once in a while, and I wanted to be pretty clear. And I think Dustin's totally different, but I have no problems using walkthroughs and guides, and I use them all the time. The only games that so I'll look at a trophy guide roadmap to see for any game that I'm playing, even a game that I'm interested in the story or whatever, just to see if there are missable trophies or not and what you're kind of doing. And then there are games like The Last of Us Part 2 is a good example. God of War was a good example. Horizon and others where I just play them straight up. I don't look at guides. I don't look at walkthroughs. I just play it because I want to enjoy it as it comes. Resident Evil 4 was another example of that. Dead Space. But the second time through, I'll definitely use a guide or a walkthrough to find things. I don't think there's any shame in it. And frankly, my original tether to this industry was writing strategy guides, and it's something I really love doing. And so I love strategy guides as just an offering and an art. And so I have no problems using them. But you're more anti-guide, right?
It really depends on the situation. I mentioned humanity earlier. If you're using a guide for humanity, there is no point. The point is to figure out the puzzle. And if you just you're just basically plugging something in and seeing a winner screen, even though you didn't do anything. So that would make no sense. And I really tried hard now to avoid using guides as much as possible, because I just find that when I do figure something out, it feels a lot more rewarding. Now, in certain scenarios, like even for Zelda, I maybe looked something up 2 or 3 times where I really wanted something, either an item or to do something. I didn't know how to do it. I searched around forever. I couldn't figure it out. I'd look it up. There was one instance where a puzzle, I really wanted to solve it. I tried for 45 minutes to an hour, couldn't figure it out, and just looked it up. So sometimes I will look at a guide where it's diminishing returns of I can really, really take the time, but at this point, I'm just going to be annoyed no matter what. So I'm just going to look it up. I'm okay with that. To me, honestly, to each their own. If you want to use a guide for humanity, I don't understand it. I understand it more for other games, but it's however you want to play, really. So, but yeah, I've explained my case.
All right. Finally, Luxurious wrote in, said, "LSM crew question for Colin. How do you finish and platinum your game so quickly? I remember you said you haven't put 100 plus hours into a game in a while. I just got the platinum in Horizon Forbidden West and I was just at the 100-hour mark. Are you running through the games quickly or am I moving too slow? Thanks for the years of awesome content. 100 hours to Platinum Horizon is not necessary. So you're moving slow, but it could be possible that you are letting your game run. Also, if you're pausing your game a lot like I do, some games, so there, I don't know if you've noticed the recent PS5 update makes it so that it tells you how long you've played games on the dashboard and how far along into the game's campaign you are, which is cool, just little quality of life updates. And I've noticed some of those numbers seem brutally accurate in terms of pausing and stuff, because they leave games pause all the time. And then some of them seem to account for that pause time, so you can't really take that into account. So if that's where you're getting your 100 hours from, it probably is wrong. If you're getting your 100 hours from the in-game stuff, then I would recommend that you're either moving incredibly slowly or that you're letting your game run. Because I mean, let's see what it says on the internet here. Horizon Forbidden West. How long to beat? Let's see. Isn't there a website? Oh, there it is. Okay. Completionist. So it's like everything you have to do is 88 hours. Main and sides 61 hours. I think I did 70 hours, and I'm a pretty slow player. But there's completionist at the leisure level brings you to 138 hours. I guess that would be insane. I don't even know how you could possibly. That would be if you put restrictions on yourself, like you can't fast travel, you have to sleep and eat, like the way people play that Fallout hardcore mode, which is cool. But 100 hours to Platinum Horizon, no way. I have not played. My PS5 tells me I played Far Cry 5 for more than 100 hours, but I don't believe that. I probably played it for 60 to 80, though. Yeah.
Right.
The best 60 to 80 hours I've spent it with a game in a long time, to be perfectly honest with you.
I heard Jeffy talking. No, I don't know if he was talking shit, but questioning about my ability to beat Zelda so quickly.
That's
when
right.
you were talking to him.
That's right. Yeah.
And I thought, Jeffy, that was the only game I played for 3 weeks. And I also don't watch movies, and I don't, movies, and I only watch one TV show. So I don't know. I thought it was surprising that he thought it was crazy that and I didn't do everything in the game either.
Yeah, so. Jaffy's he's coming up again, isn't he? Look at him. He's come back up
Jaffy,
again.
you motherfucker.
Well, you're the one who brought him up. But
that's true.
Yeah, he likes to play a menagerie of games, which I think precludes him from beating a lot of them. He talked a little bit about that actually on the show, about how he feels like he sees enough. I used to be more like that, but I'm much more of a completionist now, which I was when I was a kid. I think early in my career, I was much more of like, I don't have time for this. I got to move on, unless I was reviewing something. But I hate doing that now, which is why I think my trophy completion rate has gone up so significantly. And I'd love to go back and clean up those old trophies one day, and maybe I will. I have this idea of doing a Twitch show one day where I go back and clean up old trophies. Just go back to old, forgotten PS3 games and see what I can do. All right. That's it. Thank you for writing in, Luxurious. Let's move on to the news. All right, so let's get into the news, the bigger pieces of news. There's only a couple of items I want to read now. We're also going to cut in before this, so we'll read this news. It'll be after, but we'll cut in here, around here, for the, what is it? Summer Games Fest. Jeff Keighley's Summer Game Fest. Summer Games Fest.
Singular game. Summer Game Fest. I was just looking because I couldn't remember either.
So we're going to come back in with all the news from that and anything that's necessary to talk to about that, and we'll put that around here, and then we'll kick to the news that we already recorded. We'll finish the show as we usually do with listener inquiries and all of that. So let's go into the news from the Summer Game Fest now. All right, we're back. Well, we're kind of splicing this in here. We've already recorded the rest of the show, but we're coming in now with news from the Summer Game Fest stream, presentation, whatever, event that Jeff Keighley did. A lot more there than I thought there was going to be to talk about. I have pretty extensive notes, so this will be a nice meaty pickup, I think, for people. And then the rest of the show will continue with the other news of the week, listener inquiries, and more. So we wanted to make sure we got everything in here before we began to edit and publish the following day. So before I get into everything, what did you think of the showcase? Did you get to watch it? I watched it from the beginning, and then I just kind of fast forwarded through a bunch of things. So
yeah,
it was quite meaty.
Yeah, there was a lot of stuff there. I'm curious, just because it was 2 hours long, how people feel about it, because we kind of had the luxury of just picking and choosing the stuff that we wanted to look through. I mainly was just going through on the PlayStation YouTube channel and seeing what trailers they uploaded and stuff like that. And then of going out and finding some specific ones. But there's a really funny moment where there was that Final Fantasy VII mobile game that I wasn't in the list that were stuff that we're going to talk about, but Jeff Keighley said, and speaking of Final Fantasy VII, and everyone freaked out. And then he was like, no, DoorDash, like promptly into an ad, which it's okay. He's lucky the fact he did have the trailer for the end, but it was a funny moment. I don't think he was trying to bait people, but that's how it came off. But it was pretty funny. Yeah,
they did. Or I shouldn't say they, because Jeff and his team. I guess I thought he did a really good job. I thought it was. There are a lot of games. You can fast forward in all of this, but it's again, I don't know. I don't see what the problem with these kinds of showcases are. I thought this was pretty well done. I thought he does a nice job of celebrating things and being pretty agnostic. I also think it's interesting to just see which studios, publishers, developers like to work with him on these different shows. Like, for instance, you can tell Focus Home Interactive, or whatever they're called now, Focus Entertainment, was a big partner for him this time around because they had quite a few games there. All right, so let's get into I wrote down everything in order in my list, and I skipped things that I feel like were not either not coming to PlayStation, so PC, mobile games, whatever, some Switch stuff, and then just a few games I cut that I was just like, I don't think we need to talk about this. But if there's anything at the end that you wanted to discuss that we didn't, you can always let me know. But let's take them in the order that the games were introduced during the showcase. You started with a nice surprise, actually. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, coming PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, January 18th, 2024, so early next year. I have in my notes here, is it a Metroidvania? And I went and looked at a press release, and it is indeed. It says this in the press release in part, quote, "In this brand new adventure, players will embody Sargon, a young gifted warrior and member of an elite group called the Immortals. As they are sent to rescue Prince Gajan, they will explore Mount Kaf, a once wondrous place now cursed and hostile. Sargon and his brothers in arms will soon discover that time itself will be a treacherous foe and that the world balance must be restored. Inspired by the Metroidvania structure, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown lets players explore a handcrafted world at their own pace, from the majestic citadel of knowledge to the colorful landscapes." So there, it's in there. Metroidvania, excellent. Looking forward to it. Think it looks pretty. I'm not a fan of the IP at all, but I'm always down with a good Metroidvania, and I do think it looks quite pretty and quite fun, even though 2.5D is a little trite at this point for me. Any thoughts about this?
Yeah, always good to see Metroidvania games that are of a bigger budget. I will say that I don't really like the art direction of this game. It's a little not Fortnite-y, but it has this kind of cartoon quality that I'm not super into for some reason. And I also didn't care for sometimes it's not that I don't like strong music in trailers or rap music in trailers, but something about this just felt weird to me. But the action and gameplay looked really good, and so I have no connection with Prince of Persia either. I've never played one, but it's nice that those fans are getting something after the rug kind of got pulled out from them with that remake.
Yeah, that's kind of gone back to the kitchen to try again. Yeah, no massive connection to Prince of Persia. I did play one of or actually a couple of the 3D ones. One of them that came out, it might have been the first one that came out in the rebooted era on the original Xbox. I had it. And then I played, I think, one of them for a little while on PS3, but didn't get very far. It doesn't really speak to me, but I will say that it seemed a little God of War-ish with some of the combat and whatnot, if you would see that in 2D. So yeah, I thought Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown looks pretty cool. January 18th, 2024, PS4 and PS5. They showed Mortal Kombat 1 in a pretty extensive trailer, and then they showed it even more with gameplay footage and I guess kind of commentary on stage. I skipped that part. It looks great. Goofy violence, not my kind of game. September 19th, I think a lot of people are really going to be into this. I do get why people like this. It's just, I don't know, it's really not for me. It does. I appreciate that they stick to their guns, and it just is what it is, which is cool. And I'm sure that's what people love about it. So we're actually going to do, or I am going to do, a Mortal Kombat 1 deep dive on Sacred Symbols Plus in the coming weeks with a big fan of the franchise that will be able to speak to it deeper. So I'm looking forward to that. But any thoughts on it in the meantime?
The thing that really sticks out to me in this one is just that I love that it's clear that they're going for a much more colorful and also bright, in terms of some of the different settings they showed were really well lit. And I love that contrast of these really bright and beautiful worlds and just these horribly violent things happening within them is really nice. I know that some people are a little bit mixed on the art direction of this game, but it's much more appealing to me. I will say when they were doing all the fatality stuff, I think fatalities are cool, but it felt like they were kind of doing the same thing from the last few Mortal Kombat games where they zoom in, they do the X-ray vision, you hear the crunching and stuff. And I guess if you just want more of that, cool. But I guess I don't know how many ways can you really do a fatality. That's kind of the interesting part of it. But I'm glad people got gameplay, got to see it, because I know that people felt a little underwhelmed by the reveal. So there you go. You got your blowout.
Yeah. Plus, it's just glad for gameplay generally. Lots of gameplay.
Yeah.
At this, which was nice, and I know that was a big problem, reasonably so, with people at the PlayStation Showcase a week or two ago. Yeah, I don't know. The over the top violent stuff never did it for me. It was probably one of the reasons why I just thought it was so. I just frankly thought Mortal Kombat was so corny compared to Street Fighter when I was a kid, and I was definitely the prime target for both of those series. But right. I was very excited when Mortal Kombat came to SNES. I did buy it, and it was, even though on SNES we had the sweat instead of the blood. All right, they showed Witchfire. Now, this is from the Astronauts. This game has been in development for a long time. These are the guys that did The Vanishing of Ethan Carter, so it's been like 8 years since they released the game, which is pretty shocking. But we've seen this game on and off, and it is coming to PlayStation 5 at some point in the future, although we don't know when. But they did note that it's coming early, only to Epic Game Store in September, which is mega lame. But I must say that this game looks fucking awesome. I really, really can't wait to play this game. What did you think of it?
Yeah, I was disappointed also in the Epic Game Store thing. A lot of people will be annoyed by that, but it is an early access launch, which is always deflating to me. I'm almost always the type of person that just wants to play a game when it's ready and not beta test it. But if you're into that thing, then cool, you'll be able to check out this game early, but I will definitely be waiting. But yeah, this is a game that clearly, I love looking at the trailer again, the environments and the direction. I'm curious about the gameplay. It has this mix. Saying BioShock sounds weird, but a mix of gunplay and also abilities is something I always really like. And I'm just curious what the moment to moment of this game is, because I remember there was that thing where they delayed it because they wanted to make it more open. So I'm curious to see what that actually looks like outside of just the combat. And don't get me wrong, the combat looks awesome, but I'm curious about the world.
Yeah, it's time to shit or get off the pot with some of these games. It's like, how long does it reasonably take you to make a game like this?
Yeah.
All right, fourth up was Crossfire Sierra Squad. We knew about this game. It's coming to PSVR 2 in August 2023. Still a nebulous sort of release date. Smilegate, Crossfire kind of up or down, had a really disastrous Crossfire X related release on Xbox, so I'm not really super into the IP just from the looks of it, although some people really do like some of the games. It looks good. I must admit that I was somewhat impressed with what seemed to be a higher budget sort of trailer, like live action trailer. They put a little bit of work into it, but I'm a little bit skeptical of why they did that. And I think that the reason that they did that live action, they were constantly blurring the lines. Not that you thought the real stuff was the game. That's not it at all. But they were breaking up the action so that you never really got a grasp of what the game looked like. And I felt like that was very intentional from a marketing point of view. You're not looking at the black guy and the white girl running around behind barrels, exploding things and thinking, oh, that game looks so incredible. What you're wondering is like, wow, I just saw the game. Oh, that looks pretty good. And then they flash back to the real thing and you're kind of getting confused. I thought it was a little markety, but the game looks super good. I'm wondering if people are going to dig it or not. I have no idea. Any thoughts? You're more the PSVR 2 guy these days.
I'm super over these VR trailers that show real people mixing with gameplay. I get why they do it, because they want to sell the immersion factor of the game. But I agree with you in that it just comes off really confusing. Not that you can't tell, like you said, you can tell what's gameplay and isn't, but it cuts back and forth so much. And I've never been a fan of trailers like this. And Crossfire right now, I think they completely delisted that game from Xbox, so no one can play it. So I don't know how to feel about this. I'm obviously more PSVR games is good. It's good to see that there's a big PSVR game at this event, but I'm not convinced yet that this one's any good.
All right, let's see. Remnant 2 comes up next. This game is imminent. It was announced a long time ago, July 25th on PlayStation 5. It looks really good. It's from Gunfire Games, the guys that did Darksiders 3, so continued Darksiders kind of in the post-THQ era. Plus, they did the 2019 original Remnant, which I think is From the Ashes, is the subtitle of the game. And Gearbox acts as publisher, but they're all in the same Embracer Group family now, so it's all one and the same. Apparently, this is a Souls-like in its qualities, which is disappointing because I think it actually looks somewhat fun, but that turns me off entirely. We're going to talk about that with another bigger game later on. But do you have anything to say about Remnant 2?
I'm trying to remember if I played a little bit of this first one, but yeah, watching the trailer again now, this definitely speaks to some Colin sensibilities with a over-the-shoulder third-person action game, and I wonder if you'll be able to play this solo. Maybe this is an Outriders type situation. Since it's so focused on shooting, I wonder if this would be better for you, Colin, but there is some melee stuff that I'm seeing here too, a nice mix. So I feel like the first one wasn't that Soulsy, but maybe I'm misremembering. But
yeah, people need to be careful with the use of that term because I think some marketers and some developers, especially publishers, are looking for big marketable titles or big, references, but I don't think that's a safe reference point for a lot of games, for people that know their games and know what they like. If you're telling me your game's a Souls-like, that's a turnoff to me.
Yeah.
Not because I think Souls-likes are bad, but because I'm not very good at them. So I don't want to even bother playing those kinds of games. Games that are going to beat the shit out of me, I'm not interested. But it says here in the press release that you can play alone or cooperatively with two friends as they scour dynamically built worlds with branching quest lines, unique loot, and terrifying enemies. Fans who digitally purchase the Remnant 2 Ultimate Edition will also receive early access to Remnant 2 on July 21st. So that's 3 days early, it says, but I would count that as 4. There are multiple editions for the game. Maybe I'll check it out. Maybe I'll have to check out. I'm going to write this down because I am looking for new things to play before Final Fantasy 16. And I was actually thinking of just playing Grand Theft Auto 3. For some reason, I just feel like playing that game. And I think it's probably fixed from the Grove Street collection. So Remnant 2. I'll check this out. Remnant from the Ashes. All right. Next up is Sonic Superstars on PS4 and PS5. Comes out at the nebulous fall 2023 release window. Pretty beautiful 2.5D Sonic game. I think it's a great idea to take advantage of a new era of Sonic fandom with people out there. You can play it with friends or alone. You can play multiple characters, famous characters from the series, Tales, etc. And couldn't help but wonder what Chris Chan was thinking. Actually,
yeah.
I would be lying if I didn't think about him during this time.
He's you're not to the saga yet, but they do have the Sonic. He doesn't have the blue arms, which is very important, of course, to know. But they seem to do this every few years where they do a modern, traditional Sonic game. And when I saw this initially, I immediately thought of that Sonic Generations game, which I know a lot of people really liked. But the thing that stuck out to me too in this trailer is just the cool voxel type characters that they're trying to play off some more nostalgic elements of Sonic in this, but not really appealing to me. But right now there's more Sonic fans than ever. So
definitely
it's good that they have another one cranking them out just for all the Sonic fans out there.
It's a $60 game, which I was interested in seeing in the press release. The press release doesn't say too much more about it that's of interest. I mean, it says Sonic and his friends' journey starts on the beautiful North Star Islands, a mystical place offering never before seen environments, as well as a mysterious story waiting to unfold. Enormous creatures, exhilarating adventures, and evil plans from Dr. Eggman await Sonic and his friends, who can now obtain brand new abilities known as the Emerald Powers when Chaos Emeralds are collected. So there's 7 emerald powers, abilities like creating clones of yourself, climbing waterfalls, powering up, and more. So maybe a little Mega Man-esque. And you can play as Sonic, Tails, Knuckles, and Amy Rose. So there's all of that as well. You're right, though. They're good about whether the games are good or not is another thing entirely. But Sega obviously needs to go back to the well because it's the biggest thing they have, really. But I give them credit for trying to do things with Sonic. I wish Mega Man was treated a little bit more like this, as opposed to us having to wait for fucking ever for anything to come out. So Sonic Superstars, PS4 and PS5, fall 2023, 2.5D, classic Sonic. Honkai Star Rail was shown, and this is significant because I think this is going to very, very quickly become one of PlayStation's biggest games when it comes out. It just came to Windows and phones worldwide in late April, and it's a gacha RPG from MiHoYo in the so-called Hoyo-verse. So this would be like, the Genshin Impact games and all of the rest. I'm really just interested in this game because I just think it's going to be really big. I also kind of think it looks fun. And maybe the closest we would get to a more modern 3D Phantasy Star in some sense, like a traditional Phantasy Star game, but I can't pretend to know very much about it. I didn't play Genshin Impact. I think Genshin Impact also looks really good. The combination of being a Chinese developed and published game and the free-to-play gacha stuff, it's just not a good combination for me. So Honkai Star Rail probably going to remain something I'm ignorant of, but I was intrigued to see that they finally put a Q4 2023 release window on it for PlayStation 5, and it should be huge. Any thoughts here?
I know that people, when we've talked about this last, that have played it, that wrote in, said that it is very generous and you can play through a lot, maybe even the whole game without feeling necessarily like you have to spend money. I'm curious about how that will actually play out. I will definitely check this out though, for sure. Seeing this trailer, it's worth giving it a look. Genshin Impact was pretty cool, but it just never hit at the right time for me. And it's also felt more complicated than it needed to be with so many different mechanics and stuff. So yeah, I think you're right though. This will be an absolutely huge game on PlayStation 5 for sure, just based on the momentum of Genshin Impact.
Now, speaking of Souls-likes, this is one that I wanted to talk about in a deeper way. Lies of P. So they show more footage and a trailer for that with a release date of September 19th, 2023. And it comes from new developer Round 8, published by NeoWiz. The big deal now is that right on the PlayStation Store right now on PS5, you can download a demo, which I believe is of the first 2 chapters of the game. So that's pretty cool. They must be pretty confident in trying to get everyone excited about this. Now on the PlayStation blog, they literally do call this a Souls-like in the subhead of the write-up. It's a little disappointing because I think the game looks really cool, but I just don't think it's going to be for me, unfortunately. So I'm probably going to have to be a pass on it, even though I would play it if it was a little more accessible. But if they're describing it themselves as a Souls-like, I feel like I have to take their word on that. What do you think of Lies of P? This will probably be the last we really see of it until launch.
Yeah, I went on my PlayStation and downloaded the demo, and this is one that I'm happy there is a demo because I need to be, I don't know, not I need to be convinced like I think it's going to be bad, but I don't really like Souls-like games. I just enjoy the actual Souls games, but everything we've seen from this looks fantastic. This most recent trailer looks great as well, but I wonder, Colin, if this could have different like difficulty options. So if you didn't want to play it, you could play it. I mean, you could play on an easier difficulty if you didn't want the Souls experience.
A bitch. You know what I mean? I want to play. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You use guides to help you with different things.
But I still have to. That's true. But I don't drop games to easy. I don't play games on easier than normal unless I'm really struggling with a specific boss. So I remember. Yeah. When I played Jedi Fallen Order back in 2019, there was like a boss at the end. I'm like, fuck this. And I just dropped it to easy because I just couldn't stand it anymore. And when I fought the Valkyrie Queen in God of War 2018, I dropped it to easy because I wasn't about to do that. But generally speaking, I try to play on normal or even on hard when I play games. But it's just, I'm not saying that you're wrong that there should be different difficulty levels. That's up to them. But I want to play the game as intended. I want it at its normal intended difficulty level. And if the normal intended difficulty level is going to fucking step on my neck, then that's just really a turnoff for me because I don't want to have to drop it. And I don't want to have my fucking face shoved in it over and over again either. But I know a lot of people enjoy that, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Sure.
All right. Lies of P. Oh, Game Pass game, by the way, as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Sandland. Now, this was discussed, but this was not, I think this was lost, and this is why you need your friend Colin Moriarty here to guide you. This is not a new announcement. I don't know if they positioned it like that, but it's not. I went and looked to make sure. This was announced in December. And I think the reason that it went under the radar is because it was announced over the Christmas break. I'm on Anime News Network, the website right now, and they have a press release from Bandai Namco dated December 20th, 2022. Bandai Namco Entertainment Inc., together with Bandai Namco Filmworks, today announced Sandland project revolving around Akira Toriyama's masterpiece. Sandland project will see various partners come together to create a wide variety of content and develop Sandland into a full IP. So they had like some sort of premise for what they were doing months ago. I thought that sounded familiar, so I went and looked, but there is new information, including just basically everything about the game itself. A new action RPG based on the masterpiece by Akira Toriyama, according to the Bandai Namco publisher website, creator of Dragon Ball and Dr. Slump. The game is being developed by Ilka Inc. I don't know who that is, but it's probably some Japanese studio. Sandland, and it says here, Sandland was revealed at this year's Summer Games Fest kickoff. Oh, I thought I was going to say that was revealed last year. Never mind. Dive into a desert, and I think I wrote this down here in my notes, a mysterious desert world where humans and monsters live together. And it definitely has that Akira Toriyama look, no doubt about it. You can play as different characters. It's unclear. I think it looks fine. I don't think it looks especially transformative or interesting in any way, but
oh man,
what do you think?
I think this was one of the most exciting things of this slew of trailers, just because, you know, I like the old school anime look. I love Akira Toriyama, and I thought this game looked really cool. And I'm seeing right now seems to be a bit of a synergistic release, because what I'm reading here is that a Sandland movie is slated for release in Japan August 18th, 2023. So this is based off of a manga from Akira Toriyama. So they've got a movie, they've got the manga that I'm pretty sure came out a long time ago, and then this game as well. So I am very intrigued by this. I think that it looks really cool. And yeah, it made me think of what a modern day Chrono Trigger game could look like if they went and did a full 3D Chrono Trigger. It might look something like this.
Next up was Alan Wake 2, and it comes to PS5 this winter. I skipped this because I didn't want any spoilers, because I am interested in playing it. Did you check it out at all?
Yeah, I did, and I thought that what they showed looked kind of boring. Not from the point that the game looks boring, just the slice that they showed, I wasn't really all about. So I was watching it pretty closely at first, and then I kind of got distracted. But apparently they said that there's the two characters, and you'll be able to play either one separately. And you can choose and play either one and intermix, or just play all of one, or just one all the other. So
I didn't get that from what they were saying. That's so interesting.
Is that cool. I'm pretty sure I read that on a tweet, but
no, I believe you. I only listened to what they said at the very beginning when Sam Lake came out, just about how it was. There's just two playable characters. I just assumed that you just bounce back and forth as the story demands. But You're probably right. Like I said, I don't know if I said it earlier in the show or later in the show, depending on when we're splicing this in, but I do want to play Alan Wake this fall in preparation for Alan Wake 2. So I'm really just trying to go in blind. There's no reason to spoil it. I'm already in. I'm already interested. So there's that. Oh, and by the way, seeing Sam Lake come out, having flown in from Helsinki just for that, I always love that kind of stuff, because that's probably a 16-hour flight. Wow. And he literally just got on the plane, came out, talked, and then went home. Not worth it.
Yeah.
You have more to say? Seems like
I want to make sure. I feel like I want to make sure that what I was saying about the two characters is true. The quote that I'm seeing here now says, in Alan Wake 2, the player gets to switch between them at given points in the story as they choose.
Oh, okay, cool.
So there's some kind of choice involved, whether maybe they can kind of say, hey, we're into this part. Do you want to switch over, or do you want to continue with Alan Wake right now, or something like that?
Next up after that was, and I don't know, actually, I don't think I put this in our notes, but because I think I accidentally fused this right up with Alan Wake 2's, but Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2 was shown. Co-op with up to 3 players, which is pretty cool. It looks like a really clean third-person shooter. I'm totally lost in that universe. I don't understand the Warhammer universe. It's not for a lack of interest. I think it's pretty cool. I'm not one of these people that demeans it or anything like that. And actually, I've said this several times on the show, so forgive me, but I've actually been a little bit more exposed to it than ever, because one of my nephews, Dash, is just a really big Warhammer nerd. He's going into 7th grade, and I got him his first codices actually, so he can start
Oh.
building his armies in a more cogent way. But anything to say about Space Marine 2?
It's a beautiful looking game, but I am with you in that I just don't know anything about this world. And I know that people really like the first Space Marine game, so it would be nice if they would port that over just so we could play that. I guess I could probably play it on PC, but I want to be into Warhammer 40K. So maybe this is maybe I'll check out Bolt Gun and then check out this and then read a bunch of Wikipedia articles, but this game looks cool.
After that, I thought was maybe the most interesting new product that I saw here, which was Toxic Commando. John Carpenter's Toxic Commando. This game looks pretty cool. It's Saber Interactive plus Focus Home Interactive, which is interesting because Saber is with Embracer and Focus is obviously it's an independent publisher, so I don't know what's going on there. But it looks like a fun, kinetic, insane, multiplayer-centric, perhaps first-person shooter. I thought the Shot Through the Heart cover was pretty cute. It's coming to PS4 and PS5. Epic Game Store has a write-up for it because I couldn't find a press release for it from Focus, but they have this. It says, quote, "In the near future, an experimental attempt to harness the power of the Earth's core ends in a terrifying disaster, the release of the Sludge God. This eldritch abomination begins terraforming the area, turning soil to scum and the living to undead monsters. However, the genius behind the experiment has a plan to make things right. All he needs is a team of competent, highly trained mercenaries to get the job done. Unfortunately, they were all too expensive, which is why he's hired the Toxic Commandos. Take control of one of the commandos, team up with your friends, and send the Sludge God and its horde of things that should never be back to the underworld. Choose the class that matches your playstyle, pile into your favorite ride, and unload an array of gunfire, grenades, special abilities, and freaking katanas as you save the planet." So if you're the kind of person who likes buddy movie vibes and the over-the-top humor, action, and horror of classic 80s cinema, inspired by the legendary John Carpenter, teaming up with friends to face down hordes of monsters who want to eat your face, an explosive cocktail of visceral FPS action in apocalyptic environments, upgrading your skills and testing new abilities against increasingly hardcore challenges, and saving the planet against impossible odds, then now's your time to go Commando. So that's what we know about the game so far. Again, developed by Saber, published by Focus. Hopefully with single player functionality. They don't make that clear yet, which gives me bad vibes because you think they would make that clear from the beginning. But
yeah,
I think it looks pretty fun. What do you think? Toxic Commando.
Yeah, well, I was trying to connect the dots here. I just realized Saber Interactive made that World War Z game from 2021 that
indeed
a lot of people actually really liked. And it was surprising that people were saying, wow, this is really good Left 4 Dead style game in third person using that IP. And so to see them try this out again in a more, first person instead of third person, this is really exciting, mainly just because it feels like we haven't gotten a true successor to Left 4 Dead yet. They tried with Back 4 Blood, but just way overcomplicated and screwed it up, in my opinion. So to see something like this, which looks really fun and really promising, and I'm really curious what John Carpenter's involvement is with this game. I wonder if it's just his story creative vision for the world or how hands-on he is. Clearly, it's a great marketing tool to have John Carpenter listed at the very beginning, but I'm very intrigued. I don't want to get my hopes up too much for another game that should be the successor to Left 4 Dead, but maybe this could be it.
Yeah, as far as I know, John Carpenter is a big player of video games.
Right. I remember something like that.
And yeah, I went and looked it up. Let me see. Yeah, there's all sorts of things. Like he loves Dead Space, Fallout, The Last of Us, all these different things. So I think that him getting involved seems like a good sign. It's very similar to Henry Cavill, where you kind of get in one of your own involved. And I think that's why, I could be wrong, but The Thing had a game on PS2, I think. And I think that he's been amenable to video games for longer than a lot of people have been, because I think he's kind of been more involved in it. But it says here, because you said World War Z, Saber also is developing Space Marine 2 for Focus Interactive. They did SnowRunner, which I think I bring up later in the game or later in the podcast. So
yeah,
they're getting quite close with each other, and we will see what happens with Toxic Commando. Again, dated 2024.
Right.
Okay. Spider-Man 2 shows back up here. Maybe not a huge surprise, but nice to know. With a release date, box art reveal, special editions. PlayStation Blog has a full write-up that you can see right now. You can start pre-ordering the game beginning June 16th, and the post over there is written by my old friend James Stevenson. So Pre-orders go live June 16th at 10 a.m. your local time on PlayStation Store plus PlayStation Direct if you want a physical version. The game comes out October 20th, 2023. If you pre-order the game, you get early unlocked suits and other avatars and weapons and things of this nature. The game will sell digitally and physically for $70 or your local equivalent. And there are special editions, including a 19-inch collector's edition statue. It looks like a Venom with Spider-Man.
It's pretty cool.
Fighting him. It looks pretty neat. So those that want to check that out can. It will cost $229.99 and will obviously be limited in its availability and will probably be hard to find. So if you want that, I would get in on that on June 16th when pre-orders begin. Do you have anything to say more about Spider-Man 2, including its release date? We finally know. No more worries. October 20th. Yeah. They're not going to try to release it on top of Starfield. This both has a... Well, I mean, that's really all upside unless you wanted to be a dickhead. So I think giving them a little bit of time, a little bit of space. October 20th, a little disappointing just because that's 8 days before I get married. So it's coming in a little tight, but I'm going to make it happen, I think.
Yeah.
So, all right, talk to me about Spider-Man 2. And it was good to see Brian Inethar as well coming out, although that's not a big, he lives right in the area, so it's not a big deal for him. He looked like he just left the studio to come on stage and then just go back and continue to work on the game. Anything to say?
Right. Yeah, October 20th. I'm personally happy because I definitely want to check out Starfield. So the fact they're not going to be over top of each other, not that there aren't games in October as well, like Alan Wake 2 that I'm going to want to play, but the collector's edition statue, we're going to talk about collector's editions later in the show, but the statue looks really cool if you're into Spider-Man. That this looks awesome. I personally am not going to get it, but I like to see a good statue because sometimes you see these and they suck. But also interesting that the collector's edition does not come with a physical version of the game. It includes
I was going to note
digital.
That. Yeah, people are already tuning into that it's a digital version of the game, but with a steelbook.
Yeah,
I don't really understand that at all. And I do understand that. It's that the game's not going to be ready in time to bundle in the box. So they are not going to be able to burn it in time. But it's a bummer. It's kind of lame. Why not just sell the statue separately then?
Well, that's the problem is that people, when they were selling the special editions without the game, everyone complained saying it was stupid. But it actually makes so much sense to sell it without the game. So then you can just have this special edition box, particularly for multi-platform releases, and you can just have this box and then someone can buy whatever game they want. And there's no need for all these different SKUs and to ship out everything. So I'm in favor of the special editions without the game. Personally,
they should just sell them as collectibles.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, just a few more games to get through here. They showed the new Don't Nod, and again, Focus Entertainment published Don't Nod game, Banishers: Ghost of New Eden. People will remember this game was revealed last year, but we never saw it before. In the press release, Banishers: Ghost of New Eden, the title is called Showcasing Gripping Action RPG Gameplay and Haunting Narrative in New Trailer. So you play, according to the press release, you play as Antia Duarte and Red Mac Wraith, lovers and banishers, ghost hunters who have vowed to protect the living from the threat of lingering specters. After Antia tragically becomes one of the spirits she loathes, you'll take on a desperate search to liberate her from her new plight. Battle hand in hand, combining both lovers' skills. In the haunted wilds of North America, you'll enter the lives of New Eden's communities to unburden a world plagued with supernatural creatures and ancient secrets. Use your wits plus a combination of Antia's spiritual abilities and Red's powerful arsenal to defeat and banish the souls that torment the living. Heavy decisions will lie on your path as you decide the fate of New Eden's inhabitants, be they the living or the wandering souls, dramatically impacting your story and the challenges you'll face. Unlock new gear and abilities on your journey to unleash the full power of the Banishers. You can pre-order now, including a special edition. I kind of got BioShock vibes, not from the game itself, but from the way he like kind of either saves or kills the spirits he encounters, very similar to what they do to the Little Sisters. That was a vibe I got, but otherwise, this looks like a very competent, fun third-person shooter / action game. Don't Nod's roots are in action. It's funny that they kind of got sidetracked by something very popular in why can't I think of it? The
Life is Strange.
Life is Strange, right?
Yeah.
They got sidetracked with that for a while, but when you think about a game like Remember Me, which was a PlayStation 3 game that I actually liked quite a bit, that's really more of their heritage. So them getting back to action and trying different things, I think, is very wise, especially as other teams begin to work on what I interpret as a Square Enix owned property in Life is Strange. So I don't think they want to make that mistake again. What do you think of Banishers: Ghost of New Eden?
Yeah, this looks cool. And it reminded me that I never checked out that vampire game. And I know Maddie was actually pretty hot on that game. And it seems like on Steam it has mostly positive, but that game kind of came and went. But
yeah, I think I bought it during a sale and I never played it either.
Yeah, so I'm definitely intrigued by it, but I haven't played any of their other action type games, and they didn't do Life is Strange proper. They did the spin-off, right? For Don't Nod. Let me look here. Browse on Steam.
What? Don't Nod didn't do what?
Because there's multiple teams that. Oh no, they did the original Life is Strange. I'm trying to think of the team that did.
Deck 9 did the.
Deck 9. Okay, so they were the A team.
My friend, yeah, they were the A team. My friend Ryan Clements wrote for Deck 9.
Right.
And he works on something else now. I don't even know. So yeah, that looks good. Banishers Ghost of New Eden. End of 2023 was the release date.
Yeah, no date.
Means. I wonder if that means a deep December release, which I think Crisis Core proved could work. There's no reason. The reasons why games didn't come out at certain times back in the day are no longer valid reasons, in my opinion. Physical sales don't really matter to a game's trajectory or success. And the whole idea of like, oh, kids don't play games in July and August. We don't release games then. I remember when games just there were times on GameCube and stuff where there were like 2 months between game releases. It was fucking insane. Those days are long gone. All right. We spoke about it, I think, earlier in the show, depending on where we're splicing this in, but Like a Dragon Gaiden, the man who erased his name, was indeed revealed. This was leaked earlier by PlayStation Network, and so we had it in the show in the earlier news section, November 9th on PS4 and PS5. Now that you've seen it, anything additional to say?
It's nice that the Yakuza fans that weren't into the new RPG or turn-based RPG direction of the game are getting a more traditional one. So I don't want to repeat myself from earlier, so I'll just leave it at that because I kind of stated my thoughts either earlier or later. I will about this game.
It's fair enough. Under the Waves was shown. This game was announced last year. So people will remember or might remember Quantic Dream, the old PlayStation second party behind Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, and Detroit Become Human, is working on a Star Wars game, and they're doing other stuff, but they announced a publishing arm, which they called Spotlight. And Spotlight's first massive published game, or mass published game, I should say, is Parallel Studio, which is another French team's underwater exploration adventure game, it looks like, called Under the Waves. And you can go to Quantic Dream's blog right now to read more about it, but it says Under the Waves is a narrative-driven adventure game about the engulfing power of grief. Set in the depths of the North Sea in a techno-futuristic 1970s, professional diver Stan is struggling to overcome a life-changing loss and embrace a new future. The isolation of the deep sea is a fitting manifestation of his state of mind, and as Stan retreads further into his self-imposed solitude, he starts to experience strange events far beneath the waves. Stuck beneath life and death, Stan will have to make the most significant choice of his existence. This game looks pretty cool. Sounds like a Quantic Dream shepherded game while they're kind of figuring out their own path, and this will be a good way for them to make a little additional money. I will be interested to see if people hold the Quantic Dream connection against. Some people really hate Quantic Dream, not because of the games, but because of David Cage. I think this is widely overstated, but that's a lot of people's interpretation of it. This could be something interesting. It comes out on PS4 and PS5 August 29th, so that's a good time. It doesn't seem like there's a lot coming out in that period for me anyway. What do you think of Under the Waves?
I think this game has a lot of potential, but I will say that the two trailers that I've seen so far didn't have a strong hook that made me feel like I gotta play this game. It just, like you said, like it looks like it has potential to be cool. It definitely has a little bit of that Quantic Dream shepherding feel to it with the way it's so story driven. But
yeah, it's like the game's about grief. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah. So
I get it. Jesus
we'll
Christ.
see. August 29th, though. That's not far.
No, not at all.
Not at all. Yeah.
All right. 3 more things to discuss. They showed Twisted Metal's TV show. So it comes to Peacock starting July 27th. We've been seeing a little bit more and more of this over the last couple of weeks and months. But we see a shot of, it's not a shot, it's a scene of Twisted, of Mackie rather, with Sweet Tooth. And I liked the one line he said, I'm guessing you don't fight much outside your car, do you? As he's beating the shit out of him. I don't know. What do you make of the vibe of this show? I don't know, man. I so far it's not missing for me because I don't really know what it's about. It seems like it's about some sort of, and I think they've said a little bit, but like a post-apocalyptic tournament and everyone's surviving. I think a lot of people are probably not going to like it. It might not be very good, but I'm certainly totally fine with it so far from what I've seen.
Yeah. To me, the focus on the whole joke with the thong song that was most of the clip, I didn't find it very cringy, but I also didn't find it very funny either. And for me, this show is really going to be leaning on its humor, and I didn't really feel much of anything from this clip. So I feel like I'm in the same spot as I was before, other than if this is the clip that they thought they could really hook people with, then my hopes are definitely much lower.
Fair enough. July 27th on Peacock, for those that are interested. Finally, 2 more games to discuss, although I'm going to throw in a third game here just because something was announced as we've been recording that I thought could fit in here so we don't have to discuss it next week. First of all, so let's talk about Electronic Arts, publisher Electronic Arts. They're publishing the game Immortals of Aveum, July 20th, fairly imminent, about 5 or 6 weeks away. I skipped the entire thing so as not to spoil it. I'm totally in on this game. I think this game looks fucking awesome. Shout out to Electronic Arts for continuing to find interesting partners to work with to get bigger games to market that are not from their internal studios. And speaking of that, and I don't know if you saw this, and I don't know if you even remember this, Grasshopper Manufacture, the team behind Killer 7 and No More Heroes and whatever, they released a game in 2011, you might remember, with Electronic Arts called Shadows of the Damned. It was a shooter. And it was revealed, according to Push Square, that it is getting a re-release, a remaster. There'll be more details about it next week, so we'll be able to talk about it in further detail on the next show or the show after that. But Shadows of the Damned from EA, the old EA published game, will also be coming out on presumably PS4 and PS5. But back to Immortals of Aveum. I'm into this game. I don't want to see any more about it. I don't need to see any more about it. It looks so fun. It kind of looks like it could be the big surprise of the year for me, actually. Oh. And I'm just amped about playing it when it comes out on July 20th. What do you think?
Yeah, this trailer didn't move the needle for me at all. This is very much a wait and see game, but I'm always appreciative of games that are doing something new. And not that the idea of a FPS magic based game is totally new, but doing it big budget like this is neat. So I'm very curious to see when it actually comes out, how well it's received. And if it is super good, then yeah, I'll definitely check it out.
It's in Unreal 5, which is cool.
Oh,
and
okay.
It's the first studio or game from the studio Ascendant with some old EA veterans, which is probably how they made the connection to EA and the EA Originals brand anyway. But shout out to EA. I think along with Capcom, they're the ones kind of clawing their way out of a bad reputational state from maybe generations past. I think they're doing a really nice job. And then finally, a big surprise, as you noted earlier, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, footage, gameplay, trailer, early 2024. So we were promised winter. And of course, that was going to be open to interpretation. And why wouldn't you push it as far as you could? So early 2024, exclusively on PlayStation 5 for now, at least. Published on 2 discs if you get it physically, which is interesting. This is all I need to see of the game. I don't want to see any more. And so anything else that they show about this game, I'm going to skip. And I got to say, I got goosebumps watching it.
Ooh.
Literal goosebumps. I was like, this looks incredible. The characters, the voice acting, seeing some of the sights and sounds, like when they're in, looked like they were in Cosmo Canyon at one point, and other things. I was like, this is awesome. I just absolutely can't wait. And even it's kind of funny because I don't even want to say it. I mean, I don't even want to say it. Like they seem to have spoiled something inherent about Final Fantasy VII Remake in the new trailer. That like, well, it's like, okay, I guess that's that then. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
That would be different. That you would, if you've never played that, you would have, but you know the lore of Final Fantasy VII, you would have expected to be different. That's about as much as I want to say about that. But I think it looks really, really fun. I love Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII Remake was probably the biggest internal miss I ever had in recent memory as far as games that I was like, this game is going to fucking suck. And I think it probably was until they fixed it. And halfway through development, they figured out what they were going to do. And what they ended up doing was making an essential version of Final Fantasy VII that's both its own version of Final Fantasy VII and a reimagination of what Final Fantasy VII was. And what's cool about the games and what's brilliant about the storytelling is that they both actually exist. And again, that's all I'll say about that too. But what do you think about Final Fantasy VII Rebirth? And do you agree with me that we have seen enough?
Yeah, I have definitely feel like I've seen enough. This trailer though, man, I loved how they did it. They showed some more about the open world. I love the beginning when they were showing the propaganda of them dying, the fakes dying and stuff like that was pretty cool. And then, man, I gotta say, I love seeing Tifa in the cowboy outfit. I've been wondering what Tifa, because they look so much better, in these remakes. And I always thought the cowboy outfit, it feels a little silly in a way, but I also think it's awesome. So I'm really excited about this game. Let's talk briefly though about this 2-disc thing, which I think is an interesting point, interesting way for them to say, hey, this game's big. It comes on 2 discs.
Yeah, definitely.
And this comes off of the recent release with Star Wars Jedi Survivor, where the disc, it was too big for the disc, so the disc is just an unlock. So apparently they're deciding we're not going to do that. We're actually going to release it on 2 discs.
I mean, it kills the purpose. I don't even understand the purpose of that, right? Like, why would you even buy the physical version at that point?
Do you want me to say the reasons again?
No, don't.
Okay.
It just, no matter what you say, it's not going to make any sense. Go ahead.
So the 2-disc thing is cool. It's gonna be a problem, man. These PS5s with their less than a terabyte storage. You would imagine this game. So each disc holds 100 gigs. So we're talking that this game is going to be up to 200 gigs. So I would imagine 125, 150 range, I think is a safe bet, but it could be more. So I would imagine when they do re-release the PlayStation 5, they got to put a bigger drive in it.
Well, I would assume that's probably a given just based on pushing people towards not using a disk drive or making it optional means that you're just going to, by virtue of doing that, have to give people more space. Although I will reiterate, and I know I'm maybe an edge case, but I have never had problems with my storage on PS5 yet. And I say that as someone who always ran into storage problems on PS4, always. So I don't know what that's all about. Again, I think it's the way it deals with data packages and how you don't have to have twice as much space to download things and everything like you did on PS3 and PS4. So I think that that's a big part of why I don't run into barriers, but I'm just being dead honest. It also is the nature of the games I play. I play a lot of small games that are literally 500 megabytes or a gigabyte in size, but I also play your AAA games and all the rest. I don't know. I've not run into that issue yet. Just naturally have not run into it, but I've also not had my controllers break or anything like that either. So I think, these things happen for different people.
Yeah. I think I saw either someone sent us a message on Patreon or something recently that the NBA 2K, which I looked this up now, the PS5 version of the game is 143 gigs. And it might be more than that now.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's like, don't you want to clean up the package and make it as, wouldn't that be part of accessing? You have to aim to the lowest common denominator. You're assuming that someone is either on slow internet or that they have bandwidth limits and you want to kind of treat that with respect or whatever. You just want to make it as small as possible, right? Or is there argument this is as small as it can be? It seems insane. What could possibly be in that game that requires so much?
Yeah.
It's basketball.
Well, that's the thing is that this is those are the type of games that people like to keep on their console all the time. So maybe someone has that installed and they have Call of Duty and you're already looking at over
half your space.
Well, let's see. 33, more than a third of your hard drive being full. I'm trying to think, because if there's less than 800 gigs, it's like in 700 something weird. And both of those games are 100, 150 each. Then you're looking at 300 gigs. So you're looking more almost half filled. So anyway, back to Final Fantasy VII. I thought it was funny about the 2-disc thing in a very much digital era. Now that was the way they were able to say, hey, is a big boy.
Yeah, she's a big beefy boy, and also returns to the heritage of Final Fantasy on PlayStation with its multi-disc games. That was, for a lot of people, their only multi-disc games were Final Fantasy games, or their first introduction to multi-disc games was a Final Fantasy game. So there's a little bit of a member berry there.
Yeah, and the first remake was also 2 discs, but that was on a different Blu-ray drive. That was, I think those were 25 gigs a piece, 25 or 50 maybe. So just goes to show that this game, either the assets are a lot higher quality, it's a lot bigger, or both. And
well, I'm excited, man.
Yeah, me too.
Goosebump worthy. Can't wait. And Final Fantasy 16 is like almost here. It's just God, what is everyone complaining about? I don't understand what you're complaining about. I'm excited about this. I think that it was a really good showcase, really well done, stronger than the PlayStation showcase, no doubt about it in my mind. And I think a real emphasis on gameplay, which was cool. I mean, that's a big answer to a lot of people's qualms and complaints, and I understand that completely. So they rode heavily on showing gameplay, even gameplay we've seen before, and I think that's a strong showing for Jeff Keighley. So congratulations to him, and well done. Do you have any closing comments before we dip back into the show as it was?
Closing comments, just because I had my Twitter up. Apparently, the Persona 3 remake accidentally got posted to Atlas's own Instagram. But let's just say we'll save that for next week. I know it's out there. And a Persona Tactics game as well.
Oh, yeah. Persona 5 Tactica launches November 17th.
More Persona 5. That's what more Persona 5 spinoffs.
Yeah, well let's do it right the next time.
Yeah, let's do it right. But
I want to see this Tactics. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's a great idea. I don't know why I never thought of that.
Yeah.
You know, that's why
Tactics. Why not?
Square Enix is not going to do it.
No.
They will, though. They're going to do it too. All right, my friends. Well, let's get back into the show as it was. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support. Hope you enjoy the rest of the show. Goodbye. All right, we're back. Now, that was incredible that they announced a new Mega Man game. Mega Man X meets
XX.
Mega Man Triple X.
Yeah. It's one of those adult games we were talking about.
There's only two things I wanted to discuss from a news point of view, bigger news items that I thought were necessary to write out here. Curious what you think about this first one, number one. In an interesting conversation conducted with paywalled publication The Financial Times, as relayed by website Video Games Chronicle, Sony's CEO Kenichiro Yoshida spoke a bit about cloud gaming, Sony's and PlayStation's future in the space, and what challenges they are encountering as they try to solidify a foothold. Here's what Yoshida said in part, quote, "I think cloud gaming itself is an amazing business model, but when it comes to games, the technical difficulties are high. So there will be challenges to cloud gaming, but we want to take on those challenges," end quote. He went on to say, quote, "We observe mobility in gaming habits to being an increasingly important trend, and the cloud will be fundamental to allowing us, or indeed anyone else, to exploit this trend. We do have some fairly interesting and quite aggressive plans to accelerate our initiatives in the space of the cloud that will unfold over the course of the coming months," end quote. Sony has, of course, been heavily engaged in this space for more than a decade, though the results are fairly sparse. PlayStation Now, which has basically turned it into a suite of games and services for higher tier PS Plus users, launched back in 2014, announced at CES early that year and rolled out later that summer and fall. You'll recall that a couple of years earlier, Sony made a heavy $500 million investment into a company called Gaikai, which acted as the roots of the project, and you can still see remnants of it today if you try to play PlayStation 3 games via PSN, which requires cloud connectivity, as there is no native consumer solution for PS3 games on PS4 or PS5 as of yet. Although Tom of Moore's Law is Dead tells us on PlayStation Plus when he appears that they do indeed have PS3 games running individually on PS4 and PS5, have for a long time, but do not have a universal solution and may never have a universal solution by way of the PS3's cell architecture. There's a lot to say here, but I'm interested in what you make of what he's saying. Is he merely teasing Q Lite or Project Q as we now know it? Is he teasing heavier cloud-centric enterprises? Is he perhaps even teasing a new handheld, which I know some people have read into this, and they base that on reporting about Qualcomm having said that they are working with Sony on potential new handheld gaming devices. So I don't know that Sony is going to stop with Q or Project Q. I think there's probably going to be more, and I wonder if maybe that's what he's referring to. And this idea that they're seeing in their data that gamers want to be on the move or want to. Now, that doesn't resonate with me. That doesn't resonate with the gamers I know, but I know that must be true. When you see the success of a game like Call of Duty Mobile or something, you look at that and you want to get a piece of that. And so that's going to require a level of mobility and perhaps cloud functionality. So I'm curious if you make anything out of Kenichiro Yoshida's words here to the Financial Times.
They're definitely behind, which they used to be the leader. You mentioned Gaikai and how focused they were on streaming at the time to make a big investment in it. And they've stagnated since then. If you look at the comparison between PlayStation and Xbox when it comes to streaming, I don't want to say there's no comparison, but it is clear that Microsoft is leaps and bounds ahead. As far as I can understand right now, in that if you want to, the games you can stream on your PlayStation or on PC as well. They have an app where you can use and stream the PlayStation Plus games to your PC. That's limited to PS4 games. So you can't currently stream. You can stream a PS5 game from your home console to something, but you can't stream something from their cloud to your device, right? So that's one big difference where Xbox right now, if I had Game Pass, I could go on the Xbox Game Pass app on either my Series X or my computer, not even download a game and stream it right to my computer. And so I think it would make sense that they would want to be able to stream their current lineup of PS5 games in some capacity. I'm not sure exactly what that looks like, but for me, the absolute biggest thing is that before we enable PS5 games or have new ways of streaming your games that don't need to be installed on your PlayStation through their servers, the core product itself needs to get better. Because it is clearly, I know that anytime we talk about this, there are people that say they have a good experience, and I'm glad. I'm happy that the latency and the compression does not bother you. For real. The fact that it doesn't bother you is great, because for many of us, they play with that latency or they see the compression. It's just simply it takes it off the table completely. And it's important now, if you look at how good Stadia was, and obviously Stadia had so many problems, but the tech was there. And Xbox, I think it's been a while since I've tried their streaming, but I would imagine they're getting a lot closer. And so I imagine that eventually streaming will become more and more viable as the technology gets better. And I've said before on this show that Stadia was the first time that I used a streaming product and thought this could work. The pickiest person in the world when it comes to latency and compression, I thought this actually works. So for me, the improvements need to happen from the very basics before you start to add features and different ways to play. But hopefully that's an all-encompassing package with these new upgrades. I think the point remains about who this is. I don't want to say who it's really for, but we're in our own bubble where people have their own hardware and don't necessarily need something like this. But if the data shows that people are looking to go more mobile with things, and maybe the Switch is part of that, is that they're looking at this and saying, instead of our own dedicated handheld, let's figure out ways that people can just play stuff on the go, whether it's streaming their console with some in their house with Q Lite or streaming from our servers to their phone or whatever. That's something that Xbox is, like I said, very ahead on, and PlayStation, once the front runner, is very behind.
It's very unnatural for businesses to react the way I would want them to react in some way, which is businesses want to be everywhere. They want to make as much money as possible. They don't want to get blindsided. I get all that stuff. But it would be interesting if companies simply acknowledge that they can't win every front, that you can't have a winning hand everywhere. Apple, for instance, failed miserably when they tried to get into the console industry, although they were very different in the 90s. And they've kind of accepted, I think, in some way that they're not yet the hardcore gaming platform that they could potentially be in the future. They have numbers, they have quality with Apple Arcade and lots of numbers, but they don't have the pedigree, right? They can't win there. And Sony might need to look at it and say, like, well, we can win in this column, in this column, in this column, but not necessarily in this column, unless they really do look at cloud gaming as the all-encompassing future, which I suspect they do. And it's why I think that this thing doesn't go away. It's very similar to cryptocurrency and other things from the point of view, in my opinion, that no matter how you feel about it or what you think about it, everyone sees there's some inevitability to what's going to happen with this. It probably won't be Bitcoin or whatever, but it'll be some cryptocurrency. It probably won't be PlayStation Cloud, but it'll be some cloud service, and so on and so forth. And so I think they look at this as this like somehow impenetrably permanent future that they need to overcome. And from my point of view, and again, as a Luddite and a layman through and through with this stuff, it seems to me that it would be somewhat trivial to fix the problem of single player game latency by having by just caching tons of data locally in some way and allowing you to play games that way. I mean, I would assume that would require some sort of hardware setup, I guess, but ultimately probably not. I mean, you could probably store that stuff on whatever device you're playing eventually. The cost of chipsets and all that continue to reduce drastically. Their abilities continue to increase drastically. So you can imagine some sort of solution where if you're playing a game by yourself, it's simply just sending data at a quicker rate than you're getting to it. And that solves for the whole latency problem. But I don't understand from a physics point of view how you're going to overcome latency in other games where other people are playing along with you. I know they get over this with console gaming, but this is because of why Xbox deserves a lot of credit for putting Ethernet on the original Xbox, of saying like, you need to have an Ethernet cable. Like, we can't have this phone cable shit going anymore because it ruins everyone's experience. And this seems to be like that kind of solution is needed for this. That kind of like revolutionary solution of forcing and wedging people into one way of playing, because otherwise, how are you going to overcome the speed of light and everyone's interactivities without having servers in everyone's town, basically, that they can ping off of? It just doesn't seem like I don't know how that's going to work. Because in other words, and again, I could be totally wrong, but right, if you're caching stuff, if you're caching information and playing through games in a single player mode, there's no latency, there's no interactivity with it.
That wouldn't work though.
Why not?
Just because it works by, it captures video data and sends it to your phone or your device, and there's nothing running on your device itself. The only thing your device is processing is input data from your buttons and sending that back to the server.
But how do I explain this as an idiot that doesn't understand science very well? Why wouldn't that be able to happen at an accelerated pace by slowing down what's arriving to the player so that he's getting data that's set? In other words, like, why wouldn't you want to build in some sort of small 10-second delay to allow him to get to a buffered version of what you're sending? And then you always have a backfill of it. So it's never, you understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
I understand. I just have no idea how that would be possible, because you would be asking to predict what was going to happen. Like, you're saying, so like, okay, we're going to cache whether the person presses X or
oh no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. But let me think here. But no, you're wouldn't it be how do I put this? God, I wish I was more scientifically minded so I can get this out of my head. Like, you put in an instance of a game as it is, and it reacts to you in that moment based on what would be this buffer. So you're not sending images of the game, you're sending the actual game as it stands, right? And wouldn't that be what you're interacting with? So I don't understand why that couldn't just be on some sort of, I don't know how to explain it. I mean, obviously this doesn't work because they would have done something like this already, or maybe this is what they will do ultimately. But I always thought that would be the solution, because otherwise, wouldn't the only other solution would be to have local servers everywhere? That's it. There's nothing else to talk about, because there's no overcoming the ultimate speed of light. If you're in Australia and I'm in Virginia and we're podcasting with each other, there's going to be a delay. There's nothing we can do about that. You know, it's going to go. So if I'm on the moon and I'm sending messages back and forth, it's going to take several seconds, and that's the best it's ever going to be. So I guess that's the point I'm trying to make, is you're tied into this physical world. And so wouldn't you have to find clever solutions to backfill the data in a predictive way in order to send it out? That might sound stupid. Again, I'm very right-brained, so forgive me, but.
Well, I think that, some of this is already happening with what you're talking about, in that I can't speak to it now, but when I was trying out the Xbox Cloud stuff, it was very dependent on where you lived and how far you were from the server. And so maybe in particular with these really, really big companies like Sony and Microsoft, they can afford to say, okay, we have a server in California, we have a server somewhere in the middle of the country, we have one in New York, and we have one in the South. Maybe there's 4 or 5 servers serving the entire country that hopefully most people are within a close enough range that the latency is low enough that it is, in theory, non-noticeable. But even then in that situation, you're still going to have that one person that is really far from every server that it doesn't necessarily work for, unless you really spend the money and do a complete coverage where, I mean, I guess that could be possible, but maybe that is the future where it's just, in order to do this, you have to have enough local servers to eliminate the latency.
Yeah, it's like, what am I not seeing? There's like something I'm not seeing in my own head where, because you're saying, well, how would the game know about your own reactions? And my point is that the game would know in an instant your reaction because it's in front of you, and it's just sending that data on some sort of delay that allows it to backfill the data that's coming forward. I guess,
think that would require processing on the device.
Yeah.
You know,
maybe that is the only solution. If I even
understand what you're saying, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. It might not make any sense at all. You know, I went to school with a lot of like my friend Kevin, you'll meet at the wedding, electrical engineers, and they would look at me sideways when I would talk about the shit. So, all right. Well, we'll keep an eye on what they do with cloud gaming and Kenichiro Yoshida's and obviously PlayStation's greater desire to get into this. I think it's obviously a wise place to be, but I wonder how they intend on fighting there. Is it going to be through software solutions, new hardware, functionality with existing hardware, or permutations of existing hardware? And I wonder if they're seeing data. Could this connect to PlayStation Mobile in some sense of?
Oh yeah.
Are they seeing this data of people being on the move within their ecosystem, or are they seeing it developing in other ecosystems and saying they want a piece of that? Because those are kind of two separate things. And I've been kind of surprised how slow how open they've been about talking about mobile games, but how slow they've been to roll any out. And how I would love to know more about what happened with Wipeout and these other couple of games where they just seem to have been abandoned, or they just came out to come out and weren't really endorsed in some way, or a lot of confusion there. So this might make more sense in the future as we see how those games connect and what Valkyrie and others will do in that space. All right. Number 2, and I can go through this quick. As it has each and every year for more than 3 decades, publisher Electronic Arts has revealed its next annualized Madden game, predictably called Madden NFL 24. And while it's of course coming to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, it seems that EA is ready to segment the game somewhat by making the current gen versions talk to each other. According to a press release, quote, dozens of improvements to foundational football elevate the Madden NFL 24 football experience, while the return of fan-favorite superstar mode and mini-games deliver fun new ways to play and learn the game. Plus, for the first time, fans can play with friends regardless of their platform with cross-play support and feature parity on PS5, Xbox Series X and S, and PC, and head-to-head in certain online multiplayer modes, end quote. This is a huge development, as Madden's already dominant online scene will now be able to dip into multiple pools of players, keeping it larger for longer. Gracing this year's cover is Buffalo Bills QB Josh Allen, the first time a Buffalo player has ever been featured. Of course, Madden fans know that such an honor isn't much of an honor at all, as being on the cover is often considered a curse. Madden NFL 24 doesn't yet have a release date, but the games typically launch in the last half of August each year, so you can expect it to arrive for it to arrive then. John Madden Football began way back in 1988, and it became annualized beginning in 1990. It first launched on console in 1991 when John Madden Football 92 came to Genesis. The series first came to PlayStation in 1996, when Madden NFL 97 came to PS1. It has been on PlayStation each and every year since. So Madden NFL 24 coming in, that cross console play is going to be huge for the game. There's a big EA sports playing base on Xbox, very, very big. And that's going to be great to keep that vibrant for longer. The EA is never going to do it as long as the market doesn't make them. Madden is one of the best selling games in the United States each and every year, but it would just be so cool for them to just go to a platform level thing, call it Madden, and have a subscription. I wonder how that would do. $5 a month, $10 a month, something like that. I don't know if they just like making their money like this. They have the Madden Ultimate Team and all that, so they make their microtransaction money. That's much bigger in FIFA. But I don't know. I would be curious to know how long the a la carte annualized release will last, and I think it'll last as long as people keep buying it, which doesn't seem to abate at all. And I do understand as an old sports game fan that I do like getting the new game, but I think people should bend their minds a little bit to the idea of this happening a little bit differently. And I do think that at some point, some publisher and developer combination will get a license to a major sports league and do this. Either free to play, eFootball style, but better, or something like where it's a subscription. That just seems to be. I bet you make more money doing it that way. People have their Madden subscription; it ends up costing $120 a year. People will be bummed. Some people will not do it. A lot of people would, though.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see about the crossplay stuff. I was thinking about that recently with Diablo. Just thinking about that era a few years ago where there was all the conversations about crossplay and PlayStation being the holdout, and how there was a time where I would have said crossplay will never happen because why would they do it? Who does it benefit? I mean, from Sony's perspective, it has no benefit at the time for them, but I feel like, man, it's such a big win for all players that you don't have to convince your friend to play on or to buy another console to play together or something like that. It really is such a good thing. I'm so happy this is the reality we live in, just because I never thought it would happen. And so seeing Madden jump on and feature parity too, good to see.
All right, we'll move on from the news now. That's it. That's all we have for this week. Getting to 6 questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, and ideas from the audience over on Patreon, patreon.com/lastdaymedia. I put up a thread each and every week in the newsfeed. You can respond to that. I go through them before we record the show and try to include as many of your inquiries as I possibly can. And we'll start with good old salt of the earth, Timmy Tolkien. He writes in and says, "Hello, fellas. I hope you are all faring well. It's been a long time since I last purchased a physical edition of a game, but with the release of Tears of the Kingdom, I've been pulled back in by way of the collector's edition. Seeing Dustin post about having it within his grasp, alongside seeing friends of mine get one, I had serious FOMO. Via eBay and an upcharge, I was able to get one as well as a Zelda controller. This has since started an obsession of sorts. I am compelled to look into getting collector's editions of games that I love or think I'll love. My next purchase was Elden Ring, which I found via eBay as well. What delight it brings me to see it upon the shelf. I must have more. As a collector of books and records, it makes sense that I would discover this and adore physical collector's editions of games. My question to you all, what is your position on collector's editions? Do you own any? Do you seek any out? Is this of no interest to you at all? Side question for Dustin if time permits. For retro purchasing, is eBay the best way to get them? Is there another marketplace you would recommend? This is another hobby I am interested in, and I don't know where to start. Thank you all. I look forward to Last Day Media content each and every day. You provide a bit of light amidst this abysmal existence of ours. Cheers. Thank you. I'm sorry that the existence is so abysmal. I understand. Dustin, collector's editions. So here's the thing about me with collector's editions is I've almost never been interested in them, but I will buy almost any Castlevania collector's edition. Although I actually just got one in the mail that I bought like 2 years ago that finally came from Limited Run Games. If Limited Run does them in the future, because I don't like that company anymore, I probably wouldn't buy it. But whenever something comes out for Castlevania or Mega Man, I typically try to buy it just because I like what the little accoutrements they have, because the licensed gear from those series is so rare and so seldomly released that I just like to try to gobble up as much of it as I possibly can. But otherwise, they've never really interested me. And in fact, I used to get a lot of collector's editions at IGN and do unboxing videos for them. And so I accumulated a bunch of them, and I traded almost all my collector's edition stuff, with rare exception, to listener of the show, Kenneth Kopnick, for G.I. Joes in return. And I kept a few things like my Catherine stuff. I kept my Ni no Kuni sealed copy and all my Castlevania and Mega Man stuff. But I got rid of like my Last of Us stuff and Infamous and God of War and Sackboy and all this random shit that I had accumulated over the years, because it's just too much. So I think collector's editions are cool if you're focused on what you like, but it seems like an overwhelming thing to try to collect all collector's editions.
Yeah, that's totally where I'm at, Colin, in that for the most part, I think a lot of collector's editions are junk and have junk in them. So, and some of the, not to say that I haven't bought one that has junk in it, but I am very, very choosy about which ones I go for. I have gone for the collector's editions of Persona 5, Persona 5 Royal, the Catherine remake. I got the collector's edition for that. I got it recently for Elden Ring, and that one in particular, the Elden Ring one, I was really happy with because I really wanted the cool statue that it came with, which I have on display back there. I love that statue. For me, a big thing if you're buying a collector's edition and then not using the stuff in it really, or have no intent to, that's kind of weird to me, to just have it as this pristine box. I'm not big on that. The Zelda one, I'm not going to lie, I wasn't planning on buying it, and I didn't think it was necessarily worth it. But when I was waiting in line, they had them, and I knew they were going to be limited, and I thought, I don't want to regret not getting it. So I bought it, and the stuff inside is all right. It comes with a cool metal poster that I'm going to hang up in here at some point. And so it really is about being choosy. The one that I was thinking about getting was the Final Fantasy 16 one, because there's an awesome statue. It's just really, really expensive. I think it's maybe $250 or $300, but the statue inside is nice. So you got to pick and choose which ones you find
it's
to be
hard to commit. What if you hate Final Fantasy 16?
Right.
That's another thing too. That's why if there's a Castlevania AAA or Mega Man AAA game that's announced in the future and they make a special edition, I probably would buy it. But I have behind me, I have a few collector's editions that I kept in the box, much to your chagrin.
Yeah, that's I don't like that.
Ni no Kuni, and I have the Castlevania collection in the box, but I bought 2 of the Castlevania collection and 2 of the Castlevania Advanced collection or whatever it is. So I have a sealed one of each, and then I opened one of each just because I like Castlevania so much. I wanted to have those in my collection. But I generally agree with you. Just boxes generally, I'm kind of like 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I just bought a bunch of mint on card G.I. Joes from 1989, 1990, 1991 that I've wanted. And because I want a collection of those and I want to like display them, and I think it's gonna be super awesome. But I probably display them on this wall. You won't even see them on the shot. But on the bottom shelf here behind me, I have my G.I. Joe 6-inch collection. I have pretty much every one of them in a box, and I opened some of them, and then they're displayed all on the second to bottom shelf as well. But I'm like, shouldn't I just take them out of the boxes and just display them as toys?
Yeah.
And I think part of the reason I haven't is because I'm too lazy to open them. Like, it's the same reason why this fucking G.I. Joe, this is a literal fraction of my G.I. Joe collection, a small fraction. And it's just been like that for half a year, probably. I'm just too lazy to even play with my toys at this point. I just buy them and then put them on a goddamn shelf. It feels a little soulless. Like, why are you even doing this? They just released a new HasLab for the 6-inch line for G.I. Joe that I think is already fully funded. And I'm going to be all over that too. And I'll probably buy 2 of them too to keep one in the box. And it's like, well, why? But why?
Right. Yeah.
So I keep it in my fucking attic forever. And then one of my nephews finds it when I'm dead and fucking sells it on eBay.
Yeah. You're right about the risk of maybe not liking the game. That was the number one thing in my mind when I pre-ordered the Armored Core. Not the top special edition, the middle one that has the smaller figure, because the figure's so cool. And the thing is, with a lot of special editions now, if you don't buy it when you pre-order it, you won't get it. They go. Like he mentioned about having to get Zelda for a premium. They if you think you might want it, it's better to buy it. And maybe if it's something goes horrendously wrong, hopefully you can return it or something like that. But they do come and go very quickly. As far as his bonus question about where to buy stuff, retro game purchasing, when you're dealing with special editions, in person is always going to be ideal. So then you can take it out, make sure it's complete, make sure it's not damaged or something like that. But eBay is fine if you make sure the seller has a high review rating and has good reviews and stuff like that, and make sure that if anything's wrong, you can return it. Mercari is another place where I've bought stuff before that's good. So, but yeah, in person, going to an event or a video game store, if you have one locally, that's always just to make sure you're clear as far as the quality.
Tyler what is this? Tyler Valdonbrini.
Whoa.
Let's say that. Wrote and said, hello, CDC. I feel overwhelmed by video games this year. So many amazing games I want to play, and even more games that initially weren't on my radar that reviewed so well they turned into a must play for me. However, with games in general getting longer and longer and my free time getting shorter and shorter, I feel a constant need to make sacrifices on what games I can get to within a year. Get to within a year. How do you guys determine what games to stick with during these busy times, and what games this year have you abandoned? That's a good question. I try to abandon as few games as I possibly can, but I do abandon games for sure. And I'm bringing up my trophy list now, but I will say this about playing games. Time does matter, and I do like to play games in a timely fashion for the show when I can, but I really don't wrap myself up in that anymore. I kind of just play whatever I want. Take the time to play something old, take the time to play something offbeat, take the time to play something mainstream or that I'm really looking forward to, and I try to just see it as the leisure that it's supposed to ultimately be. Again, I say this all the time. Gaming isn't necessarily supposed to be fun. You're not supposed to be like, yeah, all the time, like having a fucking jacked up experience playing games, but you do it because you enjoy it. You know, you get satisfaction out of it. You have an experience with it. So you got to make sure you're tailoring your experience and your free time to what you want most out of it. So as long as you're not chasing that newest game all the time, which is why I feel bad for so many content creators that just have to stay with the new thing and move on. It's like, damn, I know, I remember that, and it sucks. It sucks. I'm so glad that I just can just play whatever I want and that the audience understands that, and I'm grateful for that. And I think that if I can do that, then you out there can certainly do that. So that's my opinion. I'll go into the games I abandoned though in a second. I want to hear what you have to say about this from Tyler.
Yeah, there are games that I abandon, and for me, when it comes to games and talking about the completion of them, I am not like Colin in that there are very few games that I 100%, because the way I look at it is that if it's a game I like and enjoy, then I do want to complete it. And maybe I'll do some extra stuff, but there is a bit of diminishing returns for me in that there is some satisfaction with 100% a game, but not that much for me. I would way rather complete a game and get we'll just say the target experience of how much you complete. And then because there are so many games I'm interested in, I'd rather move on to the next one. And then there is an element too of, if you're just not feeling something, then you're going into games for pleasure, right? To maybe not to relax, but like you said, it's not necessarily always fun, but
it's entertainment. It's a pastime. It's
entertainment. Do it with intention and don't waste your time. For me, I looked at my list of games that I haven't played or I left behind this year. Probably the number one was Fire Emblem Engage, which just I really enjoyed the first half of it, and then my feeling of enjoyment was starting to go down and other stuff was coming out, and maybe I'll get back to it when I'm feeling the itch for a game like that, but it's okay. Sometimes you got to leave a game behind that you're not necessarily feeling anymore. There's other stuff too, like Call of the Mountain I didn't finish. Pizza Tower, that's a game that I really enjoyed that just other stuff came up. And so I will eventually get back to that for sure. But I think that if you feel like you're not getting the most amount of enjoyment unless you 100% something, then that's how you should go. But I think that at the same time, it's okay to not 100% a game if that's or do everything. If you feel like moving on, it's entertainment. Be intentional about it. Don't waste your own time if that's not what you're enjoying. But everyone's going to have a different approach to that.
Yeah, I'm looking at to get a really holistic view, because I've beaten so many of my games that I played recently, but it's not always the case that I beat this many games. So I'm going back to the beginning of 2022, and I played Record of Lodoss War, Deedlit, and Wonder Labyrinth and beat that. And then I played Persona 4 Golden, but never beat it. I got almost to the very end and then just never beat it. And then Mercenaries Rebirth, which was a really interesting strategy role-playing game, I got to almost the end and never beat it. And then I beat and platinumed Far Cry 6. I beat and platinumed Doki Doki Literature Club. And then I abandoned Infernax. I abandoned Elden Ring. I beat and platinumed Ghostwire Tokyo. I beat Nobody Saves the World. I abandoned Lego Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. I beat Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. I beat and platinumed Super Perils of Baking. I abandoned SnowRunner. I beat TMNT Shredder's Revenge. I beat The Quarry. I platinumed Wild Arms. I abandoned Stray. I abandoned Gravity Rush. I played and platinumed Cyberpunk 2077. I beat Deathloop. I platinumed The Last of Us Part 1. I abandoned Metro Exodus. I abandoned Tunic. Slay the Spire is a game you don't really... Well, I beat the main quest, but there's like a whole nother way to beat it I didn't do. I beat The Legends of Heroes Trails of Cold Steel. I beat Shatter. I abandoned Tactics Ogre Reborn. I beat God of War Ragnarok and Platinumed it. I beat Crisis Core. I abandoned Chained Echoes, which that's a game I want to get back to. And same with Infernax. Like there's a few games in here that I would like to get back to. I platinumed the Callisto Protocol. I platinumed Evil West. I beat Uncharted 4. I platinumed Dead Space. I abandoned Hogwarts Legacy. I abandoned Horizon Call of the Mountain. I beat Gal Guardian's Demon Purge. I platinumed Wild Arms 2. I beat Resident Evil 4. I abandoned Octopath Traveler 2. And then we basically have a sequence of games mostly that I beat and platinumed. Final Fantasy platinumed. Horizon, I messed with the DLC. Dead Island 2. I platinumed. Dead Cells, I played a lot of. Forspoken, I beat. Final Fantasy 2, I platinumed. Batboy, I platinumed. So you can see that I'm beating more games now, but there was a time when I was abandoning probably every other game last year. That just ebbs and flows. Because there were games in that pocket where I was really excited about it. And there are games, like I said, Infernax I want to get back to. But like Lego Star Wars, the Skywalker Saga, I was actually really looking forward to that for some reason. And I just found it so boring when I was playing. I was like, this is just so boring. SnowRunner is a very cool game, but I'm like, I don't know if this is for me. It is a cool idea. I really dig it. Stray, I just wasn't into. I didn't understand it at all, really. Metro Exodus, I really liked, but I just abandoned it, I think, because something else came out. I think Slay the Spire is what really distracted me around that time, actually. So you got to find that balance, my friends. You must find that balance. Derek Wechter wrote in and said, "Good day, Sacred Men. I've been listening to the first few Sacred Symbols episodes these past couple of days, and it's been fun to see how different things are now. For example, Colin was very high on Microsoft for good reason, or the industry being led to believe that a Killzone game was in development following the news of Guerrilla pushing their headcount to 400. Fast forward to now, and we know that Xbox is not in great shape optically, and Guerrilla completely abandoned Killzone for Horizon. It was especially funny when Colin asked Chris, quote, in recent memory, what PlayStation game do you like most, end quote. Chris said it was probably The Last of Us, despite not really liking it, end quote. Then it ended up being his most overrated game. Having said that, my question is this. Which gaming prediction do you remember not coming true to large surprise? As always, much love to you three. Cheers and be well." Derek, thanks for writing in. It was fun to hear some of those memories about the old show and what we were saying back then. I'm sure it's a constantly evolving window in time. I don't go back and listen to that stuff at all, but it would be interesting to one day I'll send AI into the back catalog one day and have it mine all the interesting stuff that we used to say. And we can make content out of it, but I'm certainly not going to do it myself. I think in some sense, one of my biggest predictions in recent memory that didn't come to fruition is really found in the early episodes of the show and kind of evolves over time, which was what he said, which was people that have been here since the beginning know that I've been pretty bullish on Xbox until probably the last year and a half or 2 years, something like that. I really thought that they were about to drop a hammer on PlayStation around the time we were beginning the show in the middle of 2018. And they were stacking up a lot of really interesting wins on a service front, making Xbox Live a great place to play games, focusing on backwards compatibility. Then they bought all their studios. They founded the Initiative. All these different things were happening, but ultimately none of that really panned out. And I still think, and Jaffe and I were in having a little bit of an argument about this on Sacred Symbols Plus, and I'm a little bit surprised by his opinion on this front, although I understand what he's saying, is that, and by the time this goes live on free feeds, people will have seen the Xbox press conference, which has not happened yet when we're recording this. But I was saying to him that the press conference and Starfield are so consequential to Xbox's future as a brand that I refuse to believe that they're not about to spike the fucking ball in some way, that they're going to have a great showcase, that Starfield's going to be a great game. They know what's on the line. They know they can't fuck this up. And he really disagreed. And his whole thing was like, well, they just never deliver. They just never, ever deliver. So why would you expect them to deliver now? And it's a fundamental disagreement. And I think he would be a little bit more of a pessimist on that front than I am, because I just can't believe that they would be able to keep the status quo up. I just think it's an impossibility. So I think that I missed a little bit on Xbox's arc. They might be getting there a little bit later, but I thought that they would be much more formidable much earlier. And I think that was a big miss for me, because I think that whole era of acquisitions and that whole era of good feelings was a missed opportunity for them. Although you could blame a bunch of different things, from the COVID pandemic to the economy and the economic fallout and all the rest, but everyone went through that. So you can't really hinge your excuses on that when others are doing fine. I think things might be changing for them. I think there are signs that things will be changing for them. And I think something like the acquisition of Activision is definitely going to set them on a great new course. But I think that would be a big miss for me. And I think that if you went back and listened to those early episodes, you would see that's a big miss. What comes to mind for you, Dustin?
I don't consider myself much of a big prediction person. I was trying to think of stuff that I've talked about on the show. I did win our prediction showcase results from the recent Lockmore video, but I was trying to think. There's things that I believed that would happen just in gaming in general that have never happened. I mean, look at how long we've been hoping for Bloodborne and thinking that would be an easy thing for Sony to try to do, and it's never materialized. A few years ago, this isn't a Sony thing, but it really felt like, based on rumors and all the speculation, that there was going to be a better Switch that came out, and then the Switch OLED came out and was none of that. So there are things that I've thought that would happen that didn't, but I couldn't really think of a thing on this show. And I don't know if it's just in the nature of my commentary that I don't normally try to make broad strokes about what will happen, but just look at what is happening.
Well, I'm not as perfect as you. I've probably gotten a million things wrong. So
just stop predicting things, and then you won't get anything wrong.
Predict it. They're not. I don't want to be like their predictions. I'm not. I'm prognosticating.
Sure.
And so that just comes with, and it comes from a place of real. Like my prognostication comes from literal ignorance, because I don't have deep connections to these companies, and I have some sources that tell me things when they want to, but it's not like I'm seeding sources or like asking people for anything. It's just what comes. Otherwise, I'm left with the same exact information everyone else is, and it's my job to try to kind of comb through it to the best of my ability.
Yeah.
But I get things wrong all the time.
The audience, please, in a nice way, let me know if I've made a prediction on this show that ended up being horribly wrong. I'd love to know. Just be nice about it. Don't be rude.
No, Dustin's never been wrong.
I'm sensitive.
So you're not going to find anything.
Let me know.
John wrote in, said, hello, CDC. Insomniac recently shared new details about Spider-Man 2, including the very fact that the map size will be nearly double the size of the 2018 game. Personally, I found this news very disappointing, and I'll tell you why. There have been murmurings for a while that Spider-Man 2 will feature some sort of multiverse Spider-Verse using the Rift mechanics of Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. The thought of a Spider-Man where you would be sucked into a completely different chunk of alternate dimension maps and maybe get to meet a wider cast of different Spider people, I guess, seemed like a really cool idea. But when they revealed the news about the map size, I was disheartened, because at first blush, it seems like if they were going to include that type of Rift Spider-Verse mechanic, they wouldn't make that base map that much bigger. But who knows? At the end of the day, Sony first-party games usually end up being much beefier than they first appear, and they usually have quite a few tricks hiding up their sleeves. So here's to hoping. Thanks for the somewhat bottomless quality content lately. How y'all do it makes no fucking sense, but it's the best $5 a month one can spend. Thank you. Cheers. Thanks, Sean, for writing in. Appreciate you. So, not to disenchant you further, but I'm pretty sure that this is confirmed that whatever that rumor was isn't true. Because I think they showed how you switch the characters, and they basically explicitly said that you can just switch the characters with this button press, and you end up as the other character somewhere else in the city. I don't think, and that might use the same technologies of having two maybe versions of the city running or something parallel to each other, but I don't think it's going to be anything like Rift Apart. And I think that would be it's very cool idea in some sense, that I really like that idea, and that fusion of what you have working and how you can use it on another product and all of that. But at the same time, maybe a little bit of a cop out too, in some sense. I don't know that that's necessarily what people are looking for in their Spider-Man. And I think that the only thing you can do, in my opinion, is make the city bigger, because Spider-Man's not about the fine touch and the slow movement. It's not going to be Grand Theft Auto 6 where we're going to expect to be able to go into buildings and explore them and do all these kinds of different things. No one wants that out of Spider-Man. So the only thing that you can possibly get is bigger, more places to go crazy and traverse quickly. So I like the idea that the map's bigger. I think that was obviously going to happen. And I think that through what gameplay we saw at the showcase, we even got an idea of how it will all work, because I know that Chris and I, being from New York, were especially confused about how Brooklyn and especially Queens would work in Spider-Man, because there's no high buildings there. And it's clear that they're doing this by staying over the water and using cranes and boats and all these different options to keep the game moving quickly. So I personally find the news of the bigger map exciting. I really am looking forward to playing Spider-Man 2, wondering when we're going to get a date. But what do you think about John's inquiry?
I think it's a little unfair to be disheartened by what the game isn't based on a rumor and based on also the fact that we really don't know that much about this game. They've talked about the map and we saw the gameplay, so we know a general sense, but I think it's a little early to feel disheartened by anything with this game, just based on what we know. So I think that a Spider-Verse like mechanic could be cool, and I think that that's something that they maybe could do in a future game. There's a lot smaller steps that they can take that will be satisfying before going all the way to that. So let's see how they do this first and then see what maybe the future holds.
Indeed. Okay. Takoyaki wrote in and said, "Hey there, sacred gents. Colin, what is the true reason as to why you steer away from anime? Is it the fans or the difference of culture? You've played several games that are the weebiest anime you can get, such as Danganronpa, Doki Doki Literature Club, Scarlet Nexus, and Trails of Cold Steel, yet you seem to actively steer away from the genre entirely. I'm not saying you should get into the medium, but there's some very good shows you're sleeping on. Dustin, what say you? Should Colin give anime a chance? If so, where should he start? Hope all of you have a wonderful day and keep on keeping on." I've said this before, I've long been embraced and call myself kind of a weeb light or something. I've long been embraced of the Japanese aesthetic and was watching anime before many of you listening to the show were even born. But it's something that I wasn't really enamored with like a lot of other people are, like my brother was. It's funny to look at my brother's art style now because my brother used to draw straight up Japanese anime. I mean, that was straight up like his art style. And it was very much a part of my upbringing, and I think what opened my mind to things like Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy and a lot of Japanese properties, and certainly opened my eyes to my love of role-playing games and Dragon Ball and all these things that I did love as a kid. And a lot of the things that I loved that I don't think exist in major ways anymore. Like I loved Ranma Half and Bubblegum Crisis and a lot of random things. And so I don't know. I'm not attracted to the sameness of anime, the aesthetic, like the sameness aesthetic, because you call it a genre. It's not a genre. I understand that there are lots of different genres within all the infinite amounts of genres within anime, but it's an artistic style that I find merit in my video games, but find less merit or interest in, I think, as like a more passive medium. And I felt like that for kind of a long time. It's not to say that everything is the same or that it's all, but it just, I don't know. It doesn't speak to me. And in the limited amount of time that I have to watch more passive things like TV shows and movies, I'm not interested in watching anime. And there are obviously exceptions to the rule and major exceptions to the rule. Like I really, really like Attack on Titan from what I saw. I thought it was awesome. But
it's going to be done soon.
I heard, yeah.
So your time is not yet, but soon.
Yeah, and I might begin again. And the reason that I stopped watching it was it was so intensive, and like I was pausing it to read the things that they would put on the screen and all sorts of things. I really, really liked it, but I know enough about this. This reminds me of the whole Zelda argument and a bunch of other things. I know myself well enough to know what I'm going to like and what I'm not. And yes, if you showed me I like country music, fine, but I'm generally not interested in it. But if could you show me a country record that I would love? Sure. I mean, could you show me an anime that I would like? Yeah, I'm sure you could, but time is precious, and I choose to spend my time in certain ways. And I think my intersection with anime comes through video games. And if anything, that's the more rarefied weeb than the one that watches anime. I'm like in some way a deeper weeb because of that.
Yeah. Take it easy.
You take umbrage?
I would say just take it easy.
Yeah.
You're always trying to, this is like Sacred League where you're like, oh, I'm winning with the 4 points. Nah, just stand down, take it easy. Now, should Colin give more anime more a chance, and where should he start? See, this is where people have to understand that it's like, I am pretty sure I have only recommended 2 games to Colin because I know how he is with his Zelda thing. It's like this Zelda thing that's what you've already seen, that you like Attack on Titan, but I also know that you don't like to watch shows that aren't completed yet. So I've never pushed you to get back to Attack on Titan because it's not done yet. It will be done. And at that point, I'll be like, Colin, it's go time. It's time for you to watch all this show, because you really if you liked it at the beginning, I thought the beginning was the worst part
of
that show. And
I love it.
It only gets way, way better, way more political, which I know that some people don't like that aspect of it as much, but I love that part of it. So with anime, and this goes beyond Colin, just that there are some people that have experienced it and just aren't as into it. And it's a, particularly from a Western standpoint, it is really different. And honestly, I agree with a lot of what Colin's saying in that I don't like most anime. There are the ones that I really glean onto because I find them unique. But when I'm scrolling through Crunchyroll, I cannot believe how samey and how much it leans into the same tropes over and over in the same art styles over and over. And I know people will expect me to bring it up, but One Piece is so unlike any other anime, and that's why I like it. There is no anime like it. That's why I like Attack on Titan. There is nothing else like it. And sure, there are some more generic things that I might dip my toes into every once in a while, but by and large, I am kind of a fake anime fan because I'm not keeping up with seasonal shows and stuff like that, because for the most part, modern anime just doesn't appeal to me. That's why I love Akira and Studio Ghibli and some of these longer running shows, because the new stuff is just all right. I don't know.
Leave me alone, weebs.
Weeb stand down.
Let's end with Ian McManus, who wrote in and said, Colin, during your discussion with Jaffe on the most recent Sacred Plus, he was extremely enthusiastic and optimistic about the idea of just throwing the arts away to sterile, artificial intelligence-fueled experiences. You didn't give him much pushback on this, and instead also seemed rather excited by the idea. Is this your take on it? In my mind, as soon as I know something is generated using AI, it loses most, if not all, of its value. Would love a clear view from you guys on this. Thanks. I don't really know how you got that from what I was talking about with Jaffe. I do think that people think, with rare exception where I think adversarialness is necessary, maybe when I had like Philip Mewson on, or we were doing that stuff about Abandon or whatever, where I really had to get into the fucking meat of the matter and challenge someone. I'm not really interested in having like, oh, I don't agree with you. That's wrong. Oh, what, like I just don't do that. I just hear what people have to say. I try to give my own feedback and my own part of the discussion, but I don't try to necessarily fight with people. And so I'm a little confused how you heard that I agree that I didn't give much pushback, but that I was excited by the idea is, I think, different. I was asking him how it might work and some of the interesting and fun ideas that can come out of it. But I remember saying also that wouldn't there be a place for games that were made with no AI? Wouldn't that become a huge part of the market, or games marketed with no AI? And I used the example of Rage Against the Machine and how on the back of their records, they would put that there were no keyboards or turntables used in the creation of the records, because people thought the guitar work was so sophisticated that they must have been using keyboards and turntables for scratching and all that, but they're not. And that has some sort of extra artistic merit. So could you possibly segue that kind of artistic merit into games and the use of AI? But I agree with you that when AI is involved in something, I don't think it loses all of its value. But I think that we have to be careful about what how these AI are learning about art. It's kind of disingenuous, because it's learning. Art is not a objective thing. It's a human and subjective thing, and it's learning art through the human eye. And if you gave an AI a dictionary, it's very similar to how they taught AI how to play chess effectively, as I said before, which is that they didn't teach it the rules. They had to learn by playing the game and just figuring out how the pieces moved and what made sense. And it came up with logical conclusions about that often mirrored the human experience about how chess was played. But as the game got more sophisticated, it started doing things that no one could expect. And that's how it started playing chess at a high level where it really can't be beaten anymore. If you gave AI a dictionary and the rules of syntax and language of the English language and let it figure its stuff out, it wouldn't speak English the way we speak it. It would figure out syntax, proper ways to say things that would be very awkward and different if it had no relative basis for how we speak to each other, because the interpretation even of the English language is subjective, because there's a billion different ways we can say things in a cogent way, in a way that people would understand. And that's what AI is doing with art. And that's what I don't like about it, because there's no artistic objective. I guess there's the color wheel, form, and size and all of that. But that's more mathematical even than anything else. And so that's why I find AI distressing, is because it's not a reflection of that kind of AI is not a reflection of some sort of truth that we found with AI. It's a reflection of it mimicking humans to an ability, to a degree that humans couldn't possibly get to. And that's where the scary shit comes in. But we better wrap our minds around this, because it's happening and it's going to happen and it continues to happen. And the games we're playing, I think right now, have AI stuff in them, no doubt. I mean, shit, 2 years ago it was a big deal when Grand Theft Auto, the collection, came from Grove Street Games, Rockstar published, and was basically done over with AI. And that's why it was so fucked up. Well, where are you on this, Dustin?
I'm fine with AI taking care of stuff in the background, I guess. Using AI to make the game quicker, maybe for background assets that aren't as important or something like that. And I'm also not opposed to entire games made using AI, really. But I think you're right in that there will always be a desire for handcrafted games, or whatever you want to put it. I mean, look at other stuff that we use to make machines with, like a table or something. People are always going to want a good handmade table from a carpenter or the Amish or something, right? There's a higher degree of respect for that kind of stuff. But at the same time, you also want to go to IKEA and just buy something that came off of a factory line. And even that stuff is still designed in some sense by a human. And so I see games kind of working the same way, and that sometimes you'll want certain bespoke experiences that are made by humans, and then there will also be stuff made by AI. The scary part is just that it is different, where I would imagine that AI games could just take over in general, and that the actual games fully made without them will be sparse, just like a table.
Mm-hmm.
My table wasn't made by hand. In fact, I don't own any furniture made by hand. And at one point, you had to get one made by hand in order to own it, because there was no machine to do it.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's the same type of thing that will happen. And at that point, it's weird to think about that, because we don't think about our furniture that way. It's like, oh, well, this wasn't made by a real person. It's like, well, it's just as comfortable, and it costs me 20% of what a handmade one would be, maybe less than that, and it serves its intended purpose. Maybe we won't even care from that angle. It's different though, because it's art and it's creative. Right. It's not
but so is furniture. That's the thing. It's like that you could just push back and be like, well, furniture is art, furniture making, woodworking, whatever.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's complicated. We're gonna have to come to terms with this. I think a lot of things are gonna be AI aided, which is fine. Mm-hmm. But there has to be a human touch on everything. But I would be interested to see the first open world or whatever that was created entirely by AI, thinking what it should look like. But I find AI creepy because it's not based on again, a lot of AI is not based on objective truth, but on subjective truth. And that subjectivity comes from humans that the computer would have never discovered without the consciousness of the human. And that's where things get a little fucked. We're going to be forced to deal with this as a society this decade. And as far as like how far we want to push this and where we want to go with it, and what life means and what creation means and all the rest, it's going to be really interesting stuff. Thank you for writing in. Appreciate you guys. And thank you all out there for listening to our show. We appreciate your time today. Hope you enjoyed it. Dustin, do you have any closing comments?
Closing comments. Sad that we had no Christopher for this one, but he's going to a much better place where he can just breathe in all that toxic fumes, mm-hmm. right? We had the thing with the rainwater here in PA with the Ohio oil spill. Right, so, maybe I'll go out for a little run today. Just try to breathe in as much garbage as I possibly can. I mean, why not?
Do it. Why not? Maybe I'll go for a walk. I like going for walks. It's fun.
Yeah.
Feels good. All right. Well, I don't really have any closing comments. We had a good show today. I appreciate you guys being here with us. Thank you for your love, kindness, and support of all things Sacred Symbols, Last Stand Media, patreon.com/Last Stand Media to support all of our shows, Defining Duke, Knockback, Constellation, Punching Up, Sacred Symbols, etc. Merch, laststandmedia.store. I think that's basically it. We'll see you next time for more. Until then, goodbye.
See ya.
Sacred Symbols, a PlayStation podcast, is a product and trademark of Last Stand Media and Colin's Last Stand LLC, and is proudly recorded in the USA. The show is conceived by, is written by, and is directed by me, Colin Moriarty. My co-hosts are Chris Raygun Maldonado and Dustin Furman. The show is produced by executive producer Dustin Furman. It's edited by associate producer Ben Smith. All of Last Stand's theme music is by my best friend, Ramon Narvaez. As you know, all of Last Stand's shows, including Sacred Symbols, are fan-funded on Patreon at patreon.com/laststandmedia. The following names are at the producer level on Patreon, our highest tier, and we're grateful for your thoughtful and kind contributions to our independent endeavor. Thank you.